Chapter 129. Losing Control. Klein's heart tightened, and he almost blurted out a question. Although Dunn and old Neil often emphasized the dangers of losing control and the probability of it happening, this was the first time he had encountered something like this. For a moment, he was a little panicked, a little confused, a little scared, and a little sad. It was a very complicated feeling. Every year, a quarter of the incidents we deal with involve beyonders losing control. And among this quarter, a large portion of them are our teammates. Dunn's words flashed through his mind, causing his reaction to slow down. On the other hand, old Neil, who had experienced too many similar incidents, immediately asked, "Where are the rampagers? What do you need us to do?" Klein was taken aback when he heard that. He thought that a slick and lazy, semi-retired person like old Neil would find an excuse to reject Swain's request or extort a large sum of money from him before attempting to help. He did not expect old Neil to not hesitate at all and immediately enter a state of participation. He did not care about the difference between a nighthawk and a mandated punisher. Looking at the solemn expression on old Neil's face, Klein suddenly understood something. Be it the nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the members of the machinery hive mind, their goal was to prevent beyonder powers from harming the innocent and to maintain the peace and stability of Tingen City. If they were to encounter any dangerous or urgent situations, it was their duty to do so. At this moment, Swain replied curtly, "Be my support." He did not explain why he lost control or where the rampager was. He quickly walked toward the exit. This former captain of the mandated punishers was clearly an old man who was addicted to alcohol, but Klein realized that he couldn't keep up with him. He had to jog to barely keep up with him. He turned his head to look at old Neil and saw that the mystery prior, whose body was showing signs of aging, had also begun to run. The three of them didn't care about the gazes of the guards along the way. One of them was wearing an old Navy uniform. One was wearing a dark classic robe, and the last one was wearing a knee-length black windbreaker. They rushed out of the billiard room and out of the Evil Dragon bar. The customers who were drinking and adding oil to their drinks instinctively moved their eyes away from the dogs catching the rats and looked at Klein and the others. Is it Boss Swain? Why is he in such a hurry to leave? Did someone go back on their word? Amidst the hushed discussions, some of the customers turned their attention back to the cage and cheered again, venting the depression they felt during the day. Some of them were more vigilant and felt vaguely uneasy. Thud, thud, thud. Klein and old Neil followed Swain to the other side of the road and ran into the real dock area. That ship. Swain slowed down and pointed at an inland river cargo ship that was docked not far away. 2 mandated punishers are dealing with the rampager up there, preventing him from entering the Tussock River. Help me influence him and control him. Leave the rest to me. Old Neil took a few deep breaths and said, "Okay, but you need to give me a minute to recover." Swain nodded and did not say anything else. He rushed to the cargo ship and joined the battle. Listening to the sounds of fighting, old Neil glanced at the slightly nervous Klein, took out a silver piece the size of a baby's palm from a secret pocket at his waist, and handed it over. Slumber charm. The incantation to activate it is the word for Evernight in ancient Hermes. After chanting the incantation, inject your spirituality into it and throw it at the target within 3 seconds. Okay. Klein reached out to catch it, feeling touched. The front and back of the charm were engraved with incantations written in Hermes, as well as symbols, corresponding spirit numbers and magic labels. He did not need to activate his spirit vision. Just by relying on his spiritual perception, he could sense the obscure, serene, and deep mysterious power. Old Neil straightened his back and took out the same silver charm from his secret pocket. As he walked to the cargo ship, he joked, "Don't be nervous, relax. Don't be nervous. Relax and think about something else. For example, I lent you that amulet. If you use it, remember to make a new one and return it to me. Of course, you can wait until next month when the material quota is restored and then do it." This as expected of the experienced old Neil. Klein placed the charm into his left pocket, reached for the revolver in his underarm holster, and adjusted the firing position and trigger. "I don't think I'm nervous anymore." With a gun in one hand and a cane in the other, he and old Neil passed through the gangway and steadily boarded the cargo ship. The cargo ship had obvious signs of its age. Although it was powered by steam and had an additional chimney, it still retained the masts, sails, and other configurations of the past. Furthermore, it only had a metal shell on the surface. Some parts were made of steel, while others were made of wood. The sounds of fighting intensified. Just as Klein and old Neil were looking for an entrance to enter the cabin, they suddenly heard a loud, clanging sound. The side of the cabin, which was made of wood, instantly cracked, and thorns flew everywhere. A figure fell out and hit the side of the ship. Klein couldn't be bothered to look at the figure's injuries. His gaze was completely focused on a monster that was running towards the crack. The monster was more than one. 8 meters tall. It was wearing a tattered shirt and trousers. The exposed parts were covered with dark green scales. The gaps between its hands and feet were covered with a membrane that looked like the webbing between the toes of some aquatic animals. It had a head full of wrinkles, and one could vaguely make out the appearance of a human. Its scales were dripping with mucus. Sizzle! The dark green mucus slightly corroded the deck, leaving distinct marks. Bang! The monster that tried to rush out of the crack was punched from the side by Swain, causing it to move 2 steps sideways. Bang! Bang! Swain, with his exaggerated muscles, was obviously not as strong as the monster. Furthermore, his punches and kicks had clearly hit the monster, but they couldn't shatter its scales, making it difficult to cause any substantial damage. For a moment, he was in a sorry state and was on the verge of collapsing. If not for his amazing balance and the fact that there were other mandated punishers following him and firing at him, Klein suspected that the blue-eyed elder would have been beaten to death by the monster. Thud! 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 Swain kept retreating and advancing, like a moth pouncing on fire despite knowing that it was aflame. However, Klein could sense that he was accumulating something and waiting for something. Bang! Swain took a few steps back from the blow and blocked the line of sight of the other mandated punisher. The monster seized the opportunity and immediately rushed towards the crack. It wanted to escape from the cabin and jump into the tussock river. Looking at the wrinkled head covered in mucus, Klein raised his right hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! The silver demon hunting bullet hit the monster's torso as he had expected, but it only shattered the scales and embedded more than half of it. The monster immediately let out an ear-piercing shriek. It exerted force with its legs and pounced at Klein like the wind. The strong smell of fish wafted into his nose as he suddenly crouched down and rolled to the side. Clang! He felt the body of the ship shake as debris hit his body. At the same time, he heard an old and deep voice. It was an incantation chanted in ancient Hermes. Dark night. Klein rolled twice more. Without bothering to pick up his cane, he hurriedly raised his gun and looked up. He saw old Neil calmly throw out the charm in his hand, not far from the monster. The silver sheet was quickly enveloped by dark red flames, emitting a soft explosion. A deep, tranquil power instantly spread out. The monster that had nearly smashed through the side of the ship swayed, and its movements became sluggish. At this moment, Swain ran out of the cabin and approached the monster. He twisted his waist and swung his arms, throwing a few punches like a machine gun. All of them landed on the monster's head. However, all he could do was create a crack and not deal fatal damage. However, Klein could sense that the blue-eyed elder's accumulation was about to reach its peak. Bang! The monster seemed to recover as it swung its forearm, forcing Swain to take 5 steps back. Each step left cracks on the deck. Seeing that the monster was about to turn around and jump off the cargo ship, Klein hurriedly took out the slumber charm from his pocket with his left hand. Right on the heels of that, he skillfully recited a word in ancient Hermes. Dark night! Suddenly, Klein felt the silver charm in his palm turn cold, as though it was made of accumulated snowflakes. Without thinking too much, he injected his spirituality into the charm, pulled his shoulder, and swung his arm at the monster. At that moment, the fishman-like monster had already jumped into the air. The dark red flames illuminated the surrounding darkness, and the soft explosion sounded like a hypnotic prelude as it quickly rippled out. Bang! The monster fell straight to the dock and curled up into a ball, temporarily entering a half-asleep state. Klein was about to rush to the side of the ship and shoot at the monster's head when he suddenly saw Swain, who had lost his Navy uniform somewhere, rush out and jump down. He adjusted his posture in midair, and the muscles on his body bulged. In Klein's spiritual perception, something that had been repressed to the extreme erupted. Swain fell from the sky and smashed into the monster's body. Then he straightened his back and swung his fist down, striking the monster's head. Crack! The monster's head split into pieces. Dark red blood and grayish-white brain tissue splattered all over the ground, accompanied by dark green mucus. Is this one of the powers of the folk of rage? Klein stood beside the shattered ship's railing and muttered to himself. Old Neil held his left hand, leaned over and looked down as well. At that moment, Swain stood up straight and stood there, staring deeply at the monster that had lost its life beneath his feet. He took out a deflated metal flask from somewhere, opened the lid, and gulped down half of it. Then he tilted the flask's mouth, aimed it at the monster, and poured the rest of the liquor onto its body. After doing all this, Swain seemed to have aged, and his back hunched a little. Old Neil sighed, looked at the scene below, and whispered to Klein, I know this out-of-control mandated punisher. He's been with Swain for 20 to 30 years. He's once eliminated water ghosts that killed people on shore, and he's captured evil beyonders who tried to escape by diving into the Tussock River. He didn't continue, but Klein could tell what he was implying. This guardian, who had made many contributions and killed many monsters, had turned into a monster in the end. Chapter 130. It's been 2 months since Lord of the Mysteries was uploaded. It's time for it to be published. In these 2 months, I barely wrote any words or chattered. I didn't communicate much with everyone. This is mainly because I feel that the best communication between an author and a reader can only be in a novel. What I want to express, what I want to say, is all in the story I write. There's no need to say anything else. Yes, going back to Lord of the Mysteries, I probably have this thought. I want to find the joy I had when I first came into contact with web novels. The joy of, oh, there's such a world, and there's such a magical world. Back then, every book brought me a different, strange, and interesting world. It always broadened my horizons and made me unable to extricate myself. It always expanded my imagination. Of course, this is also because I've come into contact with too few similar novels. So, when I felt ready in every way to construct a relatively new world and an interesting and novel system on my own, I began the book with apprehension and courage. With the acting method as the core, there are 22 paths, 220 potions, and 220 different jobs. This is the part that I hope to interest everyone the most. In addition, there's the world, which is a mixture of Cthulhu-style SCP Foundation elements, the style of the first Industrial Revolution, and steampunk feelings. I've read many books and made many settings, but I know that what I need the most is to properly tell the story unhurriedly. This is also the reason why I've slowed down the pace of the first book and added 410,000 words of free chapters. I want to honestly go through the plot, to outline the characters, and to describe the world. I don't want to pursue the so-called climax. I want to present the images in my heart that I want to share with you. Thanks to the writing of a martial arts grandmaster, my daily stories have an attractive standard, and I have the ability and writing style to tell a story honestly. In the past, I learned to express, or rather, every writer and author would instinctively express. But now, I feel that I am beginning to learn to restrain myself. Most of the time, I will not talk about it. I will only use my actions, words, and expressions to express my emotions. I will not make any inner monologues. I might not even use my actions, words, and expressions. I will just describe it coldly, just like the chapter on the lead worker. This is also the standard that I hope to maintain in the key passages of the Master of the Mysteries. The various structures of this book are probably the most well thought out of all my books. As for how to take care of each other, I'll wait and see. These are my thoughts and attempts for this book. I hope that everyone will like it, and I hope that you'll continue to subscribe. After all, I still have to eat, and I still have to buy clothes, skirts, bags, and houses for my wife. I've always been a vulgar person. I've never doubted that. At the same time, I'm also a very lazy person with a very problematic personality. I once thought of organizing my fans just like other authors, but it's so annoying, so tiring. Then there's no then. I don't know how long it's been since I last updated my Weibo. I created a WeChat official account and tried to write something, but it's so annoying, so tiring. Then there's no then. I don't know how long it's been since I last updated my Weibo. I created a WeChat official account and tried to write something, but it's so annoying, so tiring. Then there's no then. I don't know how long it's been since I last updated my Weibo. I once tried to get someone to help me liven up the official account, but when I saw the content posted by others, I always felt embarrassed, so I stopped it. Phew, I want to reconcile with myself now. Admit it, I'm a lazy person. I'm a person who has a flaw in interpersonal relationships. I'm a person who is thin-skinned and wants to keep up appearances. I'm a person who doesn't like to be disturbed by all kinds of miscellaneous things. I'm a person who can't be helped. Perhaps what I can do well, and what I'm willing to do well, is to write a novel to tell the story in my heart. That's how I reconcile with myself. I don't want to live awkwardly anymore. I don't want to force myself to gather popularity anymore. I want to create an official account. If there's content, there'll be more. If there's no content, then forget it. Yes, reconciliation is just a form of literary persuasion. More accurately, it should be described as self-abandonment. After the exchange, tomorrow at midnight, which is a few minutes past 12 tonight, I'll update my VIP chapter. I'm begging for subscriptions and monthly tickets in advance. I'll explode. Really, I have a stockpile. Chapter 131. Looking at Swain, who is standing in front of the monster's corpse, and then turning his head to look at the mandated Punisher, who had been in charge of restraining the monster, helping his comatose companion up, Klein suddenly felt an indescribable sadness. Be it the Nighthawks, mandated Punishers, or members of the machinery hive mind, it was almost impossible for them to become heroes. This was because everything they did was not known to the public and could only be hidden in various confidential documents. However, the danger and pain they endured were so real. Perhaps one day my opponent will be my teammate. Klein sighed silently, feeling the weight of the terms Nighthawks, mandated Punisher, and machinery hive mind member. At this moment, old Neil sighed and said, "Let's leave. Don't disturb them." All right. Klein picked up his cane and was about to take a step forward when he suddenly saw old Neil still holding his left hand. He asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Old Neil chuckled and said, "I was stabbed by the shrapnel that ricocheted." "I was hit by the shrapnel. If I was younger, I would definitely be able to dodge it. Fortunately, this is only a small problem." He loosened his right hand slightly, allowing Klein to see the small wound that was still oozing blood on the back of his left palm. After confirming that there were no major problems, Klein walked down the gangway and sighed. "Mr. Neal, you're calmer than I imagined. With the monster less than 2 meters away from you, you were still able to calmly recite the words and use the charm. Although the mandated Punisher, who had lost control and turned into a monster, had pounced at Klein, old Neil had been very close to him. In the face of the praise, old Neil immediately chuckled and said, "I'm a senior Nighthawk. I'm a senior Nighthawk. Out of all the dangerous situations I've experienced, what happened just now isn't even in the top 10. I remember once when Dunn and I were patrolling Raphael's cemetery, a dead person had somehow turned into a zombie. It left the tomb and hid in the shadows of the trees. I passed by and didn't notice it at all. I was looking for a place to hide. You know what I mean. In the end, it pounced on me from behind and grabbed my neck. Klein was a little shaken by what he heard. He guessed and asked, "Under such circumstances, you can still calmly use the spells, or the spells that a certain mystery prior can perform quickly?" Old Neil glanced at him and said with a chuckle, "No." Dunn dragged the zombie into a deep slumber in time. "I'm telling you this to tell you that as a Nighthawk, not only must you believe in yourself, but you must also believe in your teammates." Klein was silent for a few seconds, then said half-jokingly and half-sincerely, "Mr. Neil, you're so wise today." Old Neil skipped a step onto the dock and replied with a disdainful tone, "That's because you only know the most insignificant side of me." The two of them walked out of the dock and returned to the Evil Dragon Bar. Klein put away his revolver, leaned on his cane, and took off his coat. Under the light of the gas lamp, he checked if there were any damages. How lucky! There were only a few wooden splinters that dirted a small area. He pulled out the miscellaneous items, roughly patted the dust off, and put on his clothes again. Old Neil looked at him with a smile, mimicking his tone, and leisurely added, "What a pity there's no way to claim it." Klein was momentarily at a loss for words. "I'm not that kind of person," he emphasized in his heart. At that moment, the public carriage arrived. Klein took out his silver vine-patterned pocket watch and opened it. "If there's nothing else, I'll be heading home," he said to Old Neil. Old Neil nodded slightly and said, "Go back and enjoy your dinner. Don't worry about the slumber charm. I'll get Swain to compensate you. He's a rich man. Of course, not today. I have to consider his feelings." "Thank you for your generosity." Klein opened his mouth, but that was all he said. He quickly got into the carriage and returned to Daffodil Street. It was already past 7, and the sky was completely dark. He took out his key and opened the door. Klein saw Melissa taking off her veil hat and hanging it on the coat rack. "Hence," he said with a smile, "that's right." He smiled and said, "You just came back too?" At that moment, the complicated emotions he had accumulated dissipated. He felt relaxed and warm. "There's a practical class in school today," Melissa explained seriously. Klein sniffed and caught a whiff of the fragrance of food. He was taken aback and subconsciously asked, he was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Who's preparing dinner?" Just as he finished his sentence, he and Melissa answered at the same time, "Banson." Both of them sounded a little panicky. At that moment, Banson, who had heard their conversation, walked out of the kitchen and wiped his hands on his apron. "Don't you have confidence in my culinary skills? I remember when Melissa didn't know how to cook, you would wait for me to come home and watch me cook with great eagerness. Actually, cooking is very simple. For example, stewed beef with potatoes. First boil the beef, then add the potatoes, then add the seasonings." Klein and Melissa looked at each other and remained silent. Leaning on his cane, he took off his hat and turned to smile. "I think it's time to hire a maidservant. It's very unhealthy to always be late for dinner. But I don't wish for strangers to be by our side when we're chatting. That would make me feel uncomfortable." Melissa subconsciously found another reason to reject it. As Klein took off his coat, he smiled and said, "Don't worry about it." At that moment, his expression suddenly froze and he stopped moving. "That was close. I nearly took off my coat. I have a revolver under my armpit. Ahem." He cleared his throat and pretended as if nothing had happened. "Don't worry about it. When we get home, we can let the maidservant rest in her room. I don't think any servant doesn't like to rest. Yes, we have to find a maidservant who is willing to learn how to cook." He didn't want to suffer from the ravages of dark cuisine in the future. Banson stood at the kitchen door and nodded in agreement. "When we're free, we can go to the Tingen Family Servant Assistance Association. They have rich resources and sufficient understanding in this area." "All right, it's decided then." Klein ignored Melissa's unwilling gaze. "Bakeland, Empress Borough, Viscount Glaine's house. Audrey Hall, left the ball with her maidservant, Annie. She went up to the second floor and entered the bedroom that the Viscount had prepared for her. With Annie's help, she slowly took off her gorgeous dress and light dancing shoes and wore a black hooded robe that she had prepared beforehand. After putting on the hood, Audrey stood in front of the full-length mirror and began to examine herself. She saw that most of her face was covered by the shadow of the hood. Only the beautiful curve of her lips could be clearly seen. The black robe, the face hidden in the shadows, the feeling of mystery and depth. This is the look that I've always dreamed of, Audrey thought happily. She was a little worried, so she added a blue boat-shaped bonnet under the hood. There was a thin black gauze hanging down, obscuring her facial features. Not bad, that's it. Audrey stuffed her feet into her calfskin boots and turned her head to Annie. Wait for me here. No matter who comes, don't open the door. Annie looked at her lady helplessly and said, But you have to promise that you won't be out for more than an hour this time. You should trust me. I've kept my promise the previous few times. Audrey smiled as she approached her maidservant, hugged her and kissed her cheek. Then she leaped a few steps back, pulled up her hood, and turned to leave the bedroom through a secret door. She walked all the way down to the side door of the Viscount's house and saw a carriage already parked there. Master Gleant stood in the shadows, glanced at Audrey, and praised her from the bottom of his heart. He praised from the bottom of his heart, Your get-up is really yes, just like how Roselle the Great often describes it. It's very cool. Thank you. Audrey lifted her robe and bowed gracefully and happily. The two boarded the carriage and left the villa. They arrived at a house 10 minutes away. Outside the house, Audrey saw Apprentice Furs Wall and her friend, arbitrator Zio Dericha, whom she had been seeing frequently recently. Furs's brown hair was slightly curled, and her light blue eyes had a natural laziness to them. She pointed at Zio Dericha. And said, She's an excellent persuader. She can help you get what you want. Zio Dericha was rather short. She was at most 5 meters tall. Her facial features were delicate and soft, but her eyes didn't seem to have matured, making her look rather young. Although she had messy, shoulder-length yellow hair and was dressed in a traditional knight's training suit, she exuded an indescribable majesty and charisma. Audrey had met him a few times. She smiled faintly and greeted him. She smiled faintly and called out, Miss Zio, can I trust you? You don't have to worry at all. Zio Dericha smiled and gestured for her to follow. Just as she was about to catch up to Audrey and Gleant, there was a sudden clang. Audrey looked in the direction of the sound and saw a gleaming triangular spike lying beside Zio Dericha's feet. Audrey and Zio Dericha looked at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. After more than 10 seconds, Zio Dericha quickly and agilely crouched down, picked up the triangular spike and hit it on her body. We have to prevent any accidents from happening. Some people lack sufficient rationality and aren't easily persuaded, Zio Dericha explained in all seriousness. Audrey nodded wordlessly and answered in a clear voice. She replied in a clear voice, I believe you. This is a tool that allows certain people to converse with us calmly, Furs added as she looked at the lawn. The 4 of them didn't say anything else. They took a few steps forward and knocked on the wooden door with 3 long knocks and 2 short knocks. With a creak, the main door slowly opened. Audrey, who had entered the state of a spectator, saw many people sitting scattered inside. Some of them used various methods to hide their faces, such as relying on hoods and masks, while others didn't care and exposed their facial features. Almost instantly, Audrey noticed a black-robed man sitting on a single-seater sofa. The man also wore a hood, hiding his face in the shadows. He stared at the guests silently, giving off a condescending vibe. He's very confident, but his gaze is disgusting. His gaze keeps moving around my body like 2 slippery tentacles, trying to peel off my clothes. Audrey had sharp senses and meticulous observation. She calmly made a judgment, but she almost got goosebumps. At this moment, Furs introduced. Chapter 132. Mr. A? It feels more like a criminal's code name and not the name of a mysterious powerhouse. It can't be compared to the Fool at all. No, those who can be compared to Mr. Fool are probably deities or important figures second only to deities. Audrey's thoughts raced as she suddenly felt a sense of superiority. She looked at Mr. calmly and lowered her voice to speak to Furs and Zio Dericha. Does this gentleman have any past achievements? Viscount Glaint, who was also wearing a hooded robe, was also very curious. Zio Dericha replied with a serious expression. There have been a few such incidents in the past. Sequence 8 and even Sequence 7 Beyonders have targeted Mr. A in an attempt to deal with him, but in the end they all disappeared without a trace. What a powerful Beyonder! Glaint exclaimed in admiration as he repeated the previous introduction. As they spoke, the four of them entered the house, and the gatekeeper immediately closed the door. After adapting to the light from the gas lamp, Audrey saw two blackboards erected in front of her. There were lines of words written on them. At this moment, Furs, who was holding an unlit cigarette, whispered, "Those are the needs of the members of the gathering. That's what the members of the gathering want. You should be able to understand. Many people don't want others to know what they have to avoid being targeted by greedy people. So they will write on the blackboard anonymously what they want or what they want to sell, as well as the approximate price and item requirements." Audrey nodded slightly. She didn't bother observing the members of the gathering and directly scanned the items on the blackboard on the left. Requires the eyes of an adult Manhattan fish. Spectre's dust, 165 pounds. Roselle the Great's notebook, 3 pages, 20 pounds. Upon seeing this, Audrey could no longer maintain her composure as a spectator. She was shocked and excited. These prices are too cheap, she thought excitedly and happily. As she walked, her gaze moved and she saw even more items. Infant's tears, flowers, 200 pounds. Mummy powder, 10 grams, 5 pounds. Murloc mucus, 30 milliliters, 29 pounds. Sequence 8 Sheriff Potion Formula for 150 pounds. Too cheap. The Beyonder ingredients didn't even exceed 300 pounds. Audrey's eyes lit up as she followed her companion to find a place to sit down. At this moment, Zio Dericha moved closer to her ear and asked softly, "What do you want?" Audrey's breathing became heavier. Roselle the Great's famous declaration flashed through her mind. "I want them all." She had 2 brothers, so it was not her turn to inherit the title and the main estate, but as a girl who was the favorite of her parents and brothers, she had 300,000 pounds, worth of houses, fields, pastures, mines, jewels, stocks, shares, and bonds to her name. This was considered her share of the family property, but before her father, Earl Hall, passed away or she married, she would only possess it in name and receive a corresponding annual annuity. Even so, she earned 15,000 to 25,000 pounds a year. She was one of the wealthiest female nobles in the entire Rouen kingdom. Of course, as a noble, there were many necessary expenses, especially since she already had an annuity. She couldn't rely on her parents for everything. She controlled herself and replied reservedly, "I'm only interested in Emperor Roselle's notebook for now. I'm his admirer. I think the special runes or words he created have mysterious powers. It's just that we haven't found the right way to combine them. Audrey, you're becoming more and more hypocritical," she added silently in her heart. Just as she finished speaking, a young man in a white shirt and black vest, sitting on a chair nearby, chimed in excitedly, "Yes, that's it. I've finally met someone who shares the same opinion as me. I'm the owner of the 3 pages of the notebook. I can sell them to you right now." Audrey was at a loss at first, but then she replied with a smile, "Then please allow me to express my gratitude." She took out 2 10-pound notes and handed them to him in exchange for the 3 pages of Roselle the Great's diary. Of course, no one here knew that it was a diary. They only referred to it as a notebook. Flipping through the pages, Audrey confirmed that the words were similar to the ones she had obtained in the past. She put away the diary and asked Zio and Furs in a low voice, "If the notebook is fake, who can I look for? Mr. A?" "Yes, Mr. A doesn't allow fraud in his gatherings." "Yes, I can also help you arbitrate in private," Zio Dericha answered eagerly. "I understand." Audrey entered her spectator state and began to examine the Beyonders and Beyonder reserves present. Due to the young man's agitation, many people had noticed them. They were either overtly or covertly sizing up Audrey and Glaint, but none of them could see through the hood. The sofa, chairs, and coffee table were scattered around, all facing the blackboard. The material is ordinary, which means that the convener, Mr. A, isn't a noble and is very casual in this regard. Yes, with the confidence he displayed, he wouldn't deliberately put on such a disguise. Audrey rolled her eyes and observed calmly. Mr. A sized up all the ladies present, and his gaze often stopped on the good-looking ones. He's very lecherous. Why does he keep looking at me? He can see through the hood? At this point, Audrey's heart skipped a beat. She felt disgusted, as if she had eaten a fly. But soon she relaxed because she realized that Mr. A wasn't looking at her or the other women. This means that his eyes can't see through the fabric directly. His eyesight is very outstanding. It's as if he's sizing me up at close range. Under such circumstances, the hood is of little use. Audrey quietly observed the transactions of the others and grasped part of the situation of the people present. At this moment, Mr. A's attendant walked over and whispered to the four of them, "You can write your requests on a piece of paper for me. You can write your requests on a piece of paper for me. Or you can go to the small room and write the items you want to sell on the blackboard during the break." Furs took a whiff of her cigarette and looked around warily. "Have you decided on the sequence 9 formula you want?" Over the past few days, she had fulfilled her promise and told Audrey and Viscount Glaint all the information she knew about the sequence pathways. Audrey pretended to think for a moment and said, "Spectator. I want to become a spectator. Yes, I also want the follow-up to spectator, telepathist." She considered that she would have to interact with Furs and Zio Dericha frequently in the future. Sooner or later, they would discover that she was a Beyonder, a spectator. Therefore, she decided to use this opportunity to bring the matter to light and completely cover up Tarot's existence. Although it'll be a waste of money, it's worth it. Audrey secretly praised herself. At the same time, she noticed that Zio Dericha would look at the blackboard from time to time with a look of longing and depression. "Zio told me that the corresponding sequence 8 for Arbiter is Sheriff. She's looking at the formula worth £450. Yes, I can tell that she's very eager for the Sheriff formula. She's been an Arbiter for more than a year, and she's been unconsciously acting as an Arbiter. She should have digested the potion. All the details above indicate that Zio is short of money." While Audrey was secretly making a judgment, Viscount Glaint stated his choice. "Apothecary. I need the formula for sequence 9, apothecary." Sensing Audrey, Furs, and Zio's gazes, he explained with a chuckle, "To me, having health and not being afraid of most diseases and injuries is the most important thing." A rational choice. I once dreamed of being an apothecary too. Furs sighed with a smile. She had a languid and decadent temperament. After making the decision, Audrey and the rest wrote their requests on a piece of paper and handed it to the attendant. Then they watched as the attendant walked around and asked them one by one, collecting quite a number of pieces of paper. The attendant mixed up the pieces of paper and handed them to his companion, who was in charge of the blackboard for him to register the information. "I need the formulas for the spectator and telepathist potions. The price will be negotiated face-to-face. Every time a piece of paper was written, the attendant would read it 3 times. If anyone was interested, they would secretly request for a room and complete the transaction with the attendant's help." After waiting for a while, Audrey and Glaint didn't receive any requests for a transaction. They were both a little disappointed. At this moment, another attendant walked over and approached Audrey, handing her a folded piece of paper. "Mr. A gave this to you," the attendant said in a low voice. Audrey unfolded the piece of paper and glanced at it. It read, "Are you interested in other sequence 9 formulas?" The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up in disdain, and she wrote in the blank space on the piece of paper, "I'm only interested in the Spectator." She folded the piece of paper again and returned it to the attendant. She watched as the attendant handed it to Mr. A. Mr. A opened it and glanced at it. He didn't say a word and continued to watch the gathering members in silence. However, Audrey keenly noticed that the piece of paper had quietly burned and turned into ashes that fell to the ground. After another 15 minutes, Mr. A said, "We've entered the break stage. We've entered the resting phase. You can communicate freely." At this moment, the young man who had sold Roselle's diary approached Audrey and said excitedly, "I've already deciphered a portion of Roselle the Great's special runes and tattooed them on my body. I've obtained pretty good powers. Are you interested?" Audrey suddenly recalled that she had once asked Mr. Fool if the special words in Roselle the Great's diary contained any magical powers. Mr. Fool's answer was that they couldn't unless a deity was suddenly interested. She looked at the young man in front of her, thought for a moment, and probed, "What kind of pretty good powers did you obtain?" The young man replied excitedly, "I'm stronger and healthier. I'm stronger and healthier." Audrey looked at him with pity and said, "I'm sorry, but I believe in my own research more." In the remaining time, she continued to observe the gathering, but she didn't obtain much useful information. She only roughly judged that there were members of normal professions like doctors and lawyers. After another half an hour, Audrey and the others left and returned to Viscount Glaine's villa, where they stayed until the ball ended. At around 10 o'clock at night, Audrey returned home. Just as she was about to get the maid to prepare hot water, she suddenly saw Susie give her a look. Chapter 133. After finding a reason to get the maids to leave for the time being, Audrey locked the door and turned to look at Susie, who she didn't know was considered her pet. "Did you hear anything? Or did something happen to you?" The golden retriever, Susie, calmly squatted there and howled, causing the surrounding air to tremble. "Yes, I heard the Count and a few members of Parliament discussing matters in the study. They said that the King and the Prime Minister have reached a consensus to give up the plan to seek revenge on the Fasak Empire on the east coast of Balam." "Where's the east coast of Balam?" Seeing Susie's astonishing mastery of Rouen, Audrey felt mixed emotions. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "I'll give you a map tomorrow." "All right," Susie replied cheerfully. "The King and the Prime Minister believe that the most important thing now is to push forward with the reform plan from before. They want to use a public examination to determine the government personnel. They hope to get this matter passed by both the House of Lords and the House of Commons before October." "Really?" Audrey asked in pleasant surprise. This was the first thing she had attempted to secretly guide with her own abilities after becoming a spectator. If it could become a reality, it would fill her with a sense of accomplishment. Susie answered very honestly, "I can't give you a definite answer. This is only what I heard. I don't even have a deep understanding of what they mean. After all, I'm just a dog that has just begun learning." Audrey was momentarily stunned before she beamed. "Susie, you did great. This is your reward." She took out a bag from a beautifully decorated cabinet, tore open the seal, and placed it in front of Susie. This was a dog biscuit made from flour, vegetables, meat, and water by Bakelin Pet Care Company. It was a snack that Susie loved very much. Susie, who was sitting upright, sniffled and raised one of her paws, as though she was considering how she should eat to match her present status. A few seconds later, she gave up on thinking and followed her instincts. She pounced forward and rushed towards the door with the bag of rations in her mouth. She straightened her body and opened the door with one paw. She went out and hid in the shadows, snorting as she began enjoying her snacks. On Sunday afternoon, After catching up on the sleep he had lost while guarding Cheney's gate, Klein took a trackless public carriage to evil Dragon Bar. He had originally planned on using divination to find Monster Ader Missile and find out the reason for his recent strange behavior. However, he had been interrupted by the mandated Punisher's sudden loss of control, so he had no choice but to wait until today. Passing through the billiard room, they entered the underground market. This time, Klein didn't have to look around. He saw Aude Missile cowering in a corner, shivering. The young man with messy, greasy black hair and a pale, ugly face sensed Klein's approach. He immediately covered his eyes and leaned against the wall, trying to move to the side door. However, Klein had already caught up with him and blocked his way. He quietly tapped his left molar twice. In his spirit vision, Aude Missile's aura was rather unhealthy. No matter which color it was a little dim. This also meant that although he didn't have any major illnesses, his body was extremely weak. At the same time, Klein discovered that the monster's emotional color exuded obvious fear and nervousness, as well as a blue that lacked rational thought. The surface of his astral projection had expanded from the deepest parts of his ether body. Its color was transparent and colorless, as though it was formed from pure light. Is this the uniqueness of a natural monster? Klein nodded indiscernibly. He stared at Aude Missile's face and said, "What have you seen recently? What have you seen recently? What have you encountered? Why are you hiding in a corner, shivering, saying that they're all dead and corpses?" At this moment, Aude Missile lowered his head and looked at his toes, as though he didn't dare look at the person in front of him. Wearing grayish-blue trousers and a tattered linen shirt, his body trembled as he replied in a panic. "No, I didn't see anything. No, I didn't see anything. No, I just had a dream." The dream was full of blood, and the ground was full of dead people. "Ha, sob, sob, sob. I was among the dead. I was there too. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." He laughed and cried at the same time. The contents of his reply left Klein feeling as though his thoughts were in a mess. Rubbing his sun acupoint, Klein asked in a deep voice, "Why are you afraid of me?" Aude Missile was taken aback for a few seconds before he suddenly squatted down and shouted in extreme fear, No. Gazes followed as Klein immediately felt awkward. "I didn't do anything to you. Why are you shouting as though something has happened?" He laughed dryly and saw Aude Missile curled up and trembling. He was only begging for mercy and didn't say anything else. All he could do was open up a distance from him and pretend to be passing by. Maybe I should ask Mr. Aztec, but he went to the north of the Faceac Empire for a vacation last week and won't be back until next Thursday or Friday. Before that, I'll report to Captain. Klein covered his mouth and yawned. Then he turned around and left the underground market. After receiving this week's salary, his private stash of money had returned to £8 10 soldi. However, he could only take a look at the Beyonder ingredients. Of course, if he wasn't afraid of the high interest, he could borrow from his boss, Swain. Walking out of Evil Dragon Bar and waiting for the public carriage, Klein's thoughts wandered as he thought about what was going to happen next. There's only 1 week left, and I'll be able to pay off the £12 I withdrew at the beginning. I'll finally be able to bring home £3 a week, and Melissa won't have an excuse to delay hiring a maidservant. I'll hide the other £3 for a while and save up some money. Also, I have to get the telepathic reader formula from Daxter Guderian as soon as possible or find the corresponding clues. I'll use the excuse of giving my subordinates funds to exchange for cash from Miss Justice. This can be done through an anonymous bank account. In the process, I'll use divination to interfere. This will be very safe and won't expose my secret. After getting on the public carriage, Klein didn't go straight to the Blackthorn Security Company. Instead, he planned to spend 2 hours at the Divination Club. This was to pave the way for the next step of digesting the potion. Furthermore, to Klein, he was quite famous in the divination industry. Some of his old customers would visit him again, and some would introduce their friends to him. If it was a coincidence, he might even have more than 10 deals in an afternoon. This way, even if he only went twice a week, he could still earn about £0.5. To the poor Mr. Fool, this was quite beneficial. Sigh, it's a pity that I spoke too nicely back then, and my image was too perfect. There's no way I can change the divination fees. Sitting in the club's conference room, Klein drank side black tea as he thought helplessly. With his current reputation, even if he charged for solely, there would still be people who would come for his divination. However, as a seer who respected fate, he could only maintain the price of 8 pence. Although Klein had completely digested the potion, he wasn't willing to take the risk of going against the rules of a seer he had previously concluded. This included not using divination to obtain extraordinary benefits. After all, he didn't know if it would cause him to lose control or something bad to happen. The Nighthawk's internal information didn't have the concept of digestion, so Klein couldn't determine if there were any risks after completely digesting the potion. He couldn't do anything that violated the corresponding rules. Just as he was thinking about these things, the beautiful receptionist, Angelica, came in. She walked to his side, lowered her body, and whispered. Mr. Moretti, someone is looking for you for a divination. Red agate room. All right. Before Klein came, he had confirmed if it was a suitable day for him to go to the club. He had received a definite answer from his divination. He took his half-top hat and walked out of the conference room. He saw a customer waiting at the entrance of the red agate room. This customer was a girl of 16 or 17 years old. She was wearing a light blue dress with ruffles and holding a gauze hat of the same color. She had naturally curly brown hair, a cute face with baby fat, and a pair of beautiful light blue eyes. Elizabeth. Klein recognized her as his sister's good friend, Elizabeth, who studied at Ivos Public School. He had once helped her choose an amulet and resolved Selena's magic mirror divination incident with her help. Elizabeth was equally pleasantly surprised. Mr. Moretti, is it really you? I was wondering if it was you when I saw the name. After all, I'm a mysticism enthusiast. Klein explained helplessly before adding, Don't tell Melissa. Oh, and Selena. The result of my divination was that it was suitable for me to come to the club. How did I end up meeting Elizabeth? As he shook his head, he turned around and opened the door to the red agate room. At the same time, he tapped his left molar twice. He slowly entered the room and sat in the fortune-teller's seat. He looked up at Elizabeth. With just a glance, his brows furrowed. The young lady's aura was dyed with a layer of dark green, a sign of being haunted by ghosts and vengeful spirits. Klein calmly made a judgment and asked, Have you been having nightmares recently? Do you have recurring nightmares in which the things in your dreams are repeating? Elizabeth, who had just locked the door, was stunned before she could even sit down. After a long while, she finally replied. It took her a long time before she replied, Yes, that's why I'm looking for you. Klein leaned back and asked, What kind of dreams did you have? When did it start? Since the last 2 days of my vacation in Lamed Town. Oh, my family has a small manor there. Elizabeth could be considered half a mysticism enthusiast, so she had long recalled the corresponding situation. In my dreams, I would always meet a knight dressed in full black armor. He held a huge broadsword in his hand, and his face was completely covered by a helmet. All I could see was a pair of glowing red eyes. He kept trying to approach me, and I would run away in fear. The distance between us grew closer and closer. Klein thought for a moment and asked, In the 2 or 3 days before you had such a dream, did you come into contact with antiques, ancient ruins, funerary objects, or mausoleums? Elizabeth recalled for more than 10 seconds before saying, I went to the mountains near Lamed Town a few days ago. There was an abandoned castle there. This is the standard opening of a supernatural novel. Klein lampooned, silently impressed. What's wrong? He pressed. Then did you leave anything behind in the castle? Or did you take anything from the castle? Elizabeth knitted her pretty eyebrows together, and after a while she asked uncertainly, I was pricked by the thorns and bled. Does any blood left behind count? Klein nodded solemnly and answered in a deep voice. Chapter 134. Upon hearing Klein's answer, Elizabeth immediately felt a little nervous. She subconsciously sped up and said, "Can you help me divine the reason? It would be even better if you could divine the solution. Divination can at most provide a direction for the solution. Furthermore, it's filled with symbolism, blurry and easy to misinterpret. Of course, you're very lucky. I'm not just a simple seer, but a true scholar of mysticism." Klein silently lampooned the girl's question and said solemnly, "Since it's related to a dream, I suggest using divination in this aspect." All right. Elizabeth nodded like a chick eating its food. Klein maintained his professional demeanor and said, "I need you to sleep here and recreate that dream. That won't be a problem, right?" Klein maintained his professional demeanor and said, "I need you to sleep here and recreate that dream. That won't be a problem, right?" However, she quickly added with a stutter, But I can't guarantee that I'll definitely have that dream." But she quickly stuttered and added, But I can't guarantee I will definitely have that dream." Then she quickly added with a stutter, But I can't guarantee that I'll definitely have that dream." Then he pointed to the sofa by the side of the onyx divination room and said, "Please." "No, there's no need. I'll just sleep here." Elizabeth shook her head gently and crossed her arms. "When I feel tired in public school, I'll sleep like this during the break between classes." As she spoke, she used her arms as a pillow and leaned her upper body forward to the edge of the table. "All right, you can pretend that I don't exist." Klein smiled as he observed her aura and the color of her emotions to determine if the girl had successfully fallen asleep. Okay. Elizabeth closed her eyes and buried her face in her arms, trying her best to even out her breathing. Klein didn't say another word as he leaned back in his chair. The room immediately became abnormally peaceful. It was a feeling that calmed one's mind and made one forget external peace. After a while, after confirming that Elizabeth had fallen asleep, Klein took out a semicircular silver sheet from his pocket. It was filled with Hermes words that were difficult for ordinary people to understand, as well as all sorts of symbols, numbers, and labels. This was the dream charm that Klein had successfully created yesterday morning. At the same time, he had also completed 2 slumber charms and 2 requiem charms. The former was a rectangular silver sheet, while the latter was a triangular one. This allowed him to differentiate between them in an intense battle. "Crimson," Klein said in a deep voice as he said a word in ancient Hermes. This was the activation incantation that he had set up. As there was still a follow-up segment to inject spirituality, there was no need for it to be different from others. It was fine as long as it was suitable for memory and short enough. As the mysterious voice reverberated, Klein felt the dream charm in his palm turn light, as though it had temporarily lost its weight. After the spirituality was infused, he immediately placed the talisman on the table in front of him. A transparent flame rose silently and wrapped around the talisman, burning it with a deep and serene black color. The blackness quickly spread out and enveloped Klein and Elizabeth. Klein seized the opportunity and entered a state of cogitation. Using his spirituality, he saw an illusory and hazy oval ball of light in front of him. This ball of light was surrounded by boundless darkness, making it look exceptionally lonely. Klein didn't dare delay. He immediately released his spirituality and touched the incorporeal light ball. Silently, the scenery around him began to turn upside down, but it quickly fixed into a yellowish-brown plain. There were many dead horses and humans on the plain. There was blood and weapons everywhere. Elizabeth was wearing a regal dress with long sleeves and a gauze hat. She was looking around in a daze. She immediately caught sight of Klein, and a pleasantly surprised smile surfaced on her face. "Mr. Moretti, we meet again. Back when I went to the divination club with Selina to get someone to do a divination, I suspected that the Klein Moretti on the list was you. Later on, I went a few more times, but because I had to attend classes, I always missed your schedule. When it was summer break and I was free, Father and Mother brought me to Lamed Town for a vacation. You will definitely be able to help me, right? As he listened to the girls rambling, Klein was momentarily taken aback. So Elizabeth had long suspected that I was working part-time at the divination club. She even specially came to look for me a few times. She didn't show any signs of abnormality just now. Yes, the surprise was real, and it happened to cover up my true thoughts indeed. Everyone is honest in their dreams except for me, Mr. Fool. While he was deep in thought, Elizabeth's dream changed. A tall knight who was more than one, 9 meters tall, dragged a broadsword that could touch the ground and walked over step by step. The knight was wearing black full body armor, and there was a faint sound of metal clanking as he moved. 2 flame-like red lights shone through the gaps in his visor as he stared intently at Klein and Elizabeth. The thoughts of a wraith. It's not even at the level of an evil spirit. Klein, who was already in a spirituality state, didn't need to activate his spirit vision. In the classification of the Nighthawk's internal data, remnant resentment and indignation were the weakest and easiest to deal with, followed by shadows and wraiths. Evil spirits were considered extremely troublesome soul-type monsters, and the most terrifying evil spirit was said to be in no way weaker than a high-sequence beyonder. With this in mind, Klein took a step forward and stood in front of Elizabeth. Then, he stomped his right foot heavily, shattering the dream. Countless firefly-like beams of light flew as his spirituality returned to his body, allowing his eyes to see the dim onyx divination room once again. He saw the table with all sorts of divination props, and the dream charm that had been burnt to a crisp, leaving only a small amount of ash. Looking at this scene, Klein couldn't help but feel his heart ache when he thought about how the charms in the Evernight goddess's domain were made of pure silver. This thing is burning money. Even if I don't consider the cost of labor, just the various materials alone would cost an average of 6 to 8 soli per charm. Yes, thinking about the beyonders of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, I feel a lot more balanced. After all, they burn gold. The corresponding metal for the sun domain was gold. At this moment, Elizabeth softly grunted and slowly woke up. She sat up straight again. She evaded Klein's gaze and said, "Mr. Moretti, are there any results from your divination?" "Yes." Klein nodded seriously. "The nightmare will disappear on its own in less than a week. I'll report to the captain and have him send someone to Lamed Town to deal with it." Klein filled in the unspoken part in his heart. "Really? That was great. Thank you, Mr. Moretti." Elizabeth suddenly became excited and moved. Then she suddenly frowned. "What's wrong?" Klein asked with concern. "Nothing. I just remembered that I have to go home." She slowly took out the 1 soli note that she had prepared earlier and placed it on the table. Then she took her hat and bid Klein farewell in a reserved manner. After leaving the red agate divination room, she walked briskly to the staircase outside the door. After confirming that no one was watching, she shook her arms and cried out in pain, "So numb, so numb!" Inside the Blackthorn Security Company, Dunn rubbed his forehead. His gray eyes stared at Klein opposite him. "Did you encounter another Beyonder incident when you returned so suddenly?" "Hey, Captain, why do you sound so disdainful?" Klein cleared his throat and answered without hesitation, "Yes." "What incident? What incident?" Dunn Smith rubbed his forehead again. Klein answered in a clear manner, "2 incidents. 2 things. First, when I went to the underground market to buy the talisman materials, I found monster Adamasol curled up in a corner, trembling in fear." At this point, he frantically hinted that he needed to pay for the materials. As for the cost of searching for Daxter Guderian, he couldn't bring himself to mention it, since it involved the Red Chimney. Furthermore, he deeply regretted not entrusting it to 2 detective agencies. Dunn didn't seem to understand the hidden meaning behind Klein's words. He nodded and said, What happened to Aude Missile? Klein exhaled silently and described in detail. Aude Missile had a dream. Adamasol had a dream. He dreamed that the ground was covered with blood and dead people, including himself. He was terrified. Dunn spoke slowly, as though he was in deep thought. As a seer, what do you think this symbolizes? A disaster. A disaster that affected a wide area. Other than that, there's no other information. Besides, not every dream of Aude Missile has any symbolic meaning. Klein answered after some deliberation. I'll submit it to the Holy Cathedral and see what their opinion is. Dunn shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. This isn't something I'm good at. Klein didn't have any other ideas, so he switched to talking about Elizabeth being haunted by a wraith. Lamud Town. That lady is a believer of the goddess, right? Dunn asked thoughtfully. Yes. Klein answered affirmatively. Then there's no problem. You and I will head to Lamud Town now and try to enjoy dinner there. Oh, and bring Fry along. His powers are very useful when it comes to matters related to corpses and ghosts. Dunn rubbed his sun acupoint, trying hard to remember if he had forgotten anything. If Elizabeth didn't believe in the Evernight goddess, then she would have to hand it over to the mandated punishers or the machinery hive mind according to her specific faith. If her faith wasn't even in the 3 major churches, then it would belong to the machinery hive mind, which was in charge of the suburbs. Klein didn't say anything else. After waiting quietly for a while, he finally heard Dunn add, Also, the 3 of us will be working together. Also, the 3 of us are working together, so we can apply to use sealed artifact 3-0782. 3-0782? Klein thought hard for a while before remembering that the corresponding sealed artifact was the mutated sun sacred emblem. The beyonder effects of this sacred emblem seemed to be able to last for a very long time. Its function was to constantly purify corpses and ghosts within a 15-meter radius. Its disadvantage was that it would also purify the souls of ordinary people. Research showed that if an ordinary person were to stay within a 15-meter radius for an hour, they would become an idiot who only knew how to praise the sun. The limit for a beyonder was 6 hours. As for ghosts and corpses, they would dissipate in less than a minute. Captain actually remembers the code name of this sealed artifact. F*CK. I feel like my memory is inferior to his. Klein was suddenly stunned and nearly found a noodle to hang himself. At this moment, Dunn Smith leaned back and asked with his gray eyes, What's your plan? Chapter 135. Captain, that's the question I wanted you to ask. Klein nodded seriously. I feel even better. I even believe that I can pass the Holy Cathedral's test right now. It's an indescribable feeling and confidence. Realizing that his answer might have been a little vague, he couldn't help but add, Perhaps the potion's name is the key. Perhaps the name of the potion really is the key. When I strictly follow the principles of a seer that I came up with to be a fortune-teller, everything becomes better and easier. Yes, I can already use a more covert method to activate spirit vision. Dunn frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing as he muttered to himself in thought, The potion's name. After about 10 seconds, he looked at Klein again. Do you need to go back and inform your family? Sunday is the 2nd day after you started guarding Cheney's gate. You should be able to rest. Considering that Elizabeth was his sister's good friend and that he had promised to resolve the problem in a week, Klein didn't feel awkward and replied, There's no need to waste time. After we set off, we can just make the carriage circle around Daffodil Street. All right, go look for Fry. I'll fill in the application form and retrieve sealed artifact 3-0782, said Dunn as he pointed to the lounge diagonally opposite. Fry was a corpse collector and didn't have the energy of a sleepless. If he had the time, he would usually take an afternoon nap. He filled in the application form himself, signed it himself, and retrieved it himself. Captain, there's a loophole in our management system. Klein lampooned silently. He took his hat and left Dunn's office, knocking on the door diagonally opposite. After knocking thrice, Fry opened the door and looked at Klein with a puzzled expression. "What's the matter?" As he had just taken an afternoon nap, his hair was a little messy, and his shirt wasn't neatly dressed. His cold and gloomy aura was greatly diluted. However, he still looks like a dead man who had just crawled out of his coffin. Klein hid his smile and answered seriously, "There's a case that involves a wraith. There's a case involving vengeful spirits. The captain hopes to get your help." "All right." Fry subconsciously raised his hand and smoothed his messy hair. He once again turned into a cold and unapproachable person. After he was dressed, the two of them sat on the sofa in the reception hall for 7 or 8 minutes before they felt their surroundings become warm and pure, as if they were receiving the holy light of the sun. Then they saw Dunn Smith walk out of the partition with an ancient badge the size of half a palm in his hand. The emblem was dark gold in color, and it was engraved with the symbol of the sun. There were lines that extended to the edges. It was sealed artifact 3-0782 from the Republic of Intis, formerly known as the Mutated Sun Sacred Emblem. Intis was the country that Roselle had changed from an empire to a republic, and then from a republic back to an empire. Now, it had established a stable republic system and was located on the west coast of the northern continent. It was separated from the Kingdom of Rouen by landmarks, such as Mid-Seashire and the Hornacis mountain range. Ever since Intis was founded, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun had been the mainstream, suppressing the Church of the God of Craftsmanship until the latter changed its name to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Therefore, the country was also known as the Nation of the Sun. Let's set off. Fry, you'll be in charge of driving. Cesar won't be able to withstand the purification of the sacred emblem for that long. Dunn instructed calmly. Cesar Francis was a civilian in charge of purchasing and applying for supplies. He was also a part-time carriage driver, but he was an ordinary person and couldn't stay within a 15-meter radius of sealed artifact 3-0782 for more than an hour. According to Klein's understanding, it would take at least 2.5 hours to travel from Zutland Street to Lamad Town, and that didn't include the time needed to make a detour to Daffodil Street. All right. Fry didn't decline. He only checked his belongings again to make sure he didn't miss anything. When the afterglow of the sun dyed the spire of the town's cathedral gold, the Nighthawk's carriage finally arrived at Lamad Town after making a detour from Daffodil Street. The town was located northwest of Tingen. Many of the buildings still retained the characteristics of the era before the age of steam. There were almost no factories, and it was the commercial hub for all the nearby villages. After parking the carriage at the corresponding spot in the town's inn, Dunn glanced at the barber shop opposite him. "I just asked the local residents. It's only a 15-minute walk from here to the abandoned castle on the mountain. It's said that it belonged to the feudal lord who ruled this place during the end of the Fourth Epoch. However, something happened after that, and it became what it is now. Of course, their descriptions can only be attributed to folklore. All right, let's go over now and finish off the wraith before nightfall. Then we'll take turns to guard 3-0782 and keep it away from ordinary people." It had been 3 hours since Dunn obtained the Mutated Sun Sacred Emblem. They were getting closer and closer to the limits of Beyonders. It wouldn't be long before they had to split up and give each other time to recover. "All right," Fry answered briefly. "I'm fine with it." Klein secretly touched the slumber charm and requiem charm in his pocket. 3 Nighthawks wearing black windbreakers and matching top hats or felt hats walked through the streets of the town and headed for the nearby hill from a fork in the road. The path was overgrown with weeds and bushes, but the road was wide enough for 2 carriages to travel side by side. Not long after, they saw an ancient castle with a collapsed outer wall. The outer wall that was still standing was covered in green plants, and the exposed areas were mottled. Before they even got close, Klein felt a bone-chilling cold. Goosebumps appeared on his arms. "There's indeed a wraith," Fry said in a flat tone as he looked at the ancient castle. Dunn turned his head to look at one of the newly promoted Nighthawks and smiled. Don't worry. With 3-0782 and Fry around, the Wraith won't cause too much trouble. He held the custom-made revolver in one hand and the mutated sun sacred emblem in the other. He took the lead and walked towards the ruined ancient castle. Klein followed closely behind, ready to pull the trigger, smash his cane, or use a charm at any moment. Whoosh! 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 When Dunn was less than 5 meters away from the ancient castle, the damaged stable and well entered Klein's vision. A cold wind that could only be described as mournful blew over, as though it was rejecting the arrival of uninvited guests. The 3 Nighthawks didn't stop and continued forward. The warm and pure feeling gradually dispersed the cold as it occupied the front of the ancient castle. They stepped on the stacked stones and passed through the collapsed outer wall. They slowly entered the ancient castle that had lost its main door and stepped on the shattered tiles. The ancient castle's hall, which was covered in moss, was rather spacious. However, the windows were narrow and located high up, making lighting a difficult task. It made the place dark and gloomy. This is also a characteristic of ancient buildings from the end of the 4th epoch and the beginning of the 5th epoch. The pseudo-historian Klein instinctively made a judgment as he secretly activated his spirit vision. At that moment, an illusory but ear-piercing roar erupted. A thick black fog suddenly emanated out of nowhere, resisting the invasion of the warmth and purity. A tall figure quickly appeared from the black fog. He wore black full-body armor and held a broadsword that normal people wouldn't be able to wield. This wraith was identical to the one Klein had seen in Elizabeth's dream. 2 flame-like red lights pierced through the gaps in the visor, staring coldly but angrily at the 3 Nighthawks. "You've disturbed my slumber. You must repay me with your flesh and blood." He suddenly took a step forward and approached Dunn in an instant. The broadsword in his hand slashed down heavily. Dunn had already agilely retreated and fired a shot with a bang. Clang! The silver demon hunting bullet failed to penetrate the illusory black armor. When it hit it, it produced a crisp but unrealistic sound. Klein and Fry retreated to the side at the same time. One of them held a gun with one hand and aimed at the 2 flames in the black-armored knight's eyes before pulling the trigger. The other's eyes turned a deep and serene grayish-white as he focused on the wraith. The black-armored knight roared angrily again and took large strides to catch up with Dunn as he swung his broadsword. Bang! The broadsword failed to injure Dunn, but it sent him flying. He slammed heavily into the side of the door, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. With a clang, 3-0782 landed on the ground. The wraith's right foot, which was wearing an iron boot, impatiently kicked over, kicking this dangerous badge that was constantly purifying its surroundings out of the castle's main door. It was kicked 15 meters away from its body. When Klein, who had missed his shot, saw this scene, he was worried and nervous. He also found it strange. It was as if he was looking down at the changes in front of him calmly and rationally. Bang! He fired another shot. The silver demon hunting bullet hit the wraith's visor. Sparks flew, but it didn't cause any obvious damage. At that moment, Fry, who had always been cold and gloomy, shouted, "Right glove!" His tone was filled with anxiety. Before he could finish his sentence, he raised his revolver and aimed at the wraith's right glove. Bang! Bang! Klein, who had almost instinctively followed Fry's instructions, pulled the trigger and fired the silver demon hunting bullet at the same time as the other party. This time, the wraith didn't use his armor to block the bullets. Instead, he raised his broadsword in preparation and easily deflected the 2 bullets. Bang! He took a step forward and charged at Klein at the speed of a charge, crashing into him. Klein was sent flying. He saw that his chest had caved in and that he was vomiting blood, but he didn't feel any discomfort. He came to his senses and fell to the ground, rolling and screaming. Suddenly, the ancient castle, the wraith, the collapsed pillars, and the moss that covered the ground strangely shattered. Everything returned to the black fog and the black-armored knight's appearance. The only difference was that Dunn clenched his fists tightly and bent his body. His gray eyes became dark and deep. Indeed, everything that happened before was a dream. Captain pulled the wraith, Fry, and me into his dream at the same time. But I'm special. I can maintain my consciousness and rationality. Klein realized that he was still standing 2 meters to the right of Dunn. He didn't vomit blood, nor did he scream. At that moment, Dunn straightened his body and looked at the wraith that was about to slash at him. He said calmly, "It's been more than a minute." The wraith was stunned for a moment before it let out a shrill scream. Black fog began to rise from its body, as though it had received a declaration of death. Corpses and ghosts that weren't at the level of an evil spirit couldn't exist for more than a minute within a 15-meter radius of the mutated sun sacred emblem. F***CK, Captain, you're so cool. Klein watched this scene from the side and nearly shouted, 666. Dunn didn't use his dream powers to kill the wraith using his home advantage, but to buy time. In the warm and pure feeling, the black fog quickly evaporated and the coldness gradually disappeared. Before long, the wraith knight, who was wearing full armor and dragging a huge broadsword, became completely transparent and merged into the void. Clang! A black iron glove fell to the ground, its surface covered in white frost. Klein was about to ask the captain if he should pick up the dropped item, but his spiritual perception was triggered when he swept his gaze across the area. Chapter 136. "There's a problem there," Klein said solemnly as he pointed at the flight of stairs that separated the living room and dining room. He had read in the internal information of the Nighthawks that when a spiritual perception had a similar situation, it usually meant that there was something evil or filthy hidden at the target location. If one wasn't confident, it was best not to touch it, or else one could easily lose one's life. Sometimes, even a mere glance could cause irreversible damage. Dunn looked over. With his high spiritual perception, he immediately realized that something was amiss. He turned to look at Klein and calmly instructed, "Do a divination to see if the exploration will be successful." Before entering the castle, Captain didn't even ask me to do a divination. He's rather confident. This means that he believes that the hidden object might be more dangerous than a wraith. Klein nodded silently, put away his revolver, and handed his cane to Fry. Then he removed the topaz pendant from his sleeve and held the silver chain with his left hand as he deliberated over a suitable divination statement. In the blink of an eye, his eyes turned dark as an invisible breeze swirled around him. "The exploration of the castle's hidden location will be successful. The exploration of the castle's hidden location will be successful." After reciting it 7 times, Klein's eyes returned to normal. He saw that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise. Although it wasn't a big rotation, it was indeed spinning clockwise. This meant that the exploration would be successful. Klein, who had become a true seer, immediately nodded at Dunn and Fry. "The danger is within the range of what can be resolved or none at all." Dunn wore the mutated sun sacred emblem on his left chest and pressed down on his silk top hat. He quickly walked towards the flight of stairs and familiarly searched for the mechanism. Fry, who had already picked up the iron glove, returned the cane to Klein. He raised his revolver and vigilantly guarded his surroundings, as if he was afraid that an enemy would suddenly appear. "I'm still not professional enough." In the domain of the Nighthawks, Klein pulled himself together, drew his revolver again, and stayed on guard. After a few minutes, the half-squatting Dunn Smith pressed something, and the flight of stairs immediately produced a heavy creaking sound. The floor there cracked open, revealing a staircase leading downwards. A cold and dirty feeling filled the air, almost solidifying. Dunn glanced at it, removed sealed artifact 3-0782 from his chest, and threw it into the secret door. After jumping a few times, the mutated sun sacred emblem stopped somewhere. If there were undead creatures inside, they would definitely pick up 3-0782 and throw it back. That would be interesting. Klein stared at the staircase and waited patiently. The lingering coldness and filth soon melted like snow under the sun. Warmth and purity enveloped the entrance of the secret door. Klein, the two of us will go down. Fry will stay here to prevent other enemies from destroying the mechanism. Dunn, who was experienced, made a decision. All right. Klein didn't have stage fright anymore. He took 2 steps forward and walked to Dunn's side. Fry nodded lightly, not letting his guard down. Pa, pa, pa. Dunn led the way down the staircase, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He didn't prepare any lanterns or torches, because to a beyonder of the sleepless sequence, darkness wasn't an obstacle but a blessing. In such an environment, their vision wasn't affected. After a few steps, Dunn suddenly turned his head and looked at Klein. I forgot that you don't have night vision. I'm used to not preparing illumination items. Captain, don't mind me. I have spirit vision. Klein realized that he didn't feel surprised at all. That handsome captain from before was indeed abnormal. In his spirit vision, the darkness in front of him was filled with gray. Although it was very blurry, it was enough for him to barely see the staircase. Yes, Captain is very healthy, and his mental state is also very good. Klein carefully stretched out his feet and slowly walked down. The staircase wasn't long. After about 14 or 15 steps, it touched the ground. Sealed artifact 3-0782 was lying there, emitting warmth and purity as it shone with a faint light. With the light, Klein could see even more clearly. He looked around and realized that it wasn't a big basement. The original shade was gone, but it was still damp. In the middle of the basement was a black coffin. The nails on it were dark red in color. The lid of the coffin had been pushed open a slit, and he could see a white skeleton lying inside. A headless skeleton. Dunn looked around before bending down to pick up the mutated sun sacred emblem. Captain, this coffin. Well, its purpose is to prevent the dead inside from turning into zombies or wraiths. Klein examined the dark red nails on the black coffin and the way they were arranged. With his rather good knowledge of mysticism, he could tell that it was an ancient ritual, a ritual to prevent zombies from turning into zombies. At the same time, he muttered inwardly, but under normal circumstances, who would be wary of their relatives turning into zombies for no reason? Ah, the person helping to bury the corpse might not be a relative. Well, the reason why the coffin was placed in the basement and not in the tomb was to prevent others from discovering it at that moment. Dunn, who was wearing sealed artifact 3-0782, leaned close to the coffin and looked at it carefully for a while. The deceased was probably poisoned to death. That means the person who poisoned him used ritualistic magic to prevent him from turning into a zombie for revenge. This should be something from 13 to 1400 years ago, right? He actually turned into a wraith in the end. This will is simply too shocking. Klein walked to the coffin and said, "Where's his head?" That ritual doesn't require cutting off his head. Dunn thought for a moment and said, "I have a theory. This wraith didn't always exist, but only appeared recently. It's only 15 minutes walk from the town to the ancient castle. The troublemakers of the past must have come often, but before this incident, there were no rumors of a wraith appearing in the ancient castle." Klein nodded indiscernibly. "Captain, do you mean that someone came here recently, opened the coffin, and took away the deceased's head?" "Yes, that ritual prevented the deceased from turning into a zombie, but it also locked his resentment in the coffin, preserving it in disguise. When the coffin was opened and the ritual was lifted, the resentment quickly turned into a wraith with the help of its metal glove. The person who opened the coffin didn't leave a corpse behind. He's not an ordinary person. Besides, why did he take away the deceased's head?" Dunn stared at the skeleton in the coffin and said, "For the resentment to be preserved for so long, other than the ritual, it should also be because of the deceased himself. He might have been a beyonder when he was alive, or he was a descendant of at least 2 generations of a mid-sequence beyonder. Yes, I'm talking about the mid-sequence beyonders in the past, sequence 6 or 5. And there's always something special about such a corpse. His head might be useful in certain rituals or situations. At this point, Dunn paused and said, "What I said before was all speculation, but some of it can be verified. We'll split up and investigate the town later. See if anyone came to the ancient castle when they were young and got injured here. Yes, if they're still alive, it proves that the wraith did appear recently." "Logical way of thinking," Klein praised. He searched the basement again, but didn't find anything else. He tried to use ritualistic magic to depict the guest who had entered the basement, but as it had been more than a month, and the wraith had lingered here for a long period of time, affecting the environment, he couldn't obtain any effective results. After that, he replaced Fry and let this expert in the field of corpses do a further examination. 15 minutes later, when the sun was about to disappear from the horizon, Dunn and Fry returned to the main hall of the ancient castle along the stairs. The former fumbled around to close the secret door, while the latter gave a brief description. It was indeed death by poisoning. The marks on the neck only appeared in the last 3 months. This means that there's a high possibility that someone came here. Klein nodded in thought. Following that, the 3 Nighthawks rushed back to Lamad town before the sky turned dark and booked 2 rooms at the hotel. The members who obtained sealed artifact 3-0782 needed to take this dangerous item for a walk outside the town. They would take turns every 2 hours, so they only needed 2 rooms. After a simple dinner, Klein, Dunn, and Fry immediately split up and went to different parts of the town to question the residents who had been staying there for a long time. And in such situations, the police identification was especially useful. "Officer, why are you asking about this?" "I remember that I used to go to that abandoned castle when I was young." "Injured?" "Definitely. How could a child not have fallen?" "I remember, yes, I was cut by the sharp rocks on the castle's outer walls." A man in his 40s with soft blonde hair looked at Klein in confusion and answered honestly. This was the 14th person Klein had questioned. 2 of them clearly remembered being injured in the castle when they were young. The captain's guess is correct. Klein made a judgment. He took back his identification and smiled. "Thank you for your cooperation. I have no more questions." Just as he was about to leave without his cane, the man in his 40s rolled his eyes and said, "Officer, are you interested in that castle? My house has a portrait of the first Baron of the castle. That's my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. Anyway, it happened a long time ago. He took an oil painting from the castle. It's said to be the portrait of the first Baron Lamad. Do you want it? It's a real antique. If it was a real antique, your house would have sold it a long time ago. This guy sure has guts. He even dared to lie to the police. Should I pull out my gun and scare him later?" Klein criticized in his mind. Thinking that it wouldn't cost him any money, he said, "Who knows if it's a real antique? Who knows if it's really an antique? I believe in my own judgment and judgment. Take it out and let me take a look." The blond, middle-aged man immediately put on a smile, returned to the house and rummaged through it. After a while, he came out with the oil painting. Klein scanned the portrait on the oil painting and saw the Baron wearing a white curly wig. He had gentle facial features, bronze skin, and an indescribable sense of vicissitudes hidden in his eyes. "This looks like Mr. Aztec." Klein's eyes widened as he subconsciously looked at the Baron's right earlobe. Then he saw an inconspicuous black mole nearby. Chapter 137. It can't be. Could Mr. Aztec be the so-called first Baron Lamad? That's a person from 1400 years ago. No. How can I be sure that the person in the portrait is the first Baron Lamad? Klein stared at the oil painting, his mind in chaos. It was as if he had suddenly realized that everyone around him had turned into monsters, or that the entire world was just a dream of a deity. He suddenly raised his head and stared at the blond, middle-aged man in front of him. He reached into his armpit holster and took out his revolver. He said in a deep voice, "This isn't an antique. If you don't explain the situation clearly, I'll arrest you for fraud and prosecute you." He didn't care if the prosecution belonged to the police. He only had one goal: to intimidate the other party and obtain information. At the same time, Klein tapped his left molar twice and activated his spirit vision to monitor the changes in the target's emotional color. The blond, middle-aged man jumped in fright and answered vaguely in horror. "No, I don't know if it's an antique either." "No, I heard that it's an antique, but I don't know anything about it. I really don't. I don't even know a lot of words." His eyes darted around as he looked around, as if he wanted to call for help. But at that moment, he saw Klein adjust the revolver and trigger, as though he was about to shoot the suspect who resisted. He straightened his back and didn't dare to look around anymore. "Where did you get this oil painting?" Klein asked with a heavy heart. The blond, middle-aged man's lips quivered as he smiled obsequiously. "Officer, my grandfather found this in the castle. More than 40 years ago, the outer walls and rooms on the second floor collapsed. Some items were found, items that no one in the past could find. Among them was this oil painting." No, it's not this oil painting. The original oil painting was already very tattered and couldn't be preserved. My grandfather hired someone to imitate it. Yes, it's the one you saw just now. I'm not lying to you. An oil painting from more than 40 years ago can indeed be considered an antique. Then are you sure that this is the portrait of the first Baron Lamad? Klein rubbed the trigger, preventing the man from moving his gaze. The blond middle-aged man chuckled and said, "I'm not sure, but my guess is—" "Reason." Klein was nearly amused by the man's shamelessness. "Because there's no name on the oil painting. Just like how I'm called Scoundrel Gray, my father is called Curly-Haired Gray, and only my grandfather is the real Gray." Klein exhaled silently. "Where's your grandfather?" "In the cemetery. He has been buried there for almost 20 years. Beside him is my father, who was buried 3 years ago." The blond, middle-aged man answered very honestly. Klein asked another question from another angle before adjusting the revolver in front of the yellow-haired man and putting it back into his armpit holster. Putting away his police officer ID, he turned around in his black windbreaker and walked toward the hotel with his hands in his pockets. He walked in silence under the faint light coming from the houses on both sides. "I'm not sure if the portrait belongs to the first Baron Lamad. I wonder if the town has any accurate historical records of the castle. But no matter what, the man in the portrait must be an ancient person, at least 1,000 years ago. Apart from his hairstyle, he's almost identical to Mr. Aztec. Is this the so-called reincarnation?" Back then, when Mr. Aztec gave up his position in other universities in Bakelin to come to Tingen, it might have been driven by some remnant instinct. Yes, there's another possibility. For example, the man in the portrait is Mr. Aztec, and Mr. Aztec is him. With this in mind, Klein was shocked and nearly tripped on the steps in front of him. He paced back and forth under the destroyed gas lamps. Combining his knowledge from the information explosion era, he made a further analysis based on his previous guess. Mr. Aztec became an undead creature for some reason, such as a vampire, so he lived from ancient times until now? That's not right. How can there be a bronze-skinned vampire? And when I shook hands with Mr. Aztec, I could clearly feel his body temperature and the blood flowing in his body. Although he hates the heat in the south, he isn't afraid of the sun. He once formed a team and rode under the scorching sun with other teachers. Yes, there's another possibility. Mr. Aztec's sequence potion or some other factor gave him a long life, and the price was the loss of his memories. Considering the different dreams he had, could it be assumed that his memory loss was cyclical? Every few decades, he will forget the past and obtain a new life, and those dreams are the real life he once experienced. I think I've read similar novels. To verify this matter, divination alone won't do. I have to find the traces of Mr. Aztec's life, traces of him not being a child, but directly starting from adulthood. Klein, who was making a bold hypothesis and carefully verifying it, began to lean towards his second guess, but he couldn't eliminate the possibility of reincarnation for the time being. He reined in his chaotic thoughts and seriously considered if he should report this matter to Captain Dunn. If Mr. Aztec is really an ancient beyonder who has lived for more than 1,000 years, then his strength will be much greater than I imagined. He warned me previously out of goodwill, but if I find clues about his past, it's hard to say if he will still maintain his goodwill. But Mr. Aztec has always been very good to me. Rashly bringing in the Nighthawks might endanger him. Phew, I'll head above the gray fog to eliminate the interference for a divination. This is the best choice a seer should make. After making his decision, Klein sped back to the hotel. Taking advantage of the fact that Dunn and Fry had yet to return, he spent one solely to get a new room. After entering the room, Klein used the holy night powder to create a wall of spirituality. Then he took 4 steps counterclockwise, passed through the crazy ravings, and arrived above the gray fog. The majestic palace stood there quietly. The ancient and modeled bronze table and 22 high-backed chairs had not changed at all. Klein sat at the seat of honor, and a yellowish-brown goatskin and a black fountain pen appeared in front of him. He picked up the fountain pen and wrote seriously, "I should tell Dunn Smith about Mr. Aztec." Then he took off the topaz pendant in his left sleeve and did a spirit pendulum divination. This time, the answer from the spirit pendulum divination was, "I shouldn't tell him." Putting down the topaz pendant, Klein, who had always followed his heart, thought for a few seconds and decided to try dream divination to be safe. This time, his divination statement became the consequences of hiding information about Mr. Aztec from the Nighthawks. Holding the goat skin and reciting it 7 times, Klein leaned back and, with the help of cogitation, fell into a deep sleep. He saw himself in the illusory, hazy, and fragmented world. He saw himself struggling to sink in a sea of blood. At this moment, a hand reached out and pulled him up from the sea of blood. And the owner of this hand was the bronze-skinned Aztec with a tiny mole near his ear. The scene shattered and reassembled. Klein saw himself in a dark and cold mausoleum. The coffins around him were open. Aztec stood beside him, staring ahead as if he was searching for something. At this moment, Klein exited the dream and saw the illusory, grayish-white and boundless fog again. The symbolic meaning of the dream was that if I were to help Mr. Aztec hide the relevant information, then I would receive his help when I'm in danger in the future. This danger might have appeared because of his help in hiding the information. What does the final scene mean? I'll be exploring a certain mausoleum with Mr. Aztec? The mausoleum might have another symbolic meaning. Klein crossed his arms and held his chin as he interpreted the contents of the dream divination. Combined with the results of the spirit dowsing, he had already decided not to report his guess to the captain. He would only mention that a townsfolk had taken out a portrait of the first Baron Lamad, which was rather similar to Koei University's history teacher Aztec. Klein couldn't be sure if Dunn had heard of this from somewhere else, so he had to explain it to him. Of course, without Aztec's narration, Dunn, who wasn't familiar with him, wouldn't be able to connect the dots. Klein even suspected that the captain didn't remember what Aztec looked like. With this in mind, he reined in his thoughts and planned to leave the world above the gray fog. But at this moment, he discovered that the crimson star that had been quiet for a long time was once again contracting and expanding weakly. Intrigued, Klein extended his spirituality and saw the youth who spoke Jotun again. He saw him kneeling in front of a pure crystal ball. The youth was still wearing black tights that were different from the styles of the various countries in the northern continent. His face was blurry and distorted, and only his brownish-yellow hair could be vaguely seen. He knelt there, and his tone was extremely pained as he constantly begged. Klein listened attentively, and with his rudimentary Jotun he could barely understand what the youth was saying. "Great God, please cast your gaze on this place that you have forsaken. Great God, please allow us, the people of the dark, to escape the curse of our destiny. I'm willing to dedicate my life to you and use my blood to please you. Forsaken place, people of the dark, great God." Klein silently recited these few key words, and suddenly thought of the place that the hanging man had mentioned. The forsaken land of the gods. Roselle's diary also mentioned it. He even sent out a fleet to search for it, but to no avail. Klein narrowed his eyes, unsure if his guess was correct. He rapped the edge of the long bronze table with his fingers, and after 3 raps he made a decision. He reached out his right hand and touched the illusory crimson star. The crimson blob immediately exploded as light flowed like water. Chapter 138. City of Silver, Mortuary Hall. Derek stood in front of the steps, his eyes red as he looked ahead at his parents who were lying in 2 coffins. A simple silver sword was stabbed into the stone slab in front of him. The sword swayed slightly amidst the thunder that shook the house from time to time. Inside the coffins, Berg and his wife had yet to truly die. They tried their best to keep their eyes open, panting heavily from time to time. However, in the eyes of some, the luster of their lives had already dimmed uncontrollably and irreversibly. "Derek, do it!" An elder dressed in a black robe and holding a sturdy cane said in a deep voice as he looked at the youth whose face was almost contorted. "No, no, no." The brown-haired Derek shook his head repeatedly, taking a step back with every word he said. In the end, he even let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Don't!" The elder struck the cane in his hand and said, "Do you want the entire city to be buried with your parents? You should know very well that we are the people of the dark who have been abandoned by God. We can only live in this cursed place. All the dead will turn into terrifying, evil spirits. No matter what method is used, it will be difficult to reverse it, unless someone with the same bloodline ends their lives with their own hands." Why? Derek shook his head in a daze and despair. Why are the citizens of the City of Silver destined to kill their parents the moment they are born? The old man closed his eyes, as if recalling the things he had experienced in the past. "This is our destiny. This is the curse we bear. This is the will of God. Draw your sword, Derek. This is a sign of respect for your parents. After that, when you have calmed down, you can attempt to become a divine blood warrior." Berg, who was in the coffin, wanted to speak, but after his chest heaved a few times, he could only let out gasping sounds. Derek took a step forward with great difficulty and returned to the side of the silver sword. He reached out his trembling right hand. The ice-cold sensation entered his brain, reminding him of the blood ice his father had brought back when he went hunting. A palm-sized piece of it could cool a room for a few days. Images of his strict father who taught him swordsmanship, his kind father who patted the dust off his back, his gentle mother who mended his clothes, his brave mother who stood in front of him when he faced a mutated monster, and his family who gathered together to share food under the flickering candlelight. Ugh! His throat emitted an extremely repressed and low growl. Then he exerted strength in his right hand and pulled out his sword. Thud, thud, thud! He lowered his head, rushed forward, raised his sword high up, and stabbed down heavily. Ah! With a painful scream, blood splattered onto Derek's face and eyes. His vision was filled with bright red. He pulled out the straight sword and stabbed it into the coffin beside him. The sharp metal pierced through his flesh. Derek let go of his hand and stood up unsteadily. He did not look at the situation inside the 2 coffins. Instead, he stumbled out of the morgue as if he was being chased by an evil spirit. His hands were clenched tightly, and he gritted his teeth. The blood on his face left faint traces. Sigh. The old man who was watching from the side. The streets of the City of Silver were lined with stone pillars. Lanterns hung from the stone pillars, and unlit candles were placed in the lanterns. There was no sun, moon, or stars in the sky. There was only unchanging darkness and lightning that tore everything apart. With the illumination of the lightning, the citizens of the City of Silver traveled on the dark streets. The few hours when the lightning subsided were considered by them to be the legendary true night. At this time, they needed candles to illuminate the city, dispel the darkness, and keep a lookout for monsters. Derek walked through the streets with his eyes fixed. He did not think about his destination, but as he walked, he realized that he had returned to his house. He took out the key, unlocked the padlock, and pushed open the door. He saw everything familiar, but he did not hear his mother's concerned voice, nor did he encounter his father's scolding for running around. The house was empty and cold. Derek gritted his teeth again and quickly returned to his room. He once again rummaged through the crystal ball that his father said was used by a city that had been destroyed a long time ago to offer sacrifices to the gods. He knelt down and faced the crystal ball. Without much hope, he began to pray painfully. "Oh, great God, please cast your gaze on this place that you have abandoned. Oh, great God, please let us, the people of the dark, escape the curse of our destiny. I am willing to dedicate my life to you and use my blood to please you," over and over again. Just as he was about to stand up in despair, he saw the pure crystal ball explode with a crimson light. The light was like flowing water, drowning Derek in an instant. When he regained his senses, he realized that he was standing in a towering palace supported by a huge stone pillar. In front of him was an ancient and mottled bronze table, and across the table sat a figure shrouded in thick gray fog. Apart from that, the surroundings were empty, ethereal, and empty. The bottom was filled with endless grayish-white fog and unreal crimson light spots. A flame of hope was ignited in Derek's heart. He looked at the figure sitting high in the seat in front of him in confusion and confusion. You are God?" After asking, he suddenly remembered a sentence from the City of Silver's general knowledge book. He hurriedly lowered his head. The sentence was, "Do not look directly at God." Klein leaned back and crossed his hands. His posture was relaxed as he replied in Jotun, "I am not a god. I'm not a god. I'm just a fool who's interested in the long history." He had already tapped his left molar twice and realized that the color of the youth's ether body was modeled on the surface of the astral projection. This meant that he was not a beyonder. The fool! Derek ruminated over the word. After a long silence, he said with difficulty, "Regardless of whether you are a god or a fool, my prayers will not change. Regardless of whether you are a god or a fool, my prayers will not change. I hope that everyone in the City of Silver can escape the curse of fate. I hope that the sun described in the books will appear in the sky. If it's possible, I also hope that my parents can be resurrected. Hey, I'm not a wishing machine." Klein released his hands and smiled. "Why should I help you?" Derek was stunned. After a long while, he said, "I will offer my soul. I will offer my soul. I will use my blood to please you. I have no interest in the blood and souls of mortals." Klein smiled and shook his head. He watched as the youth's emotions slowly turned into the color of despair. Without waiting for him to speak again, he said leisurely, "But I can give you a chance. I am a fool who likes an equivalent exchange. You can use everything you have to get what you want from me, or from others like you. Take note, it has to be of equal value. This can make you stronger. Perhaps one day you can rely on yourself to free the City of Silver from its curse and let the sky reappear." According to Derek's description, he was certain that the City of Silver was in the so-called forsaken land of the gods. Of course, he couldn't be 100% sure for the time being. After all, according to the records of the religious texts, the state of the sky without the sun still existed in the first epoch, the Chaos Epoch. After all, no one knew if there were other strange places that the countries of the northern continent didn't know about other than the forsaken land of the gods. Derek listened quietly and lowered his head in silence. After a while he replied, "Yes." After a while he replied, "I want to become the sun. I want to obtain its initial sequence, potion, formula from you." Sequence, potion, the sun. The sequence pathway of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. From the looks of it, they are indeed in the same world. And the word sequence was born after the birth of the first blasphemy slate, which was also the end of the second epoch's dark epoch. In other words, if the City of Silver is really in the forsaken land of the gods, it means that this area was separated from the northern and southern continents at the end of the second epoch. Could this be related to the cataclysm of the third epic? Legend has it that the Evernight goddess, Earth Mother, and the god of combat were born, together with the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the god of knowledge and wisdom. They protected humanity from the cataclysm. Klein obtained a lot of information from Derek's words. However, it was very difficult for him to listen, and it was even more difficult for him to organize his words. This was because he still wasn't proficient in Jotun. Fortunately, ancient Faesak was directly derived from Jotun, and in this aspect, Klein could barely be considered an expert. Therefore, his progress in mastering Jotun was very fast, so he didn't make a fool of himself. Klein maintained his posture and replied calmly, "We can put this deal on hold. We can put this deal aside for the next 2 days. For the next 2 days, you'd better not go out and try not to stay in the same room as others." He didn't know what the unit of time in the City of Silver was, nor did he know how to convert it to the time in the northern continent's Ruan Kingdom. All he could do was give a general statement that it was tomorrow. After the tarot gathering, he would tell the other party that it would be at that time in the future. That's it. As for the unit of measurement of day, since it existed in Jotun, Klein believed that even if the City of Silver didn't use it to count, the other party would understand what it meant. "All right, I will obey your orders." Derek lowered his head and did not raise any objections. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief and tapped the edge of the table with his finger. "Before I send you back, let's complete the equivalent exchange just now. I gave you a chance to grow stronger, so you have to pay the corresponding price. I've said before that I'm the fool who loves the long history. What I want in exchange is the history of the City of Silver, what you know." Derek thought for a moment before replying in a deep voice, "That's right. I will describe it truthfully." Chapter 139. The Lord that created everything. The omnipotent and omniscient God. Klein leaned back and maintained his profound posture as he repeated the keywords in the youth's words. He was no stranger to the Lord that created everything. The Book of Storms, the revelation of Evernight, and the creator in folklore had a similar title. The true creator that secret organizations like the Aurora Order believed in also had the same description. However, this was the first time Klein had heard of an omniscient and omnipotent God in this world, be it the Evernight goddess, the Lord of Storms, or the god of steam and machinery. None of them claimed to be omniscient or omnipotent. If the City of Silver is really in the forsaken land of the gods, and the forsaken land of the gods really belongs to this world, then omnipotent and omniscient God might be the honorific the living beings of ancient times had for the Creator. Klein looked at the youth in front of him thoughtfully, looking at the color of his sorrowful and pained emotions. Derek felt the fool's gaze and subconsciously lowered his head. He recalled the contents of the books and the legends told by his parents and said slowly and sorrowfully, "When the sun disappeared from the sky, when the clouds were torn apart, when lightning and thunder became the rulers, the monsters hiding in the depths of the darkness suddenly appeared. They were so terrifying and unimaginable that they destroyed one city after another in the Kingdom of Silver. The dark age of mankind has arrived. The remaining powerhouses gathered in the City of Silver. Relying on their united strength and 2 mystical items, they finally managed to defend against the attack of the Thing of Darkness. They gradually cleared out the area within a day's journey of ordinary humans and established a city-state that protected the last remnants of human civilization." A textbook explanation. Klein couldn't help but comment in his heart. The man's description made him feel like the City of Silver was in a different world from the northern continent. Perhaps this was the uniqueness of the forsaken land of the gods? He thought without showing any emotion on his face. Derek took a deep breath and continued, "Don't worry. In the first few decades, plants couldn't grow, and the City of Silver had a severe lack of food. They could only rely on hunting dark monsters and mutated animals to fill their stomachs. The population began to decline uncontrollably. Fortunately, we later found black-face grass. It was able to survive in such an environment and became our reliable and stable source of food. It was believed to be the final blessing left behind by the great god. It allowed the City of Silver to persevere generation after generation, lasting 2,582 years in the Dark Age. This is the time recorded by the past chiefs. The other citizens of the City of Silver consider day when there is more lightning, and consider it night when there is less lightning. The alternation is a day. Because it's often chaotic, we can't grasp the exact number of days. What a strange place! Klein was glad that he didn't take it for granted that it would be tomorrow, but rather vaguely described it as the next 2 days. After briefly describing a few things in the history of the City of Silver that were worth remembering, he said, after the population recovered to a certain extent, the number of Beyonders also increased. After the population recovered to a certain extent, the number of Beyonders also increased. The 6-member council began to organize elite teams to explore the darkness. Recently, to this day, we've already explored the original territory and the nearby cities. We're heading deeper into the deeper and more terrifying darkness. At the periphery, we discovered quite a number of cities with strange styles that had been destroyed. We suspect that they were shelters built by the remaining humans. Unfortunately, they were ultimately devoured by the Thing of Darkness. The things of darkness he's describing should be referring to the various unimaginable monsters hidden in the depths of the darkness. Klein nodded indiscernibly. The Kingdom of Silver was once under the rule of the Giant King's court, so the Beyonder chain we have is the Giant Pathway. We also call it the Divine Blood Warrior Pathway. When we killed some monsters and explored the destroyed cities, we obtained some potion formulas of other sequences. However, the chain isn't complete. It's more or less incomplete. Derek began to introduce the current situation of the City of Silver. Hearing this, Klein suddenly became spirited. Although his posture didn't change, he was obviously more focused. I love to understand things related to sequence potions. The Giant King's court. The City of Silver shares the same history as the Northern Continent? The history of the Second Era. Killing monsters would drop recipes? Was this a game? No, there's another possibility. Those monsters were once humans, Beyonders. Klein suddenly felt a little heavy. Seeing that the fool didn't say anything, Derek gritted his teeth and deliberated. The potion formulas of the Giant Pathway are Sequence 9, Beyonder Warrior, Sequence 8, Gladiator, Sequence 7, Weapon Master, Sequence 6, Dawn Paladin, Sequence 5, Guardian, and Sequence 4, Demon Hunter. The higher sequences are only known by the elders of the 6-member council. Sequence 4, Demon Hunter. This is the name of a high sequence potion formula. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Klein felt gratified that he had finally grasped the title of a high sequence Beyonder, but he suspected that it was an ancient name. It was different from the current description in the Northern Continent, just like the difference between a storm priest and a seafarer. Yes, Beyonder Warrior, Gladiator, Weapon Master. It sounds a little familiar, right? The complete sequence that the Church of the God of Combat has is very similar. Sequence 9 Warrior, Sequence 8 Pugilist, Sequence 7 Weapon Master. Due to confidentiality issues, Klein only knew the names of the first 3 formulas of the Church of the God of Combat's complete sequence. But that didn't stop him from equating the two. From the core meaning, it's basically the same. The complete sequence that the Church of the God of Combat has is the so-called Giant Pathway. It's said that this deity that appeared in the 3rd epic, which is the Cataclysm epic, inherited the legacy of the Giant King's court? Or is he an ancient giant himself? As Klein made his analysis and judgment, he maintained his indifferent gaze. Derek continued with the introductions. After the initial difficulties, the City of Silver has always been ruled by a 6-member council. The elder with the highest position is addressed as chief, while the other 5 are equal. The current 6-member ceremonial council is made up of 3 demon hunters, 2 guardians with the greatest potential, and a shepherd. F*CK, the City of Silver has 3 high-sequence Beyonders. a demigod and half-human expert. Just one of them alone would be enough to destroy Tarot a few hundred times. Klein felt a little guilty when he heard that. He had never tried to pull someone under the nose of a high-sequence beyonder. However, considering that the youth in front of him was only an ordinary person and wasn't even a sequence 9, he was certain that he wouldn't receive the attention of a high-ranking person for a long period of time. Shepherd, is that from another sequence? Those incomplete sequences. It sounds very similar to the style of the Aurora Order. That member of the Aurora Order, whose name I've forgotten, kept mentioning the Lord's Lamb in his letter to Mr. Z. Klein maintained his leisurely posture and asked casually, "What's the matter with the Lord?" Shepherd? Yes, this is the sequence pathway we found from the cities that were destroyed by the things of darkness. It's only sequence 5, Shepherd. But Elder Lovia is very powerful, very strange, and very terrifying. It's said that she once fought against a high-sequence evil spirit without being injured. Therefore, when a seat in the 6-member council became vacant, she made an exception and became an elder, Derek answered with a hint of fear. Klein thought for a moment and asked with a smile, "What's the previous sequence to Shepherd?" "I'm familiar with it. As you know, there are always differences between historical and modern names. In the City of Silver, the name of the potion has never changed," Derek retorted instinctively. Then he lowered his head and said, "Sequence 9, Secrets, Suppliant, as expected." Klein was satisfied that his conjecture had been confirmed. This was the name of the Sequence 9 of the Aurora Order. Sequence 8, Whisperer, Sequence 7, Hermit Ascetic, Sequence 6, Rose Priest, Sequence 5, Shepherd. Derek recounted everything he knew. Whisper, listener, about the same. "Ha! I know more than the Tinjin branch of the Nighthawks." Klein was in a good mood as he gestured for Derek to continue. Derek briefly described the current situation in the City of Silver. In the end, he couldn't help but mention, "We are under the curse of fate. Be it an ordinary person or a beyonder, they will turn into evil spirits after death. However, the evil spirits that beyonders turn into are more strange, more terrifying, and more difficult to deal with. In history, this curse has nearly destroyed the City of Silver several times. The only way to resolve it is for someone of the same bloodline to personally end the life of the deceased. What a cruel matter. I hope you can become stronger and find a way to free the citizens of the City of Silver from the curse." The fool Klein, who was just an empty shell, could only give him free chicken soup. "So, I want to become the sun. When the sun shines on the land, we didn't encounter any curse," Derek muttered with great difficulty and pain. Klein nodded slightly and said, "You will have the chance. You will have the chance. Remember, in the next 2 days, I will pull you into this place at any time. Try to avoid being with other people." "All right," Derek replied in a deep voice. "Before that, you need to confirm your code name." Klein smiled as he pointed to the surface of the long bronze table. A deck of tarot cards had already appeared there. He believed that Derek definitely hadn't come into contact with such things, so he gave a brief introduction and said, "Choose a card as your code name." Excluding the Fool, Justice, and the Hanging Man, Derek took 2 steps forward, flipped through the tarot cards, and said without hesitation, "That's right." Without any hesitation, he said, "Sun, I choose Sun. Remember your choice. It will accompany you for the rest of your life," Klein said in a familiar tone of a charlatan. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and severed the connection with great self-control. He then watched the crimson light retract as the youth in front of him turned into a phantom and dissipated bit by bit. Chapter 140. The crimson in front of him dissipated, and Derek Berg once again saw his bedroom and the pure crystal ball. Kacha! The crystal ball shattered from the inside out, either turning into illusory rays of light that flew into the surrounding void, or falling to the ground with a crackling sound. All of them were sparkling. Derek looked at the scene in a daze. From the reflection of the bronze mirror beside him, he discovered that the blood on his face was mottled. He discovered that the back of his right palm had a crimson light swirling inwards, forming a circle that radiated lines. The strange symbol drilled into the back of his hand in the blink of an eye and disappeared completely. Derek was stunned for more than 10 bolts of lightning to illuminate the sky before he finally woke up from his dreamlike state. He looked at the crystal ball fragments on the ground, then at the back of his right hand. His gaze gradually darkened. He walked out of his bedroom and returned to the living room. He opened the door and looked up at the sky above the city of silver. A bolt of lightning flashed, and everything was covered in a silver glow. Following that, amidst the rolling thunder, the world returned to darkness. It was a darkness without any light, a darkness so deep and heavy that it left one in despair. Derek clenched his hands into fists. There was no joy in his eyes, only sadness and pain. But he was no longer at a loss. Phew, I've tricked another member. No, I've recruited another member. Klein shook his head and laughed, mocking Taro's current strength. The leader, the fool, was only a sequence 9 and had just digested the seer potion. And the city of silver that the sun said was hopeless had at least 3 high-ranked sequence, 4 beyonders. One more time, and I can explain the situation to the captain and make a special request. Once I become a clown, I won't just be a support anymore. Klein didn't stop. He extended his spirituality, wrapped it around his body, and descended rapidly. Passing through the gray fog and the ravings, he returned to his room and dispelled the wall of spirituality. Following that, Klein picked up the key, opened the door, and went to the 2 rooms that Dunn had booked. After confirming that the captain and Fry hadn't returned, he walked to the first floor and pushed the key to the boss. The boss glanced at the wall clock and gave him a thumbs up. Well done. Hey, why do you think I open an hourly room? Klein opened his mouth to explain, but in the end, he decided to let the other party continue to misunderstand. Feeling wronged, he comforted himself. This way, he won't be able to mention in front of the captain that I booked another room. After going out and pretending to walk around, Klein did a quick divination and returned to the hotel based on the results. He went straight to the 2nd floor and, as he expected, saw Dunn and Fry in one of the rooms discussing the results of the investigation. It can be confirmed that the wraith only appeared in the last 2 to 3 months. Dunn looked at Klein, who opened the door and came in, nodded, and gave a conclusion. Klein immediately echoed, "Of course." My investigation has also confirmed this. He picked out the key points from the previous questions and said, "Ha! A townsman named Gray, the rascal, claimed that he had a portrait of the first Baron Lamud in his house. He said that it was an antique oil painting from more than 1,000 years ago. Don't tell me you spent money to buy it?" Dunn's gray eyes flickered. He was stunned for a moment before he asked directly, "Captain, do you think I'm such a gullible idiot?" Klein laughed dryly. No. Although I'm only a history student, I've attended some archaeology classes. I have a certain amount of experience in this area and can tell if it's real or not. The person in the oil painting looks like my history teacher, Mr. Aztec. He mentioned the most important matter in a casual and nonchalant manner. As expected, Dunn didn't pay attention to this. He rubbed his eyebrows and said, "A town with ancient ruins like this is always filled with all kinds of antiques. I just met a townsman who was selling Baron Lamud's silver wine glasses. Someone tried to sell me the Lamud family's emblem. He said that it was dug out from the castle," Fry echoed. Klein subconsciously asked, "You didn't buy it, right?" Fry looked at him, and he looked back at Fry. Neither of them continued the topic. "The next mission is for you or Fry, who has recovered, to take sealed artifact 3-0782 to a deserted place outside the town. Otherwise, most of the people in the inn will become idiots who only know how to praise the sun. You first, or Fry?" Dunn said as he looked at Klein with his gray eyes. "Me." Klein raised his hand slightly and smiled. "It's not too late. I can get a good night's sleep when I come back. Is it a 2-hour rotation?" "Yes, Fry." Go with Klein and confirm the location of the handover. Dunn turned to look at Corpse Collector Fry. During the investigation, he had found an opportunity to pass sealed artifact 3-0782 to Fry. Otherwise, Fry would have long been purified and started praising the sun. As for Fry, he didn't have enough time to recover and could only last for another 3 hours. All right. Fry took out the mutated sun sacred emblem from the inside of his black windbreaker and handed it to Klein. Klein received it curiously. He felt that the emblem's metal was warm to the touch, as if there was hot water flowing inside. The warm light was like a ripple spreading outwards layer by layer, bringing with it a pure smell. At the same time, Klein felt that the dark gold sacred emblem with the symbol of the sun was constantly cleansing his spirituality, removing impurities and leaving behind purity. Indeed, a sealed artifact has a very dangerous side to it. A moment of carelessness can lead to death, or even more tragic than death. He muttered to himself as he wore sealed artifact 3-0782 inside his clothes. After confirming the condition of the revolver, charm, and cane, he and Fry walked out of the room, left the inn, and headed straight for the outskirts of Lamad town. The two circled the sparse and quiet forest and confirmed that there was no one alive within dozens of meters. "If anyone comes near, chase them away," Fry reminded him coldly. "I'll take over in 2 hours." "No problem," Klein replied with a smile. Watching Fry walk into the town, he found the half-height rock he had been eyeing. He plucked a leaf from the side and wiped its surface. Then he touched the top of the rock with his finger and observed his finger under the crimson moonlight. After confirming that there was no mistake, Klein lifted his black windbreaker and sat down. "Don't stand if you can sit," he added silently in his heart. After a few minutes of silence, he looked at the dark, silent, and frighteningly deep forest. He could not help but stand up and take out different small metal bottles from a hidden pocket on the inside of his clothes. He sprinkled herbal powder and essential oil extract around the rocks. Then, Klein recited an incantation in Hermes. With the help of the materials, spirituality surged out and sealed the area he was in. He had 2 goals for this simple ritual. First, he didn't need to rely on a seer's premonition of danger to prevent corpses and ghosts from sneaking up on him. Second, he wanted to disperse mosquitoes. It was 100 times more effective than floral water. Satisfied, Klein sat down again. After sitting in a daze for a few minutes, he curiously took down sealed artifact 3-0782 and carefully examined the mutated sun sacred emblem. "I wonder if I can divine its origin and special source." Suddenly, an interesting idea flashed through Klein's mind. He took out a piece of paper and a fountain pen he carried with him and wrote a divination statement, "The source of the mutated sun sacred emblem in my hand." As a qualified and true seer, Klein had long been prepared for divination at any time. After reciting the divination statement 7 times, he closed his eyes and entered a state of cogitation. Using it as a springboard, he began his own dream. In the dream, he only saw pure light. Other than that, there was nothing else. Yes, the church must have tried it with other seers in the past. There's no source on the information, which means that they didn't obtain any effective results, just like what happened to me just now. Klein sighed and thought, "I wonder what the results will be after eliminating the interference." As soon as this thought surfaced, it immediately occupied his mind, making his curiosity reach its peak. After hesitating for more than 10 minutes, he saw that the night was quiet and there was no one around. He was hidden in the woods and wouldn't be seen by passers-by. So he stood up, took 4 steps counterclockwise in the wall of spirituality, and once again entered the world above the gray fog. In the majestic palace, Klein sat at the end of the long ancient table, conjuring a yellowish-brown goatskin, a black fountain pen, and the mutated sun sacred emblem in front of him. It feels quite real. He picked up sealed artifact 3-0782 and weighed it in his hand. He felt that its shape and touch were the same as the outside world. conjuring it directly based on my feelings? Klein muttered and wrote down the divination statement again, the source of the mutated sun sacred emblem in my hand. After reciting it 7 times, he took the goat skin and sealed artifact 3-0782, leaned back and entered the dream. In the gray, illusory world, Klein saw a drop of golden, warm, and bright liquid. It floated above the altar, and in front of it stood a man dressed in a classic white robe. The man's back was all that could be seen. He had lost all signs of life, and he slowly fell towards the altar. At that moment, the sun's sacred emblem in his hand touched the drop of golden liquid, and the latter quickly seeped into it. When Klein saw this, the dream quickly faded and he woke up. So it's because it has fused with the drop of golden liquid that this sacred emblem can always be effective and can't be controlled. Yes, at least it has been decades since it was discovered, and its purifying ability hasn't declined. I wonder what that drop of golden liquid is. Some kind of high-grade Beyonder material? Klein played with the conjured sealed artifact 3-0782 in his hand and fell into deep thought. After a few minutes of consideration, he tried to make the conjured mutated sun sacred emblem split the golden liquid in reverse according to his feelings in the dream. Klein looked in shock and amazement at the emblem that was no longer warm and pure. He looked at the floating drop of golden liquid and had a higher evaluation of the mysterious space above the gray fog. This was enough to be called magical, even if it was just an illusory object that had been separated. The source of this drop of golden liquid. He wrote a new divination statement in excitement. Chapter 141. The source of this drop of golden liquid. After reciting the divination statement 7 times, Klein held the goatskin parchment, held the virtual golden liquid, and leaned back in his chair. He didn't know if he could perform a divination by relying purely on his senses. All he could do was make a bold assumption and carefully seek confirmation. In just a few seconds, Klein's eyes darkened, turning from brown to black as he entered a cogitation state. His eyelids drooped as he saw an illusory and hazy dream. In the blurry and fragmented world, a golden, dazzling sun suddenly leaped out. A deep snort came from across countless voids, and a pure and bright light instantly ignited everything. Golden and scorching flames swept outwards in a frenzy. Boom! Klein left the dream as his body trembled and tumbled to the side. His body had already turned into a burning torch. At that moment, his thoughts were in complete chaos. Not a single normal thought surfaced in his mind. Rumble. The mysterious space above the gray fog shook violently, and the magnificent palace collapsed inch by inch. The ancient and mottled bronze table was smashed into several pieces, leaving holes in it. This terrifying change only lasted for 3 seconds before the world above the gray fog returned to silence, as though nothing had happened. The golden flames on Klein's body gradually extinguished as he rolled on the charred ground, screaming in pain until he regained his ability to think. He held onto the armrest of the high-back chair and stood up with great difficulty. He was horrified and confused by what had just happened. Before this, he had never imagined that a single divination would bring about such an outcome. He took a few breaths and looked up to survey his surroundings. He realized that the towering palace and the ancient table that had never changed had been destroyed. This was unprecedented damage to the world above the gray fog, which had never been abnormal. What's going on? Did my divination point to an incredible existence? Klein recovered a little as he let the charred parts of his body fall off as he made guesses. If it wasn't for the mysterious space above the gray fog, I probably wouldn't even be left with ashes. Could that drop of golden liquid be the blood of a god? Did I just see the eternal blazing sun or a powerful angel under him? No, it's a Sunday. I feel like it's more like the former. Damn, did I look directly at a god? The more Klein thought about it, the more scared he became. He felt that he had almost died. The ignorant are truly fearless. If you don't court death, you won't die. In the future, I can't use everything for divination. Who knows what I'll see? If it happens again, I really don't know if this mysterious space will be able to help me block the most fatal damage. If that happens, I'll really die. Yes, if I continue trying with the golden liquid, it definitely won't work. The existence that I suspected to be the eternal blazing sun was also affected by the mysteriousness, strangeness, and suddenness of the divination above the gray fog. He didn't have the time to react. If he was prepared, this mysterious space probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, Klein's figure returned to normal. It was no longer charred black, but compared to before, it was dimmer and more illusory. He raised his hand to rub his sun acupoint and suggested the idea of restoring the palace and the long table. The palace that looked like a giant's residence and the long bronze table were instantly restored. Everything was back to its original state. Klein sat down, leaned back in his chair, and gave a self-deprecating laugh. This isn't entirely a bad thing. At least I figured out the limits of this mysterious space. I have a definite goal. Only an angel that's close to a god can fully activate the power above the gray fog, right? Sigh, I need to add another rule to my seer's code of conduct. Do not randomly divine matters that might involve high-level creatures. Yes, don't randomly activate your spirit vision. If you look directly at something you shouldn't look at directly, it might be game over on the spot. In the outside world, there isn't this mysterious space that can help me resist most of the negative effects. After a few seconds, Klein's expression suddenly turned odd. This was because some knowledge was reverberating in his mind. Yes, knowledge. In the short moment of contact with existence that was suspected to be the eternal blazing sun, Klein had been in a state of divination. Therefore, he had instinctively divined some matters and knowledge from the other party. He quickly used the technique of dream divination to recall and organize what he had gained that wasn't part of his original goal. He picked up a black fountain pen and wrote one by one. 1. Do not look directly at God. 2. Pure white angel. 3. The creation technique of the flaring sun charm. This is a relatively high-level charm in the domain of the sun. Its effects can last for a year before weakening. There's no need to hold a ritual to pray to the eternal blazing Sunday. Instead, sealed artifact 3-0782 can replace it and steal its power from the mutated sacred emblem of the sun. 4. Extremely hostile towards the Lord of Storms and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. 5. Bard Potion Formula. Main ingredient 1 crystal sunflower or the tail feather of an adult flint bird or a pyromancer bird. 1 siren stone or 1 singing sunflower. Supplementary ingredients 1 midsummer grass. 5 drops of July wine juice, 1 elf dark leaf. 6. Light suppliant potion formula. Main ingredient 1 radiant stone or the powder of a dazzling soul, or the blood of a mirror hedgehog or the heart of a lava troll. Supplementary ingredients 1 golden edge sunflower, 3 drops of aconite juice 7. Priest of light potion formula. Missing main ingredients. Supplementary ingredients are 5 grams of rosemary, 7 drops of fingered citron juice, rock water. 8. Sequence 4 unshadowed potion formula. Main ingredient can be extracted from the mutated sun sacred emblem. In addition, 3 tail feathers of an adult sun divine bird and a piece of holy radiant stone can be used as a substitute. Supplementary ingredients are lacking. After writing the above 8 lines, Klein couldn't help but tap the edge of the long bronze table. This harvest was much more than he had imagined. To him, he was already very satisfied with surviving that rash divination. Who knew that there would be an additional survival reward? From the internal information of the Nighthawks, he knew that the sequence pathway of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun was called Sun, and sequence 9 was barred. It was a job that used their singing to bring courage and strength to themselves and their companions, bringing about piety and obedience. Their slogan was, "Let us praise the sun." The corresponding sequence 8 was Light Suppliant. It could cast spells and rituals in the sun domain, and it was very effective against corpses and ghosts. Sequence 7 was called High Priest of the Sun. Its spells and sacrificial abilities in the domain were greatly enhanced. In other words, I've obtained the complete potion formulas for Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 of the Sun pathway. Yes, it's different from the previous ones. This time, the potion formula even lists the names of substitutes or ingredients from different periods, as expected of a formula that was divined directly from the eternal blazing sun. Klein thought in relief. As for the request from the youth in the City of Silver, he had originally planned to see if the hanging man could resolve it. After all, the Church of the Lord of Storms and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun were the most ancient Orthodox religions. They sometimes cooperated and sometimes resisted each other for tens of thousands of years. It was perfectly normal for the former to have the starting sequence of the Sun pathway. The hanging man might not have paid attention to such matters in the past and hadn't applied for access to the corresponding information. But with his identity as a Sequence 7 seafarer, it would be relatively easy for him to obtain it. However, there's no need for him now. I've resolved it myself. I've resolved it in an unbelievable and extremely dangerous manner. Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, son, your fool nearly turned into a charred corpse. Klein lampooned in his heart with lingering fear. He lowered his head to look at the records on the goatskin and thought about the other formulas. Could Priest of Light be the ancient name for High Priest of the Sun? No, the Nighthawk's internal information didn't mention it at all. Furthermore, the contents of my divination didn't indicate. Is this Sequence 6 or Sequence 5? Sequence 4 unshadowed. This is the first high sequence formula I've obtained. It's a pity that I lack the names of the supplementary ingredients. I wonder if there's any way to make up for it. That drop of golden liquid is indeed the blood of a god. Sealed artifact 3-0782 is probably more powerful than anyone imagined. In my opinion, it's enough to become a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Yes, it should be, because the Nighthawks in the past only verified whether this item has living characteristics, how dangerous it is to the humans around it, how difficult it is to control its influence, and whether it can be used against corpses and ghosts. There's no way to figure out the source of that special characteristic. This mutated sun sacred emblem is probably able to fight against evil spirits. How could the personnel back then easily find an evil spirit to experiment on as a qualified Nighthawk? I can't become the owner of sealed artifact 3-0782. But yes, I can find an opportunity to create a flaring sun charm and steal its power. It's impossible this time. I didn't prepare the corresponding ingredients. How can I, a Nighthawk of the Evernight goddess, carry ingredients from the sun domain with me? Klein rubbed his temples, regretfully. Seeing that there were no other movements above the gray fog, he finally felt relieved. He confirmed that the eternal blazing sun hadn't followed the clues and found him. Don't look directly at God. Don't look directly at high-level creatures. I must remember this. The eternal blazing sun's hostility towards the Lord of Storms and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom is extremely strong. Why? What's a pure white angel? Amidst his thoughts, Klein felt an emptiness and pain in his head. Furthermore, he felt that a long time had passed. He had to return to the outside world as soon as possible to prevent anyone from discovering anything abnormal. Previously, he thought that he would only need to make 2 or 3 divinations in this mysterious space, which would take less than a minute. Furthermore, with the wall of spirituality separating them, he would immediately sense it while he was above the gray fog. Therefore, he felt very safe and didn't consider too many unexpected factors. In the end, he nearly succeeded in courting death and wasted a lot of time. As he was afraid that he would be met with a light of purification upon exiting, or that he would discover that the mutated sun's sacred emblem had been destroyed, he held his heart in his throat and allowed his spirituality to envelop him as he plummeted. The crimson moonlight shone into his eyes, and the darkness was hidden deep within. Klein once again saw the sparse forest, the weeds in front of him, and the undamaged sealed artifact 3-0782 3-0-7-8-2 in his palm. After being on tenterhooks for a few seconds, he finally believed that he was safe. Phew! Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He felt a deep sense of exhaustion after frantically testing the boundaries of death. Chapter 142. The exhausted Klein removed the sealed wall of spirituality, allowing the cool night breeze to blow on his face with the smell of grass and trees. The breeze woke him up a little. He caressed the warm and classic sealed artifact, 3-0-7-8-2 in his palm, and sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that this emblem would contain a drop of God's blood? The experts of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun must have searched for it before. But to no avail, stretching his neck, Klein didn't dare to try anything else. He wore the mutated sun sacred emblem on the inside of his windbreaker. He followed the chain and took out a silver vine-patterned pocket watch. He snapped it open and glanced at it. There was still more than an hour before Corpse Collector Fry's shift. I need 2 matches to support my eyelids. This is the side effect of courting death. Klein had no choice but to take out a small metal bottle from a small hidden pocket, remove the stopper, and bring it to his nose. The pungent smell of peppermint and disinfectant quickly entered his nose, causing goosebumps to surface. He felt energized and instantly forgot about his sleepiness. This was a formula he had learned from Corpse Collector Fry. It was called Quelleg's oil. It could help a person resist the stench of decay, and it also had the effect of refreshing the mind. For the next hour or so, Klein was tormented. From time to time, he would stand up and stroll around. There were a few times when he was bitten by mosquitoes in the forest and sucked his blood. Finally, he saw Fry, who had a high nose, thin lips, black hair, and blue eyes, walk out of the town in a windbreaker with a cane in hand. Although Fry still looked cold and gloomy, like a zombie, Klein felt like he had seen his savior. He covered his mouth and yawned until his eyes were brimming with tears. He went forward and removed sealed artifact 3-0-7-8-2 from the inside of his clothes. What happened? Fry looked at his teammate's pale face and took the initiative to ask. Klein sighed. I was on duty at Cheney's Gate last night, and I didn't sleep well this morning, so I'm very sleepy now. He didn't dwell on this matter and changed the topic. I'll be on rotation after 4 hours. 7 hours. Captain doesn't need to sleep in the middle of the night. Fry took the mutated sun sacred emblem. Cultivation makes people happy. Klein silently slandered the captain. He bade farewell to Fry and walked towards the town. On the way to the hotel, he took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. It's almost 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time. What a warm person! Klein smiled and sped up. He returned to the hotel and pushed open the half-closed door. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the boss, he walked up to the 2nd floor and entered his room. After locking the door, he took off his jacket and shoes. He didn't wash himself, but directly fell onto the bed. In less than 10 seconds, his breathing became heavy, then long and steady. In his dream, Klein returned to Earth. In front of him was a game that he had yet to complete. On his left was iced cola and spicy chicken wings, while on his right was bitter bamboo shoot soup and rice. He had never eaten bitter bamboo shoots, but he liked to use them as ingredients to cook soup with meat slices. The soup was refreshing and appetizing, and it had a slightly seductive aroma. It was perfect for making rice. With a good dipping sauce, he could eat an extra bowl of rice than usual. Just as Klein was about to enjoy his supper and play the game, the scene in his dream changed. It once again presented the interior of 2 Daffodil Street. Klein suddenly realized that he was in a dream. He saw himself sitting at the side of the dining table, holding a copy of the Tianjin Daily News. In front of him was tomato oxtail soup, pan-fried lamb chops, mashed potatoes, and oatmeal bread. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at the door. He suddenly saw a figure standing outside the oriel window of the living room, quietly staring at the figure inside the house. Klein jumped in fright. He immediately recognized the figure as the gray-eyed Dunn. Half his face was pressed against the window as he silently looked at the person inside. "Captain, can you not scare me in my dreams? Is this how you act as a nightmare?" Klein thought, amused and annoyed. He took out a spoon, scooped up a piece of beef, and put it into his mouth. "Yes, it's my handiwork." He sighed inwardly. He understood why he had suddenly woken up from his dream and why the scene on Earth had instantly disappeared. When someone invaded his dream, he would naturally be alerted. At that moment, Dunn left the oriel window and directly pushed open the Moretti house's door. Draped in a black trench coat, he quietly walked to the opposite side of Klein. He took off his hat, nodded slightly, and sat down. Without standing on ceremony, he picked up his knife, fork, and spoon. He quickly finished the tomato oxtail soup, pan-fried lamb chops, mashed potatoes, and oatmeal bread. Klein watched in a daze, unsure of what his captain was trying to do. "Phew!" Dunn exhaled in satisfaction and gave Klein a thumbs up. He then took out his pipe and matchsticks and took a puff, intoxicated. After exhaling the smoke, he stood up, took his hat, and gave an old-fashioned but steady bow. He then strode out of the Moretti house and left the dream. Klein stared at his captain's back, unable to snap back to his senses for a long time. He lowered his head to look at the empty plate, subconsciously trying to recreate the food from before. But this time, be it the tomato oxtail soup, pan-fried lamb chops, or mashed potatoes, none of them continued to appear in his dream. It was completely devoured. Is this the power of a nightmare? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he thought helplessly. So, Captain's goal is to prevent me from having supper in my dream? This is really a nightmare. This nightmare's acting is really creative. He let out a laugh, exited the dream, and went back to sleep. At 5:30 the next morning, Klein, who had to wake up early, had his coffee, toast, and bacon. He then rushed out of town to replace Dunn. At 7:00, they promptly set off for Tingen. They arrived at 36 Zutland Street before 10:00. After the energetic Dunn placed sealed artifact 3-0782 back into Cheney's Gate, Fry sat in front of the typewriter. Before the clerks arrived, he personally wrote yesterday's mission report and the corresponding reimbursement request. Klein watched from the side for a while and was satisfied to see that all the materials he had used were included in the list, including the ones he had used to repel mosquitoes and insects. He didn't go home immediately, as he had already arranged to meet Dr. Daxter of the mental asylum at 1:00 in the afternoon at a predetermined location. There's still the tarot gathering at 3:00. Why does a boss of a secret organization like me have to live such a tiring life? Klein muttered to himself. He laid in the Nighthawk's break room for 2 hours to catch up on his sleep. He wasn't worried about forgetting the knowledge and matters he had obtained last night. He could use divination to recall them. What he was afraid of was that he would ignore the existence of the knowledge and matters, losing even the thought of divining them. Therefore, before he slept, he went through all the details in his mind to deepen his impression of them. This was also the reason why Klein insisted on writing weekly summaries to sort out the various situations. After lunch, he took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. He put on his hat and left the Blackthorn Security Company. He went to the shooting club at 3 Zutland Street. He pushed open the door and entered the reception hall. Klein didn't go straight to the shooting range that belonged to the Nighthawks. Instead, he found a seat in the hall and sat down. He held his black cane and waited patiently. The place he had arranged to meet Daxter was at the shooting club on Zutland Street. They had agreed to meet by letter. When Klein needed to meet, he would write a letter to Dr. Daxter Guderian as the patient's family member, asking about a special illness called dissociative identity disorder. In the letter, Klein would use various methods to mention the word spectator. He would use the hidden ink dots to confirm his identity, and the time the letter mentioned would be the time of the meeting. As for the location of the meeting, it had already been decided during their first meeting. If Klein felt that it was time to change the location, He would inform him during the meeting. When Daxter Guderian wanted to meet but wasn't in a rush, he could send the letter to the Hound Tavern or the shooting club. The recipient would be Mr. Hornacius, and Klein would pick it up at a fixed time. If there was an emergency, he had to pass the letter directly to the owner of the Hound Tavern, right? He also had to mention that he was looking for mercenaries. That way, as a peripheral member of the Nighthawks, Wright would immediately send the letter to the Blackthorn Security Company. After waiting for a while, 2 minutes before 1, Klein saw the rather gentlemanly Daxter walk into the hall of the shooting club. He wore a black silk top hat and a fitted tuxedo. He held a cane inlaid with silver in his hand and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Daxter looked around inconspicuously and saw Klein, who was nodding slightly. He retracted his gaze and walked to the front desk. He skillfully applied for the shooting range and rented a gun. He had already been here once. Small shooting range 7, 3 soldi per hour. Revolver rental fee is 1 soldi and 6 pence per hour, including 6 rounds of bullets. The receptionist quickly settled the matter. After Daxter confirmed that the time was 1 hour and paid the 10 soldi fee, he received the revolver and extra bullets. He was then led to the corresponding shooting range by the receptionist. Klein waited for another 5 minutes before slowly getting up. He held his cane, walked to the outside of small shooting range 7, and knocked on the door. With a creak, the door opened slightly. Daxter cautiously peeked his head out to look around before stepping aside. Klein immediately entered and locked the door. "Good afternoon, Mr. Daxter." As he spoke, he took out a 10 soldi note and handed it to Daxter. "We won't let a peripheral member bear the cost of the meeting. That's because I can claim it," he added silently. Daxter didn't reject it and accepted the cash. He then asked in a deep voice, "Officer Moretti, why did you want to meet me?" Chapter 143. Of course, Klein wouldn't mention the telepathist formula right from the start, but he didn't hide his thoughts. After all, he was facing a spectator, and it wasn't easy to fool him. Has Hood Eugen been behaving strangely recently? He first asked about the patient in the asylum who had turned Daxter Guderian into a member of the psychological alchemy. Daxter scrutinized Klein's gaze, expression, and actions. He thought for a moment and said, "No, he's the same as before. Frankly speaking, I think that if he wanted to leave the asylum, he could immediately act healthy and normal, but he didn't do so. He remained in there, seemingly trying to cure every patient. Those who were chaotic, violent, or had abnormal thoughts improved a little. Perhaps Hood Eugen is using this method to train his Beyonder powers." The corresponding sequence, 7 psychiatrists for a spectator? Perhaps it's even higher. Since Hood Eugen didn't become a psychiatrist in the asylum, but instead disguised himself as a patient, it means that he hasn't truly grasped the acting method. It should be, as Daxter guessed, that he's training his Beyonder powers, and this kind of training is similar to the acting method. It can, to a certain extent, alleviate the negative effects of the potion. Hence, Hood Eugen decided to make the asylum his home. Klein openly expressed his deep thoughts about Hood Eugen. This would make Daxter Guderian feel that he knew a lot, understood a lot, and was unfathomable. With this in mind, Klein also deduced something else. The psychological alchemy hadn't grasped the acting method. After all, even a powerful member at least Sequence 7 didn't know. In this era, where Beyonders were rare, a Sequence 7 was considered mid-level in any secret organization. It was enough to know important things, especially the kind that could effectively help members resist losing control. The psychological alchemy was a secret organization established in the last 200 to 300 years or even later. It was normal for them to not have grasped or concluded the acting method. Currently, the only organization that clearly proposed this method was the Secret Order, and this was an ancient organization with a history of more than 1,500 years, dating back to the last era. The Church of the Goddess is even older than the Secret Order. Just the revelation of Evernight's Letters of the Saints clearly recorded a history of almost 3,000 years, and this doesn't include the myths and legends from before. Why didn't such a church discover the acting method? In such a long history, in such a huge organization, there would always be members with unique ideas who would try all sorts of possibilities unconsciously or experimentally. Just like Spirit Medium Daily, they might not have been able to clearly propose the acting method, but they had already started from the name of the potion and touched upon the correct path. Through good feedback, they gradually figured out something. With the accumulation of generations of examples, unless the upper echelons were a bunch of curly-haired baboons, it was impossible for them not to come up with the acting method. Klein's thoughts scattered as he made the connection, and he was suddenly shocked. In the eyes of other Nighthawks who didn't know the acting method, people like Spirit Medium Daily were all geniuses. They were existences that ordinary members couldn't emulate, so no one would suspect why it was difficult for Daily and the others to transfer their experiences to themselves. However, in the eyes of those who had grasped the acting method, it was extremely odd. Klein believed that in the long history of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, Spirit Medium Daily was definitely not the first member to use an acting method to quickly digest a low-sequence potion. She might not even be ranked in the top 10 or top 50. This doesn't make sense based on probability, unless Daily didn't figure out the acting method herself and had someone else's guidance. That means that the Church of the Evernight Goddess isn't able to come up with the acting method because of the old path. All the members follow the will of the past and believe in the experiences of their seniors. They don't dare to rebel at all. After all, rebelling often means losing control. Yes, other than this explanation, there's another possibility. The upper echelons of the church have concealed the acting method for some reason. I have to flip through the corresponding information and find examples of Beyonders from the Church of the Goddess quickly digesting the potion, as well as figure out what happened to them. Klein thought solemnly. Daxter observed his expression and waited for a minute or two. "Officer, is there a problem with Hood Eugen's performance?" "Not at the moment. I just thought of something else," Klein answered with a smile, throwing his doubts aside. He asked, "Has the psychological alchemy done anything recently?" "No, other than a small gathering in Awa County to exchange items and experience," Daxter answered honestly. Klein nodded slightly. "Then, how's your physical condition?" Daxter controlled his expression and said, "It's not good. I still hear ravings and hallucinations frequently. If I wasn't a psychiatrist, I might even think that I'm suffering from some sort of illness." As he spoke, his expression turned solemn. "I followed Hood Eugen's and your instructions and ignored the hallucinations and ravings. It made me feel much better, but it still affected my sleep. It made me irritable and easily angered. I didn't feel like myself anymore. It was as if a brand new me was growing inside me, or perhaps I could describe it as a new personality. I'm very worried and afraid that I might suddenly lose control one day. It's just as I expected, and I didn't even need divination to predict it." Klein was prepared for this and smiled. "You don't have to worry. You're now a peripheral member of the Nighthawks, and you have your own benefits. As an ancient organization, we have many ways to prevent ourselves from losing control. It might not be 100% effective, but it can definitely help you. Also, I'm willing to share my personal experience with you. You have to know that the man standing in front of you only took a month to completely rid himself of the hallucinations and ravings. You should know from Hood Eugen and his other companions how difficult it was. For the sake of the spectator's corresponding sequence 8 telepathist, Klein boasted a little. He made it sound like he was being honest. "Officer, there are lies in your words, but most of them are true," Daxter suddenly said calmly. "What do you want from me?" "It's so hard to deceive a spectator." Klein smiled and replied, "It's not just about what I want. There's also Miss Justice, of course." He knew that Daxter would definitely think that the Nighthawks wanted something. "If your method is indeed effective and the item or information you want is within my reach." Daxter said after some deliberation. "I'll pay you in advance," Klein said frankly. "We want the telepathist formula." He wouldn't hide the potion formula and hand it over to the captain, saying that Daxter was using it in exchange for his own experience in mastering the potion. And during this process, Klein would definitely verify the formula and accidentally memorize it. In addition, exchanging his personal experience for the formula would allow him to accumulate more merit points. When the time came, he wouldn't even need to do anything extra to apply for the clown formula and the main ingredients. Making 2 deals for 1 formula is really worth it, Klein thought in a good mood. Daxter stared into his eyes and was silent for a moment. "You're very calm. I'll work hard to obtain this formula, but I'm not sure how long it will take. If it's too dangerous, I hope to use other forms of compensation instead." "No problem." Klein didn't plan on pressuring Daxter too much. He then vaguely described the acting method. "The key to fighting against losing control lies in the name of the potion. We have to understand it and understand its true meaning. This isn't something that can be done just by thinking. We have to experience it for real. For example, as a spectator, you have to understand that you're only a spectator, not an actor. As for what a spectator should be like, you have to explore it in life, try it, and summarize its principles of conduct. Then, you have to be strict with yourself." Daxter listened attentively and only spoke after a while. After a while, he said, "What a brand new theory." I prefer to use the word theory to describe what you just said. It's like the theory of a drama and an opera actor. I'll try it. Hopefully there will be good changes. If it really works, I'll do my best to help you obtain the telepathist formula. May the goddess bless you." Klein drew a crimson moon on his chest. He didn't add the psychiatrist potion formula because he knew that it was a mission that Daxter wouldn't be able to complete with his current status. He would be exposed if he wasn't careful. Therefore, he decided to take it slow and help Daxter achieve a higher position in psychological alchemy. That way, the long-term benefits would be very, very rich. Klein didn't stay any longer. He first looked outside through the hole in the door before leaving quickly. He turned towards the small shooting range that belonged to the Nighthawks. He entered and locked the door. His expression sank again. While he was guessing that the Church of the Evernight Goddess hadn't come up with the acting method, he thought of something that he had overlooked. The reason he had overlooked it was because the 2 things that were supposed to be connected had been reversed. He didn't think further about it. The first thing was that the Antigonus family had been destroyed by the Church of the Evernight Goddess. The second thing was that the Antigonus family had control over the seer sequence, or at least a large portion of it. As Klein knew that the 2 things were separated by a long time, he didn't analyze them together. Therefore, he had overlooked the strangeness in them. But now the problem was rather obvious. Since the Antigonus family had control over a large portion of the seer pathway, how could the Church of the Evernight Goddess, who had completely destroyed them, only obtain Sequence 9 seer? The spoils of war couldn't be limited to that. Just the Aurora Order members who obtained a magical notebook from the Antigonus family were able to obtain the clown formula. Then, what about the Church of the Evernight Goddess, who had destroyed the entire Antigonus family? Even if the Antigonus family had long been prepared and had hidden the most valuable item on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range, the Church of the Evernight Goddess should not have only obtained such a tiny harvest. They had killed quite a number of Antigonus family members, and the dead could speak. Chapter 144. Klein paced back and forth in the small shooting range, thinking about the intentions of the Church of the Evernight Goddess in regards to the seer sequence. They don't wish for the Nighthawks to choose this pathway, or rather, they don't wish for the Nighthawks to become stronger in this pathway. That's why they only gave the Sequence 9 seer, which is obviously supportive. Captain also mentioned that the Holy Cathedral might have subsequent formulas. No, in the confidential information I saw, they didn't even provide the corresponding Sequence 8 and 7 potion names. They only described the corresponding combat characteristics. In other words, They don't wish for their subordinates to know that the higher-ups have the corresponding information. Could it be that all the Nighthawks who choose this pathway might become the Antigonus family's vengeful evil spirit? Is that why the higher-ups of the church made such a decision? Or is there another reason? For a moment, Klein was filled with doubts about the higher-ups of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. He was extremely wary of them. He reconsidered whether he should make a special application to openly become a clown. If there's some terrifying secret hidden in this, wouldn't I be jumping into a volcano? I'm not the kind of person who can accept a strict investigation. However, the Tingen branch has submitted the clown formula. As a seer, wouldn't it be normal for them to want to advance if they knew about this? Besides, sequence 8 is still a low-sequence sequence, so it shouldn't attract too much attention. The only problem is that I only used a month to completely grasp the potion and submit a special application. If the higher-ups knew and understood the acting method, they would immediately understand the crux of the matter. Of course, my reason is sufficient. After all, I know spirit medium daily, and I'm friends with mystery prior Old Neil, who strictly abides by the maxim. It's not too difficult to understand why I'm able to obtain inspiration from them and complete the acting method. Yes, even Daly only managed to gain the attention of the higher-ups after being a sequence 7 spirit medium for 3 years and showing signs of digestion. She was then groomed as a future archbishop and high-ranking deacon. I definitely won't attract too much attention at the clown stage unless I completely digest the potion in a few months and convince them that I've truly grasped the acting method. In other words, applying for the clown potion isn't too risky. I can continue, but I'll have to be careful in the future. Sigh, I can only take it one step at a time. I'll make another divination decision when I get home. Klein collected his thoughts, took out the revolver from his holster, and carried out his daily shooting practice and maintenance. The quality of this pistol from his classmate, Welch, was better than he had imagined. If everything went well, he would be able to use it for a long time. Of course, this was also thanks to the maintenance methods he had learned from Dunn and Leonard. Actually, it's fine even if it's damaged. These are all resources that can be applied for. Klein looked at the target, put away his revolver, and left the shooting club. He took the trackless carriage back to 2 Daffodil Street. Before he got close, he saw a young girl pacing back and forth at the door. This girl was wearing a blue dress inlaid with beautiful lace and a hat with fine gauze hanging down. She was Melissa's classmate, Elizabeth, who had cute baby fat. Noticing that Klein was approaching, she quickly walked up to him and took off her hat with a face full of joy. She paused for 2 seconds and suddenly said with a smile, "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I believe you must have just returned from Lamed Town, right?" "I'm sorry, I came back in the morning." Klein smiled and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I believe you must have just returned from Lamed Town, right?" "I'm sorry, I came back in the morning." Klein smiled. That's a very honest answer, he thought in amusement. Elizabeth was stunned for a moment before she excitedly said, "All right, I was wrong. I came to find you today and waited here because I wanted to tell you that I didn't have any more nightmares last night. I didn't dream of that knight in full black armor. This is exactly the same as your divination results. Of course, that wraith was completely purified by sealed artifact 3-0782. Even I couldn't channel its spirit on the spot, much less your dream." Klein chuckled and replied gently, "I'm very happy that you're free from your troubles." "I'm glad that you're free from your troubles. I'm also very satisfied with my divination yesterday." Thank you again. All right, I have to bid you farewell. I still have classes in the afternoon. Bye, Mr. Moretti. I'll find time to visit Melissa." Elizabeth left with light footsteps and boarded a rental carriage nearby. Looking at the scenery outside the carriage window that was slowly passing by, the corners of her mouth curled up as she thought smugly, "Melissa definitely doesn't know that she has such a powerful brother. I feel like my explanation was completely useless." Young girls are always willing to believe in their instincts and the facts they come up with. Klein watched as Elizabeth boarded the carriage. As he shook his head, he took out his keys to open the door and returned to his bedroom. He rested for a while and began to sort out and summarize the events of the previous week, including the unresolved matters of the past. After finishing this daily task, he burned the paper and took out his silver pocket watch. He snapped it open and glanced at it. 2:30? I'll wait for another 15 minutes. Seeing that there was still time, Klein put on his oldest formal coat and went to SLYN Bakery on Iron Cross Street to buy a cup of sweet iced tea for Mrs. Wendy. As he drank the beverage, he leisurely returned. At 4:45, he sealed his bedroom with his spirituality and took 4 steps counterclockwise to go above the gray fog. In the silent, ancient palace, Klein conjured a new divination statement on a goatskin parchment. I should obtain the clown potion through the nighthawks. Putting down the fountain pen, he untied the spirit pendulum that was wrapped around his wrist and held it firmly with his left hand. He let the topaz dangle at a spot where it would touch the goatskin parchment. After reciting it 7 times, his eyes darkened. The spirit pendulum in his hand began to spin slightly clockwise. The answer is yes, it should be. But the sequence after clown is hard to say. I still have to seriously develop my tarot. Klein carefully went through the matter again. Following that, he pressed his hand towards the crimson star that represented the sun. He wanted to summon the youth from the city of silver ahead of time to confirm if he had divulged the matter above the gray fog to the 6-member council. If not, then he would give the youth a better way to control the timing of the gathering. City of Silver, in the Berg family's room. Derek sat quietly by the bed, waiting for the fool summons. In order to avoid spending time with others, he didn't go out after returning, and had long finished all the food in the room. Enduring his hunger and listening to his growling stomach, Derek felt like a zombie wandering in the dark wastelands. However, he still didn't speak or get up. At that moment, he saw a dark red spread in the void and engulfed him. The grayish-white, boundless, cold, and silent world appeared before his eyes again. The fool, who was shrouded in thick fog, sat at the head of the table. Klein was very satisfied that the gathering wasn't interrupted. He also confirmed that he didn't receive any signs of danger. "Son, we meet again," he said in Jotun with a smile. He lowered his head and said, "You are a trustworthy fool." He lowered his head and said, "You are a trustworthy fool. The other members will have to wait for a while. Let me confirm something with you first." This time, Klein spoke in Ruan, but he gave the mysterious space the idea of translating it into Jotun. Therefore, in Derek's ears, the man was still speaking in Jotun. He asked in puzzlement, "What is it?" After I grasped the basics of Jotun, the mysterious space above the gray fog can achieve simultaneous translation of this language. This way, I don't have to worry about justice and the hanging man not understanding Son's words. Sigh, why do I have to be so tired as a big boss? Klein pinched his temples and shook his head with a smile. I allow you to recite my name and remember the following titles. The Fool That Doesn't Belong to This Era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck. Derek's pupils constricted, but he didn't dare to be distracted. He kept reciting it in his heart before seeking confirmation from the fool. Every time you return to the City of Silver from here, you need to use a short ritual to recite my name. I will inform you ahead of time for future gatherings. You don't need to pay attention to it, and you don't need to avoid others. When you receive my notice, you just need to be alone for 1,000 heartbeats. Klein revealed the method he had been deliberating over for a long time. This was essentially a response to a prayer. Due to concerns about the City of Silver situation, and to save time, Klein skipped the other steps of the ritual. After all, it was a prayer to him. 1,000 heartbeats? Derek muttered to himself, as though he wasn't asking in return. Klein introduced the general situation of the tarot to him. Then he took out his silver pocket watch and snapped it open. Derek was stunned for a moment, and he instinctively stared at the strange item. Seeing that 3 o'clock was approaching, Klein pressed his hand on the crimson star that symbolized justice, and Sunday Derek's eyes didn't move at all as he watched the scene. He saw a burst of light opposite and to the side, stretching out two blurry figures. Audrey Hall looked around and was suddenly stunned. Then she heard Mr. Fool's ever-calm voice. "This is a new member, known as Sunday. This is Miss Justice, and this is Mr. Hanged Man," the woman said. A new member? Audrey was shocked at first, but she was soon filled with joy. She was very happy to see the development of the tarot. She had the spirit of a master. Alger, on the other hand, frowned slightly. He was a little displeased that the Fool had suddenly pulled in a new member. He should have at least informed us in advance. However, it's true that an important figure like Mr. Fool wouldn't consider our feelings, he thought helplessly as he briefly greeted Justice and Sunday. During this short process, Audrey entered spectator mode and carefully observed the new member, Sunday. He can't be too old. Those body movements indicate that he's a little nervous and cramped, but he's maintained a sufficient amount of silence, giving off the feeling of, a lone wolf. Yes, a lone wolf. As Audrey thought, she cast her gaze at the Fool, who was seated at the end of the long bronze table. She said happily, "Mr. Fool, I found 2 more pages of Roselle the Great's diary. Chapter 145. Actually, there are 3 pages, but the words are too complicated and difficult to memorize. My current limit is a little more than 2 pages. Any more, and it will be confusing. The rest can only wait for the next time," Audrey added silently in her heart. "A new Roselle diary?" Klein perked up and asked with a smile despite knowing the answer. "Miss Justice, what do you need in return?" Audrey's eyes lit up, but she pretended to be reserved as she replied, "As you know, I'm about to finish digesting the Spectator potion." "As you know, I'm about to finish digesting the Spectator potion. I hope to obtain the telepathist potion formula as soon as possible so that I can prepare the ingredients in advance. I know that these 2 diary pages don't contain much content and might not be able to match the value of the telepathist potion formula. I'll give you another page. Yes, I'll also pay you an additional sum of money." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt that something was amiss. She couldn't help but curse herself in her heart. Mr. Fool is an important figure that's close to the level of a god. How could he be interested in vulgar money? Therefore, Audrey couldn't maintain her spectator state as she hurriedly stuttered. "That's not what I meant. Mr. Fool, what I meant was that you can specify the compensation you want." "Yes, that's it. I like your suggestion just now. I'll answer like this. When you're done digesting the Spectator potion, you'll be able to obtain the subsequent formulas. I have a subordinate. No, I'll have to use a more pretentious blessed. He's busy with something and happens to need some money. This is his anonymous account, an anonymous account at Bakeland Bank. Yes, I'll disguise myself and head to Bakeland Bank's Tingen branch to set up an anonymous account this week." Klein didn't answer immediately. He appeared profound, but he was seriously deliberating over his words. Bakeland Bank was one of the 7 largest banks in the Rouen Kingdom. It had the right to clear all transactions. The Kingdom of Rouen used a centralized clearing method to handle interbank transfers within the same city. However, unlike their counterparts in the Republic of Intis, not all banks could join the ranks. The 7 largest banks had a firm grip on this right, so they were also known as clearing banks, forcing other banks to rely on them. Connecting to accounts in different places could only be done in the same bank through the clearing of different branches. With the advent of steam locomotives and wired telegraphs, the efficiency in this area had increased significantly. At this moment, son Derek Berg suddenly said, "Telepathist potion formula? At the back is the psychoanalyst telepathist?" Audrey looked at him in confusion. "You know." At the same time, Miss Justice detected a problem with her spectator instincts. The other party had used the corresponding ancient name of sequence 7, psychoanalyst, and not the more modern psychiatrist. How strange, this guy. Audrey once again scrutinized Sun's every move. Derek didn't feel that he had shown an unusual side as he replied seriously, "I can help you get this formula." After saying that, he felt guilty because he couldn't produce it for the time being, so he forced an explanation. "This is a sequence that originated from the dragons, and our City of Silver was once under the rule of the Giant King's court. As you know, giants and dragons are sworn enemies. Therefore, the City of Silver has sequence 9, 8, and 7. I have a way to get them. This child, to think that I kept reminding him not to speak carelessly and not to reveal his origins. In the end, Klein almost wanted to cover his face with his hands. Sigh, although the young son looks very taciturn, pained, and mature, he's really just a teenager. However, it has made me understand one thing. So the spectator's sequence originated from the dragons. It's no wonder that the symbol formed by the stars behind Miss Justice's high-back chair is a dragon. The history of the City of Silver has been preserved very well. Klein maintained his posture of leaning back in his chair as he listened thoughtfully to Sun's explanation. In fact, he could easily stop the Sun from revealing these things, as long as he didn't help with simultaneous translation. Justice and the hangman wouldn't be able to understand anything even if they heard it, because they wouldn't be able to understand. But on second thought, Klein felt that this could effectively solidify his powerful and mysterious image in the hearts of the three members. Therefore, he listened with a smile without making a sound. He didn't make any unnecessary attempts. Giant King's Court, Dragons, City of Silver. Audrey was confused by what she heard. She first glanced at the hanging man, who was sitting opposite her. From his body language, she could tell that the gentleman was equally shocked and puzzled. She hurriedly turned her head to look at the seat of honor at the long bronze table. She saw the fool sitting on the high-back chair, his body shrouded in a thick, grayish-white fog. His right elbow was propped on the armrest, allowing his palm to leisurely rest on his slightly tilted head. He wasn't surprised, nor was he puzzled. He didn't think or have any doubts. He only watched everything with a smile in his eyes. He knows everything. Audrey and Alger made a firm judgment almost at the same time. City of Silver, I've never heard of this place. Where is it? Audrey probed. The hanging man Alger listened attentively. At this moment, Sunberg's mind was also filled with questions. He could tell that other than the fool, who might be a deity, Justice and the hanging man were clearly closer to being beyonders of a certain sequence, and in a place forsaken by the gods, other than the citizens of the City of Silver. He had never seen any other living people. Therefore, he asked, "You aren't citizens of the City of Silver?" "You're not citizens of the City of Silver. Which city are you from?" Sigh. Klein couldn't help but sigh again. Audrey's lips quivered, momentarily at a loss for an answer. What he's implying is that if you don't wish to answer such questions, don't ask about the city of others. Miss Justice nodded slightly and elegantly shut her mouth. Clearly, the hanging man, Alger, had also misunderstood Sun's intentions. He didn't know that Sun was simply asking a question, so he maintained his silence and didn't say a word. Derek, who didn't receive an answer, seemed to understand something. He didn't mention the matter again. "I will try my best to obtain the telepathist potion formula. I wish to use it to exchange for the initial sequence of the Sun Pathway." "The Sun Pathway? Sequence 9 barred?" the hanging man Alger immediately asked. Derek thought for a moment and said, "That's right. It should be this, but I don't know much about it." Klein, who was watching from the sidelines, decided to step in because he didn't want to take the risk of having his business taken away by someone else. He smiled and said, "I believe Miss Justice doesn't have the barred formula, but there's a high chance that Mr. the Hanging Man can get it." Seeing Audrey nod, he chuckled and said, "I'll give Sun a barred formula. I'll give the Sun a copy of the barred formula. The Sun will give the telepathist potion formula to Miss Justice as soon as possible. We'll try to get it within 2 gatherings. In return, Miss Justice will give me the newly obtained Roselle diary. That way, the deal will be complete. Yes, from the principle of equivalent exchange. Sun is at a disadvantage, but he is only promising. When he really produces the telepathist formula, Miss Justice will consider how to compensate him. Or, I will compensate him, and Miss Justice will provide money to one of my adorers. He needs to do something recently. Ha ha! This is because Sun might not be able to receive Miss Justice's cash or materials as compensation. Klein deliberately added that last sentence to make the hanging man and Justice focus on the fact that Sun might not be able to receive compensation. It was to highlight his unfathomable abilities and make everyone ignore the adorer who lacked money. I might not receive any compensation. Where is the Sun? Southern continent. Alger immediately frowned. The Sun's origins are also very mysterious. As expected, Mr. Fool also has subordinates in reality. Audrey finally saw the light of hope to become a Sequence 8 telepathist. How could she have any other thoughts? She suppressed her excitement and smiled faintly. I have no objections. Neither do I, seeing that he could obtain the starting sequence of the Sun pathway on the spot. Derek nodded without hesitation. He didn't care about the subsequent compensation. The hanging man Alger, who was excluded from the three-way deal, didn't have a say. Although he could indeed obtain the Bard formula, he would still have to wait a week or two. At this moment, the fool Klein, who had successfully delayed the compensation until the next gathering, pressed his hand forward in a good mood and conjured the Bard formula. Main ingredients: 1 crystal sunflower, or the tail feather of an adult flint bird or a pyromancer bird. 1 siren stone, or 1 singing sunflower. Supplementary ingredients: 1 midsummer grass, 5 drops of July wine juice, 1 elf dark leaf. He sent the formula to the Sun and saw him frown at first before relaxing. The names of the ingredients in the forsaken land of the gods must still maintain their ancient characteristics. Thankfully, this formula of mine was directly obtained from the eternal blazing Sunday. There are ancient names and all sorts of substitutes. Enlightened, Klein cast his gaze towards Miss Justice. Audrey looked at Sun, who was silently reciting the formula, and hurriedly sent out the 2 pages of the diary that she had forcefully memorized to express her thoughts. The diary immediately appeared on the yellowish-brown goat skin and flashed into Klein's hands. Just like before, he immediately began to read. On the 3rd of November, Matilda is 3 months pregnant. Now, when I look at those maids from the countryside, I feel that they are pretty. No, I can't lower my level in style. It just so happens that Countess Fleisch has invited me to a private party. November 8th. Archbishop Van Esten asked me for help. What can I help an archbishop with? November 9th. So there's such a secret hidden in the sequence pathways. Archbishop Esten told me that after becoming a sequence 5 beyonder, the subsequent parts can be substituted with the corresponding sequences of 1 or 2 other pathways. That is the beginning of the step from mid-sequence to high sequence. But this is only limited to 1 or 2 pathways. Once the potion of the wrong pathway is switched, going half crazy is the lightest outcome, and it's impossible to advance in the future. The pathways that can be substituted at sequence 4 are the sleepless pathway and corpse collector pathway. Yes, the Church's savant pathway and mystery prior pathway can also be substituted at high sequence sequences. Chapter 146. Some pathways can be interchanged after sequence 5. This is different from what the Nighthawks say. Isn't it impossible to change a pathway after choosing one? Isn't it said that although one will obtain strange powers if they go astray, they will definitely go half-mad and never be able to advance further? There's actually an exception to this. Klein's pupils constricted as he looked at the diary. He didn't doubt that Roselle the Great would fabricate this matter. After all, the surprise in between the lines was so real. However, he didn't believe that the information Roselle received was absolutely correct. It was also possible that he had been deceived or misunderstood. This matter needs to be verified. I'll note it down first. Klein reminded himself as he pondered over the matter. If Roselle's description is correct, then the waters of the sequence pathways run deep. There are many secrets hidden. The complete pathway that the Nighthawks have is Sleepless, and the relatively complete one is Corpse Collector, which can at least reach Sequence 4. In the end, they can be interchanged after Sequence 5. The potion formulas of the other pathways are extremely incomplete, and they only have the initial stages. Similarly, the complete pathway of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery is Savant, and the relatively complete one is Mystery Prior. They can also be interchanged at a higher level. Interesting. I wonder which pathway can my Seer sequence be interchanged with. Back then, the Apprentice and Marauder were mentioned by the Emperor. It's very likely that the first 5 sequences of the Seer pathway each provide an ability. At Sequence 4, they combine into one. Then, at this step, it's unlikely that other potions can replace it. Klein reined in his thoughts and focused his attention on the diary again. At this moment, he realized that the 2 pages of the diary seemed to be connected, but the actual content wasn't connected. They were records from 2 different periods, and this was a mistake made by people who copied it later on. April 9th. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, the Church of the Lord of Storms, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom have a bad relationship with each other and view each other as enemies. As for the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Faesac Empire's Church of the God of Combat, they are like fire and water. These are things that can be used and are worth considering. April 13th. I participated in that ancient organization's gathering. I didn't expect them to be members of this organization. How alarming. So the second blasphemy slate is in the hands of this organization. This is the first time I've seen this legendary divine item. As expected, it hides an unimaginable secret. Maybe one day in the future, I'll make a blasphemy slate that belongs to me. No, a set, and every slate will contain an ultimate secret. F*CK, Great Emperor. What's the name of that ancient organization? You're making me very uncomfortable. Maybe Roselle didn't dare to write down the name of the organization, even though he was writing it in Chinese. Klein's heart itched, and he was puzzled. However, from this diary page, he finally confirmed that Roselle the Great had seen the second blasphemy slate and later imitated it to create a deck of cards. Each card corresponded to a divine pathway. Perhaps it's the ultimate secret that corresponds to the divine pathway. I wonder who has the 22 cards now. That ancient organization actually has the second blasphemy slate. Klein's thoughts raced as he thought of many things. However, he quickly reined in his thoughts and moved his gaze away from the diary. He looked at the Hanging Man, Justice, and Sunday. He smiled and said, "Actually, you didn't have to wait for me." "It's our honor," the Hanging Man Alger, who had long reigned in his displeasure, replied humbly. Audrey thought for a moment and smiled faintly. "Mr. Fool, the method you previously described for selecting officials through an open examination has been approved by the King and Prime Minister. It will soon be passed by the House of Lords and House of Commons. It's expected to be officially implemented early next year. From the looks of it, the King and Prime Minister still have brains," Alger mocked out of habit. With Banson's intellect and diligence, he should be able to pass in grammar and accounting by early next year. However, as long as it's passed by the House of Lords and House of Commons, the various newspapers will definitely publicize it. I wonder how long Banson's first mover advantage can last. The earlier the examination, the better. Sigh. There's no way Banson can beat the elites who graduated from various universities in such a short period of time. However, there's no need to beat them. They're competing for different positions. Those fellows will probably only have their eyes on positions like Cabinet Secretary or Secretary of the Ministry of Finance. The silent Klein, who only smiled and nodded, was worried sick for his brother. Seeing the fool nodding in agreement, Audrey straightened her back even more. She turned around and smiled. "Mr. the Hanging Man, I've obtained the answer to the matter you previously asked me to confirm. The king has already been convinced by the prime minister. He won't seek revenge on the Fasak Empire on the east coast of Balam for the time being. I think it's time for you to pay the additional remuneration you previously promised. Alger remained silent for a few seconds as though he was in thought. Miss Justice, thank you for your answer. This allows me to stop worrying about certain matters. What additional remuneration do you wish to receive? As long as it's within reason, I'll consider it. Audrey smiled as though she was already prepared. Clues to psychological alchemy, or clues to the main ingredients of the telepathist potion formula. Of course. This can wait until Sun hands me the formula. No problem, Alger answered without beating around the bush. On the same side as the hanging man, Derek Berg, who was 2 seats away, was completely confused. He felt that he could understand almost every word, but he had no idea what they meant when they were strung together. He didn't understand any of the public examinations to select officials, the king and prime minister, the House of Lords and the House of Commons, the east coast of Balam, the Fasak Empire, or psychological alchemy. Fasak is a variant of giant. What does it have to do with the fallen giant king's court? Derek looked at Justice and then at the hanging man. He suddenly felt that he might not be in the same world as the two of them. Could it be that somewhere in the cursed lands, in a place far away from the City of Silver, there's more than one city or even a country? Derek maintained his silence and listened quietly. He vaguely understood why the mysterious fool had said that he might not be able to receive the so-called cash compensation given by Justice. To be able to pull people from so far away together and ignore the terrifying monsters in the depths of the cursed lands. The fool might really be a deity, an ancient deity. That was what he thought. Audrey, who had completed everything she wanted to do, had planned on being a silent spectator, but she suddenly thought of something else. She hurriedly said, I've recently come into contact with some Beyonder circles and learned of a powerhouse named Mr. Fool, Mr. the Hanging Man, Mr. Sun. Do you know his background and true identity? I don't even know what you're talking about. Derek maintained his silence. Mr. A? I only know Mr. Z. With such a similar code name, could he be from the Aurora Order? Klein made a guess in his mind, but he didn't answer. He had to maintain his image and try not to answer without confidence. If he really faced such a situation, his description would be vague and make him look like a charlatan. Alger looked at the fool and saw that he was calm and unchanging. It was hard to guess his true thoughts, so he deliberated and said, The Aurora Order has always been targeting the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Therefore, compared to other organizations, these 3 churches know more about the Aurora Order, and I learned some things from them. There's no need to explain. I know you're from the Lord of Storms. Of course, you could also be a traitor. But why do the Aurora Order's targets of hatred happen to be the 3 oldest churches? Klein smiled without a word and looked calmly at the hanging man. Alger knew that his sequence pathway couldn't be hidden from the fool, so he didn't mind and continued. The Aurora Order has 5 saints and 22 oracles. The Aurora Order has 5 saints and 22 oracles. These oracles use letters as code names, calling themselves Mr. A and Mr. X. They are at least sequence 7 Beyonders, and the strongest are sequence 5. They are all rather good at concealing themselves. A new oracle will replace a dead one. I'm not sure if the Mr. A you're talking about is the Aurora Order's Mr. A. I can only say that it's very likely. As for the Aurora Order's situation, I've already told you about it. Audrey nodded slightly and became even more wary of Mr. A. Her heart ached a little. Thank you for your answer, Mr. the Hanging Man. You don't have to pay me the extra payment. No, I want to use the answer I just gave and the additional reward to ask you for a favor, Alger said in a deep voice. What kind of help? Audrey asked curiously. Alger thought for a few seconds. I've received intelligence that the great pirate Zillings, known as Rear Admiral Hurricane, has secretly gone ashore and snuck into Bakeland. I don't know what he's up to. I hope you can help me find his whereabouts. As for the subsequent matters, you don't have to take the risk. Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, one of the 7 pirate admirals. Audrey's eyes widened slightly, almost unable to maintain her spectator state. What did she want to do the most after becoming a Beyonder? Of course, it was to come into contact with figures that only existed in the legends of the nobles. Yes, he's also a Sequence 6 Beyonder of the Sailor Pathway, Wind-Blessed. He also has a mystical item, which can also be called a sealed item. He's rather cunning and cruel, so don't try to deal with him, Alger introduced solemnly. Having said that, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Klein. Mr. Fool, can I request your adorer to provide help at critical moments? I'll pay the price you're interested in. My adorer is only me. Klein lampooned to ease his emotions and smiled. The premise is that my adorer happens to be in Bakeland. Chapter 147. What's so special about Zillings's mystical item? Audrey asked with some confidence. She had given it some serious thought and realized that she had quite the ability to search for people in Bakeland. First of all, her father was a top tycoon among the nobles. He had a pretty good reputation and connections, and she was very popular among the younger generation. Therefore, in the middle and upper echelons of society, she could use a lot of resources without realizing it. Secondly, the 2 Beyonder friends she knew had their own circles. Apprentice Furs was originally a clinic doctor, but she was now a newly minted author. She knew many people in the literary world, in the publishing industry, and among the middle-class doctors. Arbitrator Zio Dericha had long helped mediate matters between the middle and lower-class citizens. She was rather famous in Bakeland's East Borough, among the working class and among many gangs. She had many secret channels. Together with the other Beyonders they had come into contact with, as well as the circles that other Beyonders had expanded, their ability to search for people was not to be underestimated. Faced with Justice's question, Alger answered without any hesitation, as though he didn't need to think before answering. That's right. He answered without thinking. The true name of that mystical item isn't known, but those who know it call it creeping hunger. Zillings has to satisfy it with the soul and flesh of a living person every other day. Otherwise, it will use its master as a replacement. This is an important clue that can be used to find Zillings, Audrey said with a slight frown. She felt a deep discomfort and disgust towards evil items that thirsted for the blood and souls of living people. Yes, but in a city with a population of at least 5 million, the disappearance of a few vagrants wouldn't be noticed. Alger reminded her before saying, Ever since he obtained creeping hunger, Zillings has become very difficult to deal with. He was originally a wind-blessed. He had pretty good Beyonder powers in the domains of water, wind, and weather. But later, people discovered that he could make his target go berserk, enter the dreams of others, summon light to purify the dead, use a singing to enhance himself, and change into different people's appearances. He was nearly omnipotent. Alger described in great detail. We suspect that this was brought about by the mystical item, creeping hunger. Before he could finish a sentence, Derek Berg, who was quietly listening by the side, blurted out in surprise, Don't worry. Shepherd. Secret suppliant, sequence 5 of the listener pathway? In the City of Silver's 6-member council, there's a newly promoted elder named Shepherd. It's said that he's so powerful that he can resist a sequence 4 Beyonder. He's an evil spirit of the same grade. Klein's facial expression changed slightly, but it was concealed by the grayish-white fog, and at this moment the audience didn't pay any attention to him. Shepherd. Justice and the hanging man spoke at the same time. One was completely puzzled, while the other was slightly surprised. It was as if they had heard of the name Shepherd somewhere before. They knew something about it, but they didn't know the specific details. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Derek immediately panicked. No matter how reserved and sorrowful he was still a teenager. He hurriedly explained with a stutter. What I mean is that the characteristics listed by the Hanging Man are very similar to the Beyonder powers of the Shepherd sequence. Every shepherd can devour the souls of others, including wraiths and evil spirits, and use a unique method to drive these souls and use a certain amount of their powers. It's like herding lambs for a deity. Therefore, no one knows how much power a shepherd has. It only depends on how many Beyonder souls they have devoured. This makes them appear very terrifying, almost equivalent to a high sequence Beyonder. But some people suspect that there's a limit to the number of souls a shepherd can devour and graze, but it can be replaced. So that's the meaning of shepherd. The sequence pathway that the Aurora Order controls is as strange as ever. It's no wonder they believe in the true creator, no, the fallen creator. Klein was enlightened, but he didn't nod, acting as though he already knew. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. Son, you're still a child after all. This is very important information that can be used to exchange for valuable items. You actually said it out loud. You said it out loud. Yes, the mystical item that needs to be sealed, Creeping Hunger, shows powers that are very similar to a sequence 5 shepherd. Could it be that there are many sealed items that are similar to a particular sequence class, the kind where they lose control? I wonder which sequence class sealed artifact 2-049, the Antigonus family's puppet, is similar to. After listening to Son's explanation, the Hanging Man Alger nodded, as though he had solved a mystery. He fell silent. Audrey was even more curious as she asked, which sequence pathway does a shepherd belong to? What's the sequence? Secret Suppliant Pathway 5. Klein took the opportunity to point out without a trace to show that he knew everything. Secret Suppliant, Aurora Order. Audrey suddenly thought of Mr. A, who was suspected to be an oracle of the Aurora Order. Her heart suddenly felt heavy. She began to seriously consider what price she could pay in exchange for Mr. Fool's help to easily get rid of that disgusting fellow. However, no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of a way to move Mr. Fool. Indeed, important figures who are close to deities aren't that easily moved. There aren't many items or matters that interest them to begin with. Audrey sighed inwardly, temporarily giving up on her impulse. She nodded gratefully at Son, thanking him for giving everyone a new guess about Creeping Hunger, allowing them to come up with a more reasonable and effective response. Mr. the Hanging Man, I'm willing to accept this request, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to find Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, Audrey said as she turned to look at him. There's no better answer than this. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, as long as you make the attempt, I'll pay you a certain amount later on, such as some secret knowledge and information. And if you succeed, perhaps I can directly provide you with the main ingredients of Telepathist. Of course, the premise is that we know what it is, Alger promised with a rare generosity. Deal! Audrey pursed her lips and replied with a faint smile. Following that, with Klein's permission and help, Alger conjured Zillings's portrait. As one of the 7 pirate admirals, he had a unique broad chin, and his brown hair was tied into an ancient warrior's bun. His dark green eyes seemed to contain a smile, but they were abnormally cold. After discussing the matters that needed to be discussed and sharing the information that needed to be shared, the fool Klein, who sat high above, smiled and announced the end of the day. Then he saw Justice and the Hanging Man quickly stand up and bow, while he saw Son slowly mimic them. He pressed his right hand forward and severed the connection, but he didn't leave immediately. City of Silver, Berg Household. Derek looked at the familiar decorations around him and looked at the dark sky that flashed with lightning. For a moment he was a little dazed, but he quickly snapped out of it and found a goatskin parchment and a quill. He scribbled down the barred formula that he had forced himself to memorize. He read it a few times and finally confirmed that there were no problems. Derek wasn't worried that the upper echelons of the City of Silver would suspect him of possessing the barred formula and becoming an unconventional Beyonder. This was because in every previous expedition, the members of the elite team would more or less obtain formulas, ingredients, and strange items from monsters or from the destroyed cities. And during this process, it was quite normal for someone to hide something. As long as it didn't involve anything too important, the captains and upper echelons would tacitly not pursue the matter. Over time, some of the formulas began to circulate through the City of Silver's unofficial channels. Some of them became the foundation of the family's prosperity. The characteristics of the darkness around the City of Silver were relatively fixed. Some ingredients were easy to obtain, while others could only be found deep into the cursed lands. After putting away the goatskin, Derek recalled the mysterious fool's exhortations. Therefore, he bowed his head in his simple bedroom and simply prayed. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Jotun was a very ancient language. It had the mysticism of sacrifices, prayers, and spellcasting. So Derek didn't need to switch to ancient Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Silently, Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, heard the echoing prayers in his ears. He saw the crimson star, corresponding to the sun, expanding and contracting. However, he didn't attempt to make contact. He planned to respond 10 minutes before the next gathering, so that the youth from the City of Silver could be prepared to be alone. And most importantly, it allowed him to avoid the conversion of time and date, reducing the possibility of damaging the fool's powerful image. After confirming this matter, Klein enveloped himself with his spirituality and suddenly plummeted. After returning to his room, Klein removed the wall of spirituality and prepared to head out again after a short rest. There was no longer a need for him to act as a seer, so there was no need for him to go to the divination club as a fixed schedule. Occasionally, he would go there to earn some extra income and fulfill his supervisory duties as a nighthawk. Originally, Klein had hoped to laze around in the afternoon, but he realized that there was something he hadn't done. He had no choice but to pull himself together. According to their agreement, he had to find Detective Henry today to obtain the final report on the Red Chimney investigation. Sigh, I heard that important figures are all quite busy. I still have to find time to go to the Tingen City Household Servant Assistants Association with Banson and Melissa to find a good maidservant. Klein struggled to change out of his shirt and put on a black tailcoat. He held his half-top hat and silver-inlaid cane and walked out the door like a gentleman. Chapter 148. Inside the private detective agency. Sir, your commission has been completed. The drunken private detective, Henry, looked at the gentleman in a black tuxedo, half-top hat, and dark face mask before him. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "This really wasn't an easy mission. It wasn't difficult, but it took up too much of our energy. Frankly speaking, I'm very regretful. I regret that the price I offered was too low. No matter what you say, I won't pay an extra penny." Klein emphasized inwardly as he pointed at the thick stack of documents on the coffee table. "This is the investigation report." Yes. Henry pressed down on the investigation report that was at least 60 pages long and sighed. "This is the most troublesome." Before he could finish a sentence, he saw Klein hand over 4 one-pound notes. Hence, he turned his attention to identifying the authenticity. "This is the final payment." Klein reached out to hold the thick investigation report. Henry coughed and said, "You really are an honest and trustworthy gentleman. You really are an honest and trustworthy gentleman." Sigh. I didn't expect that the investigation report would use so much paper. It was completely out of my budget. At that moment, Klein picked up the extremely thick investigation report and stood up. He bowed slightly and immediately walked towards the door with his cane in hand. Just like that, Detective Henry's subsequent words were stuck in his throat. How could I possibly pay for the cost of the investigation report's paper? It's included in the overall commission fee. Klein touched the remaining £5 and ate solely of his private stash and grumbled inwardly as he walked briskly to Basic Street. He first observed his surroundings and confirmed that no one was paying attention to him before he agilely left the area and found an opportunity to remove his mask. Klein didn't plan on returning home immediately. Instead, he planned on finding a coffee shop nearby to quickly sort out the investigation report. He wanted to find the houses that had changed tenants after his divination of the red chimney. Then, he would use the time before dinner to check those houses. There were quite a number of coffee shops in the neighborhood, but almost none of them met Klein's requirements. Ever since steam and machinery became the symbol of the era, more and more coffee shops lowered their standards and became cheap restaurants. They provided tea, coffee, bread, toast, and dishes like lamb stew with peas to the busy laborers. Hence, respectable gentlemen and ladies no longer went to coffee shops to chat. They no longer used such behavior as a symbol of their status. All kinds of clubs began to appear, replacing the original social functions of coffee shops. After walking for a while, Klein finally found a coffee shop with a decent environment. After sitting at a booth in a secluded corner, he took a sip of his Southville coffee, which only cost 3.5 pence, and carefully flipped open the investigation report. In Tingen City's North Borough, East Borough, West Borough, Golden Indus Borough, Dock Borough, and University Borough, a total of 1,179 houses have dark red chimneys. In Tingen City's suburbs, a total of 546 houses have the red chimneys described by the employer. This doesn't include the towns and villages that belong to Tingen but are relatively far away. The following is the address of each house and the corresponding landlord and tenant information. According to the employer's request, I have done a more detailed investigation of the situation in the past 3 months. Klein scanned through page after page, constantly making notes on the piece of paper he brought with him with a fountain pen. Finally, he discovered that after he had divined the red chimney, a total of 25 houses had experienced a change in tenants. Not too many. I'll try to finish the investigation within 2 days. Yes, I've seen that red chimney in my dream divination, and I've seen parts of that house. As long as I encounter it again in reality, I'll definitely feel a sense of familiarity from my spirituality, and thus confirm the target. To put it simply, I'm a human detector. Klein nodded silently. Based on the different locations of the houses, he planned the 15 houses that he had to visit that day. As for whether such an operation would be dangerous, he didn't need a divination to know the answer. Since there was a change in tenants, it meant that the mastermind who caused his fate to be inconsistent and kept encountering coincidences had already left. I hope I can find out what the previous tenant looked like from the landlord. However, since the mastermind can influence my fate without me noticing and make the coincidences appear natural, he must have a way to erase the traces of his existence. Sigh, I can only pray to the goddess to make that guy make a mistake. Klein exhaled and forced himself to perk up. He put on his silk top hat, picked up his cane and report, got up and walked out of the coffee shop. Following that, he spent 2 soldi to hire a 2-wheeled carriage and went to the 15 houses with red chimneys before dinner. Unfortunately, they weren't the ones he had seen in his dream. If the results of tomorrow's investigation are still the same, things will be troublesome. He's actually still living in the house with the red chimney that I previously divined. This either means that he's confident enough that he's not afraid of my investigation or even the arrest of the Tingen Nighthawks, or it means that he doesn't know that he's exposed, and that the power that resisted my divination was a power that doesn't completely belong to him. Klein stood at the entrance of 2 Daffodil Street, analyzing one possibility after another. After a few minutes, he patted the dust off his black tuxedo, pressed down on the half-top hat on his head, took out his copper key, and opened the door to go home with a smile. He planned to prepare braised lamb and honey, roasted meat, for Banson and Melissa that night. At 11 o'clock at night, the 3 siblings entered their respective bedrooms after saying good night to each other. Klein closed the door and stood in front of his desk. Under the light of the gas lamp, he looked out of the oriel window. At that moment, the nearby streets were completely dark. There were only a few street lamps guiding the way. The stars in the sky were embedded in the black curtain, and they were not very clear. I wonder what Bakeland, which is known as the land of hope and the capital of capitals, looks like. Klein muttered silently. He reached out to grab the curtain and was about to pull it open. Whoosh! At that moment, a cold wind blew without warning, and the light from the gas lamp suddenly turned dark green. Klein subconsciously took a few steps back, and very professionally he tapped his left molar twice. At the same time, he leaned towards the headboard and tried to grab the pistol under his pillow. In his vision, a face suddenly appeared on the wall above the desk and under the gas lamp. It had no eyes, no nose, and only a translucent mouth. "Don't shoot," the face said with its mouth open and closed. "It can communicate?" Klein already had his gun in hand, and he aimed at the target. "What are you trying to do?" he asked in a deep voice. The face let out a light chuckle. "I'm Daly." "Daly? Spirit Medium Daly?" "The Spirit Medium Daly, who was transferred to the Bacolin Diocese?" Klein frowned in puzzlement. "I'm Daly. I know that this kind of visit is too rude, and I should inform you in advance so that you can be fully prepared. However, it's not convenient for me to meet you directly, so I can only communicate with you through this little guy." The translucent eyeless and noseless face laughed. Although her voice isn't right and is ethereal and ear-piercing, it's indeed Madame Daly's style of speaking. The powers of a spirit medium sure are cool. Klein sighed inwardly. Without lowering his gun, he asked, without lowering the muzzle, he asked, "Ma, what do you wish to communicate with me?" Without lowering his gun, he asked, "If I were you, I would first seal the bedroom with spirituality. Otherwise, your family will think that you have a mental problem." The translucent face joked. "Ha ha, you don't have to be so wary. I only returned to Tingen in secret because of Dunn's letter. As you know, Nighthawks are not allowed to leave their jurisdiction as they please." "Captain's letter." Klein didn't go near the desk. Instead, he took out the holy night powder from the inner pocket of his black trench coat on the coat rack. "Dunn and I are both Beyonders who grew up in the Tingen Nighthawks. We have always maintained a good relationship. Last Thursday, yes, Thursday, he sent me a letter and mentioned you. He said that you imitated the maxim of a mystery prior and concluded your own seer's code of conduct from divination. He also claimed that this effectively helped you grasp the potion, preventing you from hearing things you shouldn't hear or seeing things you shouldn't see. Dunn said that this is very similar to me." "Haha, are you really not going to seal the room?" "I personally don't mind being misunderstood by your brother and sister," the translucent face explained unhurriedly. "So that's how it is. It's really Ma and Daly." Klein heaved a sigh of relief and stuffed the holy night powder back into his inner pocket. He then walked to the desk and took out a silver knife used for ceremonies from the drawer. After quickly constructing a wall of spirituality, he turned to look at the strange face that protruded from the wall. "Ma, am Daly. What else did the captain say in the letter?" He only expressed his doubts and felt that he had grasped something, but he was unable to understand it clearly. He hoped to get my opinion. Daly said with the help of the strange face that had no eyes or nose. "And when I finished reading the letter this morning, I knew that you were definitely not as ignorant as you described yourself. Ha ha, Mr. Moretti, I believe you have already concluded the acting method. Is that why you came to me?" Klein asked without confirming or denying it. Daly already knows about the acting method. He calmly made a judgment in his heart. Daly made the translucent face reveal a smile. "Yes, I believe we should be honest with each other on this matter. I know that you have concluded the acting method, and you definitely know that I have grasped the acting method. Sigh, what's unpleasant is that it took me nearly 2 years to clearly understand it. As for you, you have only been a Beyonder for a month and a half." Upon hearing Daly's words, Klein deliberated for a moment before calmly smiling. "That's because I have you as my role model." He originally wanted to say, "I'm only standing on the shoulders of giants," but he ultimately decided not to give Roselle the Great another chance to appear in his ears. Chapter 149. Klein's reply made Daly chuckle. Her translucent face, which only had a mouth, said, the translucent face with only a mouth said, Even if you obtained inspiration from the mystery prior's maxim and confirmed your thoughts from my experience and performance, it only took you a month or so to clearly understand acting and come up with your own seer principles. This is enough to prove that you have outstanding wisdom and open-mindedness. Klein didn't harp on the topic that made him feel guilty. Instead, he asked, Ma, do the upper echelons of the church know of this so-called acting method? Without a doubt, they know very well. I've once flipped through the historical records of the church, searching for those who rapidly advanced without regard for the rules. I discovered that there are quite a number of such nighthawks and bishops, and I'm not the most special one. As for their endings... At this point, Daly deliberately paused and her tone seemed heavy. What were their endings? Klein's heart tightened as he blurted out a question. Could it be that the Church of the Evernight goddess views the acting method as a temptation to evil gods and devils? The translucent face with no eyes, nose, or ears suddenly laughed out loud. Their endings were rather good, other than those who lost control or were sacrificed in supernatural incidents. The rest at least became archbishops or high-ranking deacons. Among them, there was no lack of beyonders who successfully advanced to high-sequence beyonders. Well, in the Church of the Goddess, Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 are collectively known as saints, while Sequence 2 and Sequence 1 are grounded angels. Of course, every angel was once a saint. Ma, Daly, you were deliberately scaring me just now. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He didn't hide his puzzlement as he asked, since the church has long grasped the acting method, why don't they tell it to every nighthawk? Although it can't completely prevent the loss of control, it can definitely greatly reduce the corresponding probability and reduce unnecessary losses. The translucent face with only a mouth appeared a little confused. I don't know why either. They told me that when I became an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon, I would be able to understand this secret. I came to you today because I hope that you can clearly tell Dunn about the acting method before submitting the special application. Klein didn't foolishly ask him why he didn't do it himself. Instead, he said thoughtfully, once I'm noticed by the church, I have to make a promise, a vow, not to tell anyone else about the acting method? Yes, in front of the goddess's holy relic, swearing in her name is sufficiently binding. Believe me, you definitely don't want to know the consequences of violating it. All I can do now is chat with someone like you who has mastered the acting method. Your body's condition already told me the answer before you answered. That's why I dared to say that term. Daly made the strange face sigh. She paused for a moment before continuing. At that time, I only vaguely grasped the essence of acting and quickly digested the potion. Yes, in the upper echelons of the church, using the word digesting to describe the mastery of the potion is very appropriate. In short, before I made the vow and was told about the acting method, I did not have a very clear understanding of this matter, so I could not accurately warn Dunn and the others. I had already given up, but I didn't expect to meet you, a weirdo, no, a genius who clearly recognized the acting method before submitting the special application. So that's how you see me, ma'am. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he solemnly promised. I originally planned to use the special application to warn Captain about the existence of the acting method. With your explanation, Ma, I don't need to worry about anything. Very good. You really are a kind lad. Daly's tone was clearly relaxed. Ma, you seem to be only 2 or 3 years older than me. Klein pointed out her problem inwardly. Without waiting for him to speak, the strange, translucent face continued. If you have any questions or need any help, you can write to me. If you have any questions, or if you need any help, you can write to me. Wait for me, wait for me to become an archbishop or a senior deacon. When I understand why the church hides the secret of the acting method, I will hint to you whether this matter is good or bad. Klein's mind jolted as he asked without hesitation, Ma, what's your address? To him. Having one more helper was good. Furthermore, This was a relatively powerful spirit medium. Faced with Klein, who didn't reject her request at all, Daly fell silent for a few seconds before chuckling. Our communication shouldn't be done through the post office. We shouldn't use normal letters. That's very unsafe. I'll teach you a relatively simple ritualistic magic. It can summon a unique spirit that belongs to me. Pass the letter you have written to it, and it will accurately deliver it to me. It's not as fast as a telegram, but it's faster than a steam locomotive. You can finish it by noon, and I'll receive it in Backlund that night. Klein listened attentively and nodded slightly. Very practical, ritualistic magic. Daly chuckled softly. The characteristic of this ritualistic magic is to pray to oneself and extract power from one's spirituality. There's no need to go through a deity, so it's rather hidden. However, it's usually not very powerful. First, choose the herbs and essential oils that correspond to your domain. This is no different from normal ritualistic magic, but you only need the candle that symbolizes you. Then there's the incantation. There are 3 paragraphs. The first is I. Use ancient Hermes, Jotun, Dragonese, or Elvish to shout. The second paragraph is I summon in my name. You can switch to Hermes. The third paragraph is a detailed description of the summoned object. For example, what you'll be using later. A spirit that wanders the unfounded, a creature from the higher world that's being driven by humans, a messenger that belongs solely to Daly Simone. Higher world? In the field of mysticism, this often refers to the spirit world. As Klein carefully memorized it, he analyzed the process of the ritual. In this aspect, he could barely be considered an expert. The advantage of this kind of ritualistic magic is that it bypasses the deity and purely uses one's own power. This also allows one to not be restricted by the domain of the deity and obtain a variety of spell effects. The problem is that it depends on one's own strength. The weak will always be weak, and the strong will always be strong. Klein felt that he had obtained new knowledge. This was a mysticism that he was unable to dispel at his current sequence. Daly repeated the description a few times and emphasized solemnly, remember, don't casually change the specific description of the summoned object. Remember, don't casually change the description of the summoned creature. It's easy to attract terrifying monsters. All right, Klein nodded honestly. At the same time, he suddenly thought of something. If I change the description of the summoned object to the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, what will be summoned? Will it be completely ineffective? Or will the gray fog suddenly descend? Or will I need to go to that mysterious space to respond? Will this help me stir up more of the power above the gray fog? Will this lead to some terrifying chain reaction? Klein, who had just successfully courted death with the mutated sun's sacred emblem, still felt a lingering fear. In the end, he followed his heart's wishes and decided to divine above the gray fog before deciding if he should attempt it. He thought for a moment and asked with interest, Ma, if we strictly use the acting method, how long does it take to go from sequence 8 to sequence 7? And how long does it take to go from sequence 7 to sequence 6? According to the information I've read, sequence 8 to sequence 7 takes anywhere from 3 months to 2 years. It depends on whether you can quickly comprehend the core spirit and the corresponding rules during the acting process. Sequence 7 to sequence 6 takes half a year to 3 years. Sequence 6 to sequence 5 is about the same. Sequence 5 to sequence 4 takes 3 to 20 years. Daly gave a general description. Klein suddenly laughed. So, Ma, you've already reached sequence 6? He had heard from Dunn that Daly took a year to go from sequence 9 corpse collector to sequence 8 gravedigger. She also took a year to go from gravedigger to sequence 7 spirit medium, and she had only been a beyonder for 5 years. In other words, Daly had been a spirit medium for about 3 years. Yes, this is also the reason why I was transferred to the Bakelin diocese. The strange Translucent Face answered frankly, "My current occupation is spirit guide, but I prefer the title of spirit medium. All right, this little guy is tired. I have to leave. Under such circumstances, I won't say, 'May the goddess bless you.' May you have sweet dreams." Klein pressed his hand to his chest and bowed with a smile. "No, there won't be any sweet dreams tonight. I have to rush back to Bakeland. This isn't a pleasant experience. It's like having sex with someone you don't like." Daly's voice became softer and softer. The translucent face without eyes or nose slowly retracted into the wall, leaving no trace behind. The light from the gas lamp brightened, and all the gloomy green disappeared without a trace. Klein, who had his spirit vision activated, stared at the changes in a daze. It took him a long time to snap back to his senses. A spirit medium, no, a spirit guide is really impressive. He can actually create a messenger in the mysticism domain. I wonder if my sequence 7 and sequence 6 will be special, he muttered silently to himself. He quickly dispelled the wall of spirituality and extinguished the gas lamp in the bedroom. He then quietly lay down on the bed in the darkness. He didn't plan on going above the gray fog that night. He had to be wary of Daly suddenly returning and saying what Dunn Smith said. Right, I forgot something. When that happened, he wouldn't be able to silence her even if he wanted to. The next day, Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company 3 minutes early. "Good morning, Klein. The new clerk is here." Roshan greeted him with a bright smile. Klein was sincerely happy for her. "Congratulations, Roshan. The goddess has heard your prayers. My skin's condition is returning." Roshan's eyes lit up as she nodded. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Klein walked to the partition and knocked on the captain's office door. "Please come in." Dunn's mellow voice sounded. Klein pushed the door open and saw the captain instinctively sitting up straight. His gray eyes turned deep, as though he was prepared for something to happen. Ahem. He cleared his throat and sat down with his hat and cane. "Captain, I have something to report." Chapter 150. Klein looked at the serious Dunn Smith and suddenly smiled. "Captain, I figured something out yesterday." "What is it?" Dunn repeated his question and leaned back in his chair. He loosened his clasped hands. Klein recalled the script he had prepared. "I'm summarizing my previous experience. I believe that the name of a potion contains a series of rules that help us control the potion and avoid negative effects. And when we follow these rules to deal with matters, we seem to become a person of the corresponding profession. Similarly, these rules are implicit. No one can tell you directly. You can only summarize them bit by bit from the corresponding profession, and then modify them according to the feedback of different effects. So, when I became a true seer in the Divination Club and obtained my own seer principles, the ravings and hallucinations that plagued me disappeared. That's what I figured out." After saying that, Klein secretly exhaled. Other than not directly mentioning acting, he had said everything he needed to say. Sigh. I just hope that Captain doesn't say that I already have such a clear idea when the church sends someone to inquire. That would attract more attention. Coupled with the seer pathway and the Antigonus family, there might be quite a bit of trouble when the time comes. However, Captain is also someone who has seen many things. He's experienced and intelligent. Once he figures out the acting method, he'll definitely notice that the church is hiding something from him. He'll know what to say and what not to say. Klein's mind was filled with thoughts as he felt a little confused. However, he quickly made up his mind and came up with a plan. If Captain still doesn't figure out the acting method, or doesn't notice the church is hiding something, then I'll directly remind him before submitting the special request. Yes, I'll first test him and confirm his intentions. Dunn quietly listened to Klein's description as his gray eyes turned deeper. He was silent for more than 10 seconds before he reached out to rub his temples. Then he picked up his pipe and took a whiff. After sniffing it, he seemed to have forgotten the rules of the Nighthawks and took out a matchbox. The greenish-white, Smoke slowly rose. Dunn half closed his eyes, as if he was tasting the tobacco. After a while, he opened his eyes and smiled at Klein. "Sorry, I forgot you don't smoke." "Smoking is bad for your health," Klein answered seriously. Dunn held his pipe and thought for a moment. "I seem to have understood something as well." "No, Captain, you don't understand anything. Anyway, don't wander into my dreams too often." Klein didn't reply with a question. He just smiled warmly. "Maybe it won't be long before you come to submit a special application." Dunn took a deep breath of the minty tobacco and said half jokingly and half emotionally, "How about tomorrow?" Klein replied inwardly. He took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. "Captain, I have to go find old Neil. Today's mysticism class is about to begin." "All right." Dunn held his pipe and watched Klein leave. After closing the door to the captain's office, Klein walked to the staircase that led underground in a good mood. When he passed by the clerk's office, he saw a man and a woman he didn't know. A new civilian employee. Klein nodded thoughtfully and added inwardly, "That's not the case. I'll submit a special application to captain within this week in another 2 days. Then I'll pass a series of tests and become a Sequence 8 clown." In the dark and quiet underground tunnel, Klein turned to the armory and pushed open the door to the guardroom. "What happened to you?" He jumped in fright when he saw old Neil's appearance. Old Neil was dispirited and his face was pale. He kept yawning. "I've been feeling constipated recently. Last night I tried a ritualistic magic to solve this problem, but I didn't sleep well the whole night. I kept running to the bathroom, and in the end I almost fell asleep on the toilet." The constipation problem is solved. Seeing that it wasn't a big problem, Klein suddenly felt like laughing, but he restrained himself and asked, "What's the matter?" "Are you feeling better now?" At the same time, he tapped his left molar twice in concern and used his spirit vision to observe old Neil's healthy aura. The yellow color of the digestive system and the orange color of the excretion and detoxification are a little dim and mottled, but fortunately it's within a reasonable range. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "I'm fine. I asked Fry for some anti-diarrhea medicine." Old Neil yawned like a heavy smoker and said, "You can study on your own for today's mysticism class. It's only the last 2 or 3 days of content anyway." "All right," Klein said politely. "Or maybe I'll guard the armory here and study mysticism. You can go to the lounge to catch up on your sleep." Old Neil instantly straightened his back and answered with bright eyes, "Little Moretti, you are indeed a compassionate nighthawk, second only to Fry. I'll leave the armory to you." He picked up the blanket on his lap and rushed out of the guardroom like a whirlwind, leaving Klein alone in a daze. In the morning, the Blackthorn Security Company received an additional job. It was to escort a wealthy merchant to the harbor to make a deal. Leonard and Kenley completed the job easily and earned quite a bit of extra income, which made Klein rather envious. On the other hand, he continued to delve deeper into mystery and practice his spear techniques. He was tormented by Mr. Gawain, who had somehow provoked him. Huff, huff. Klein opened his mouth and gasped for air. It took him a long time to regain the ability to take a shower and change his clothes. After leaving Gawain's house, he continued to be busy. He spent too solely to hire a rental carriage and passed by the remaining 10 houses with red chimneys. When the last dark red chimney disappeared from his sight, Klein's expression became very solemn. "The house with the red chimney that I saw in my divination isn't one of the houses that have recently changed tenants. If that's the case, things are going to be troublesome. I wonder how long it will take to finish investigating the 1,600 to 1,700 houses. Sigh, I can't get anyone else to help me with this matter. After all, only I have that spiritual sense of familiarity with the target. I can't be discouraged and I can't give up. As long as I'm free, I'll investigate. I'll try to find the target in 3 months. No, 2 months. Who knows, the target might be among the houses I investigate tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Yes, I'll go back and organize the information. I'll plan my daily investigation route based on the areas near and far. Klein encouraged himself and tried to distance himself from his dejection. Having made up his mind, he was about to instruct the carriage driver to turn into Daffodil Street when he realized that it was very close to Instructor Aztec's house. Before Mr. Aztec went on his trip, he wrote to me that he would be back this week, but he didn't mention the exact date. I'll drop by on the way to take a look and leave him a note. Yes, I'll rent a carriage for 2 soldi an hour. It's almost time, so I'll take Mr. Aztec's place as the final destination. After that, I'll switch to a public carriage. 4 minutes later, he alighted from the carriage and arrived outside Aztec's house. The quality of the houses here was obviously better than Daffodil Street, but not as good as House Street. There was a lawn in front of the house and a small garden in the back. Ding, ding, ding. Klein pulled the rope at the door and rang the bell in the house. After a while, he heard footsteps coming from inside. Then he saw the door open. Aztec, with soft facial features and bronze skin, appeared in front of Klein. As he was at home, he was casually dressed in a white shirt, brown vest, and brown trousers. Klein, I was just about to write to you. Aztec greeted him warmly. I just got home last night. Klein took a deep look at the tiny mole below his right ear. Mr. Aztec, I've found clues about your past. Really? Aztec's expression instantly turned excited. His eyes, which were filled with the vicissitudes of life, lost their calmness. Let's talk inside. Klein looked to his left and right. Aztec nodded quickly and made way for the guest to enter. He locked the door and led Klein to the living room on the first floor. He sat on the soft sofa. What clues did you find? He asked eagerly. Klein didn't expect to meet Mr. Aztec today. He organized his words and said, I recently received a commission to eliminate a wraith in an abandoned castle outside Lamud town. Lamud. Aztec repeated the name in a low voice, his brows furrowing a little. Looking at his expression, Klein slowed down and said, In the process of eliminating the wraith, we discovered something. In the process of eliminating the vengeful spirits, we discovered something. So we went to the town to investigate. A townsfolk claimed to have a portrait of the first Baron Lamud and tried to sell it to me. Out of curiosity, I looked at the oil painting and realized that the person in the painting, other than the hairstyle and facial features, is very similar to you, Mr. Aztec. Even the mole below the ear has the same position and size. Under my interrogation, the townsfolk confessed that the oil painting was made more than 40 years ago, but the object it was imitating did come from an abandoned castle. It was indeed an ancient portrait that was dug out from there. As you know, people with unique abilities like us have a skill to detect lies, and this skill told me that the townsfolk wasn't lying. Aztec leaned forward as he listened. He clasped his hands and didn't speak for a long time. He remained silent the entire time. After 5 minutes, he exhaled and said, Your description didn't make me recall anything else. Your description didn't make me remember anything else. Maybe I should go see that abandoned castle for myself. Can you bring me there? That would be my honor. Klein was already prepared as he replied, But I need to make a trip home, lest my brother and sister worry. Chapter 151. To Daffodil Street. Klein nodded at Aztec and quickly walked to the front of the house. He took out his keys and opened the door. Melissa, who had already returned home, heard the sound of the lock turning. She hurriedly moved from the kitchen to the living room. Upon seeing Klein, her eyes lit up. I've bought the ingredients. There's chicken, potatoes, onions, fish, turnips, and peas. I also bought a small jar of honey. Sister, have you also gotten used to the occasional extravagance? Klein chuckled and said, You'll have to prepare dinner today. You don't have to consider my share. I have matters to attend to, and might only be back in the wee hours of the morning. Oh, help Instructor Aztec. He's a professor of Koei University's history department. As he spoke, he turned and pointed at the carriage, waiting outside the door. Melissa's lips opened and closed twice before she pursed them. All right. Klein bade his sister farewell and walked out the door. He boarded the rental carriage that Aztec hired and arrived at Lamed town in 2 hours and 40 minutes. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and the sky was completely dark. Only the crimson moon and scattered stars occasionally penetrated the clouds to illuminate the areas without gas lamps. After instructing the carriage driver to wait in the town, Klein led Aztec on the road to the abandoned castle. As they walked, he realized that Aztec was getting faster and faster. He had to jog to keep up, and in the end, it was even Aztec leading the way. Klein wanted to say something, but when he saw the other party's silent face and tightly pursed lips, he wisely swallowed his words back down his throat. At this speed, it didn't take long for the two to arrive in front of the abandoned castle. It was almost in ruins, but it stretched out its body in the thick darkness, pointing towards the sky. It was desolate, gloomy and gloomy. Aztec stared at the abandoned castle and slowed down his footsteps. He stopped there, his eyes occasionally deep and distant, as though he was constantly wandering between a dream and reality. Suddenly, he grunted in pain and raised his hand to pinch his forehead. The muscles on his face contorted into a hideous state. "Mr. Aztec, what's wrong?" Klein asked cautiously as he activated his spirit vision. Back when he was on the rental carriage back to Daffodil Street, he had secretly performed a quick divination by playing with a coin. He predicted that his return to Lamed would be safe. However, he believed that divination wasn't omnipotent. He was constantly on guard against any mistakes in his interpretation or problems with the organization of the divination statements. Furthermore, Instructor Aztec was a mysterious powerhouse. No one knew what his past was like, and no one knew how he would react if he were to be provoked. Caution, wariness, and worry became a normal emotion for Klein. Aztec didn't answer immediately. With a pained expression, he took 2 steps forward and released the hand that was pinching his forehead. He pointed forward and said in a dreamy tone, "I've seen this castle in my dreams. Back then it was still complete. It had a sturdy outer wall and a tall spire. I remember that there was a stable there, a well there, and a barracks there. There was a field there to grow potatoes and sweet potatoes. I remember there was a training field there. My child, he was a boy. He was only 7 or 8 years old, but he liked to run around with a broadsword that was taller than him. He said that he wanted to become a knight in the future. My wife always complained that the castle was too dark. She liked the sunlight and the feeling of warmth." Klein, who was observing the color of Aztec's aura, felt his scalp tingle. He was slightly touched, as though he was experiencing a supernatural story himself. This ancient castle is indeed related to Mr. Aztec. Could he really be the first Baron Lamed, a beyonder creature that has lived for 1,300 years? Is he a human or an evil spirit? That's not right. How could there be an evil spirit that runs around in the sunlight and has come into contact with the Nighthawks? Klein couldn't control his thoughts. He allowed them to collide with each other and trigger more thoughts. At that moment, Aztec stopped his ravings and walked through the door. He walked all the way inside. Without Klein's guidance, he found the mechanism and opened the secret door that led to the basement. Holding his cane tightly, Klein walked 2 steps behind Aztec. He walked down the stairs and returned to the place where the coffin was placed. Unlike what he had seen before, the lid of the coffin had been closed, and the warm and pure feeling had disappeared. "The coffin has been closed. It's probably done by Fry. This is the professional ethics of a corpse collector." Klein nodded thoughtfully. He used his spirit vision to watch the emotionally confused Aztec walk to the coffin. Aztec reached out and pushed the coffin's lid open a gap. He stared at the headless skeleton for a long time before he suddenly let out a sorrowful and painful wail. Thud, thud, thud. Aztec retreated with heavy footsteps. Before Klein could react, he stumbled and fell, sliding against the wall. He covered his face with his hands and sat there dejectedly. His surroundings suddenly turned even darker. Klein took 2 steps forward. He was about to reach out, but he retracted his hand, not daring to disturb him. At that moment, his spiritual perception told him that the current Mr. Aztec was extremely terrifying. He was so terrifying that the basement had turned cold and sinister. Klein silently moved his feet and approached the stairs. He believed in Mr. Aztec's character, but he was afraid that he would lose control. Amidst this unease, he waited for a few minutes. Finally, he saw Aztec lower his hands and slowly stand up. Mr. Aztec seems to have changed a little. That's the answer my spiritual perception gives me. But in his spirit vision, there's no obvious change in the color of his aura. His emotions are still as gloomy, dejected, and pained as before. Klein quickly made a judgment. He felt that Instructor Aztec had become deeper and more dignified. "I remember some things, but only a very small part," Aztec said in an emotionless tone. Following that, he surveyed his surroundings. "I sense the power that caused your fate to be out of sync here." Ah, Klein was stunned at first, but then he asked in surprise, "Can you trace its source?" The mastermind living in the house with the red chimney not only created coincidences, but also came to Lamud Castle and took the head of the knight in black armor? What is he trying to do? What is his real purpose? "It's been too long, but I want to give it a try." Aztec's deep voice seemed to contain a volcano that was about to erupt. "How?" Klein asked curiously. Aztec walked back to the front of the coffin and stared at the bones inside. "He took the skull of my child. I want to use the blood connection to find him." "Your child? Mr. Aztec, are you sure that the knight in black armor is your child? You're really an old antique. Do you really lose your memory every once in a while? And this is the price for a long life?" Klein secretly took a deep breath. He had the illusion that he was in contact with a mythical creature. At this moment, Aztec stretched out his right hand and cut his index finger with a suddenly sharp thumbnail. A drop of red blood dripped down, accurately staining the white bones. It quickly seeped into the bones and instantly turned the entire skeleton blood red. "Wah! Wah! Wah!" Klein suddenly heard the cry of a baby and felt that someone was staring at him from behind. He suddenly pulled out his revolver and pointed it behind him. He then slowly turned around, but there was nothing in front of him. Even the stairs leading to the ground were gone. "Wah! Wah!" The cry of the baby drilled into Klein's ears. He looked at the coffin again and was shocked to see that there were shapeless or distorted faces mixed with black fog, forming a strange door. Creak! The illusory door opened, and one pale arm after another reached out. However, they all evaporated into black fog in front of Aztec. Through the crack in the door, Klein saw a white skull. It was carelessly thrown under a dark brown tree and rotted into powder in the wind. Clang! Countless pale arms were suddenly cut off by the door and fell to the ground. At this moment, Klein heard a long sigh. It was Mr. Aztec's sigh. It was a sigh that pierced through the heavy history. Following this sigh, the black fog disappeared and the crying of the baby came to an abrupt stop. Everything returned to normal, but it was a lot colder. Klein clenched his teeth and shivered. He looked into the coffin and saw that the crimson skeleton had turned back into a translucent white. "I'm sorry, I couldn't find him," Aztec said in a low voice with his back facing Klein. At the same time, he closed the lid of the coffin. "It's normal that you didn't find him. It's a surprise that you found him," Klein comforted him. "Anyway, I've been disappointed many times in this matter," he added silently in his heart. Aztec looked at the coffin in front of him again and slowly turned around. "I'll continue to investigate, and I hope to receive your help." "No problem. That's exactly what I want to do." Klein resisted the urge to tell Aztec about the red chimney right there and then, because it would be useless even if he told him. He could only rely on himself to confirm the target. However, this also solved a big problem for him, which was how to lure the Nighthawks in after finding the house with the red chimney. He did not believe that he could kill such a mysterious and terrifying mastermind alone, but now he could seek Mr. Aztec's help. Aztec opened his mouth, but did not say anything. He only sighed and walked towards the stairs in silence. After leaving the basement and closing the secret door, the two walked along the path filled with weeds and thorns. Neither of them spoke a word as they walked out of the abandoned castle. In the dark night, Aztec suddenly said, "When this matter is resolved, I will resign and leave Tingen to pursue my lost past." Chapter 152. The owl's cry was accompanied by the chirping of insects as it reverberated on the road leading from the abandoned castle to the town. Aztec looked ahead and was silent for a few seconds. "Although I'm not completely sure, I have some ideas. Perhaps I am a person who has lived for a very, very long time. Mr. Aztec, you really should seriously consider whether you are still in the category of human." Klein replied in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. In the wilderness, in the dead of night, it always made people feel weak. I must have paid a price to have such a long life. I have lived from the end of the fourth epoch until now, like a ghost wandering all over the continent. Aztec's voice was low, as if he was suppressing his inner emotions. "I don't remember the past. I have forgotten the people and things that I swore to remember." Klein thoughtfully used his cane to poke at the weeds in front of him. "Mr. Aztec, I have a guess about your condition." "What conjecture?" Aztec tilted his head and glanced at his companion. "I believe that your forgetfulness is a cycle. Perhaps you will die once every few decades and wipe away your previous memories. Then, after a certain period of time, you will wake up from your dark slumber and begin a new life. Only by doing so can you explain the different dreams you have. They are the things you encountered in your different lives." Klein described his theory. Aztec's footsteps suddenly slowed down, as if the darkness was tugging at the corner of his clothes. He looked ahead with a gloomy gaze and said after a while, "This matches some of the memories that I've awakened from the stimulation just now." "Did he awaken some of his memories due to the stimulation just now?" Klein's heart skipped a beat and he blurted out, "Mr. Aztec, perhaps you don't need to leave Tingen to search for your lost past. You will slowly recall it." "Why?" Aztec tilted his head in surprise. Klein smiled. "You haven't completely lost your memory. The fact that you've awakened part of it today is proof. Also, do you remember when you woke up in Bakeland and realized that you had forgotten the past?" Aztec nodded solemnly. "This is a nightmare that has been plaguing me." Klein tapped his silver-inlaid black cane and explained in detail. "Before today, I didn't think that there was anything wrong with this matter. But after combining your description and my own speculation, it seems a little strange. When you woke up from a dream, you had a new identity and enough money, and a way to appear without scaring others. Everything seemed to have been arranged, and you quickly integrated into society. Then who arranged it? There's only one answer: the past you. The you of the past recovered your memories and knew that you were about to usher in a new life, so you arranged everything to avoid suspicion." Aztec stopped and looked at the sparse and dim lights in the town in the distance. He once again fell into a long silence. "Perhaps the parents I've been looking for are the past me." He sighed, indirectly admitting that Klein's reasoning was very convincing. "Therefore, you don't need to do anything. All you need to do is wait patiently, and you will slowly recover your memories." Klein gave a conclusion to console him. Aztec subconsciously waved his cane, and then his entire body seemed to transform into a marble statue. After a long while, he replied with a profound gaze, Perhaps only when my old life comes to an end will I completely recover my memories. I don't want to wait that long. I want to have ample time to figure out and escape this fate. Therefore, I have to take the initiative to search for the past and stimulate myself bit by bit to complete the awakening you guessed ahead of time. And waiting will only make me repeat the cycle from before. This is indeed the choice that I look forward to the most." Klein didn't try to persuade him any further. Instead, he said, "Mr. Azek, apart from helping each other find the culprit who caused my fate to be discordant and took away your child's skull. Can I implore you to help me with something trivial?" Aztec nodded slightly. "What do you need me to do?" Klein organized his words and said, "I hope that next week or the week after that you can go to a small town near Tianjin. It's best if you take a carriage to arrive within 2 to 5 hours. Create some supernatural incidents that won't harm anyone. Yes, I saw that you were able to trace the criminal based on the bloodline connection just now. You should be proficient in certain things in the field of necromancy." "No problem." Aztec agreed without hesitation. He didn't ask why Klein wanted him to do that. At the same time, he tacitly agreed with Klein's conjecture of his abilities. "Thank you. This matter is very important to me. Yes, when you choose the targets for the supernatural incidents, you can only choose the believers of the Evernight goddess. Also, don't leave any clues behind," Klein exhorted. Only then would the matter be reported to the Tianjin Nighthawks. Only then would he be able to join the mission team and suggest the use of sealed artifact 3-0782. Only then would he be able to steal the sealed artifact, which was the mutated sun's sacred emblem's power of God's blood, and create the flaring sun charm during the guard rotation. This was the most powerful item he could obtain at the moment. With the mastermind living in the house with the red chimney yet to leave Tianjin, and with him constantly investigating, Klein had to do everything he could to become stronger. Yes, according to the knowledge I obtained, stealing a little of its power won't cause any damage to 3-0782. At most, it will reduce the number of years its purification effects can last. I'm doing this for the peace and stability of Tianjin City. Klein defended himself in his heart. Aztec didn't care about Klein's motives. He nodded and said, "I'll tell you the name of the town and the proximate time in advance so that you can be prepared." Phew! Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that his trip to Lamad Town hadn't been in vain. Yes, even though he had only uncovered the outermost veil of Mr. Aztec's mysteries, and there were still many unknowns and unsolved mysteries, he had at least gained his friendship. He had found a reliable ally in dealing with the mastermind. At 11:30 at night, Klein returned to 2 Daffodil Street, tired, sleepy, and hungry. Mr. Aztec didn't even treat me to dinner. Sigh, how could he be in the mood to eat in his current state? Klein mumbled to himself as he took out his keys and opened the door. The house wasn't as dark as he had expected. An elegant gas lamp was quietly emitting light, making the living room warm and bright. It gave Banson, who was sitting alone on the sofa, a bright coat over him. Seeing the door open, Banson, who was holding a book, was about to speak when he suddenly yawned. He had to cover his mouth with his hand. Klein closed the door and casually mentioned with a smile, "I went to Lamad Town with Instructor Aztec. I went to Lamad Town with Professor Azek. There's an abandoned castle there with a long history." Banson was suddenly enlightened. He smiled and said, "A moonless night, an ancient castle that has been abandoned for 1,000 years, a cold and eerie environment, and an archaeological team of only 2 people. This is the standard beginning of a supernatural novel. Everything that happened tonight can really be considered a paranormal event." Klein thought of the strange door that Mr. Azek had created and the baby's cries. He said with some lingering fear, "I'm not sure." He said with some lingering fear, "That kind of environment does have such a feeling." Banson yawned again, then he closed the book and said, "I need to sleep. Ever since I began learning grammar and reading classical literature, the quality of my sleep has become very good." Klein chuckled inwardly. He suddenly recalled what Miss Justice had mentioned, so he suppressed his voice. He suppressed his voice and said, "Banson, as you know, our company has some connections with the Ottawa County Police Department. I recently heard that there's a rumor from Bakelin that the King, Prime Minister, ministers, and members of Parliament are sick of the slow and inefficient government. They plan on carrying out a reform. They plan on selecting talents through an open examination to become officials that handle specific matters, just like the university entrance exam. Banson was at a loss at first before his eyes lit up. An open examination? Yes, as long as you pass the examination. You can also become a government employee that handles specific matters. I'm guessing that the content of the examination will be similar to the university entrance exam. Grammar, classical literature, a certain level of mathematics and logic, as well as basic legal knowledge. Klein took the opportunity to instill his thoughts. Finally, he said, "Banson, this matter has to be kept a secret. Also, don't hold too much hope. No one knows if it will be passed by the House of Lords and House of Commons. I'll keep it in mind. I understand that I just need to study hard." Banson smiled and continued, "Regardless of this matter, I'll study hard and try to escape my current situation as soon as possible to find a better job. Studying is the biggest difference between humans and curly-haired baboons. No, scientific research has shown that baboons have high intelligence and a certain level of learning ability." Klein silently lampooned as he watched Banson walk to the second floor. Then he smiled as he rubbed his deflated stomach and walked towards the kitchen. After finding the leftovers from before and some of the chicken that Melissa had specially left behind, Klein relaxed and prepared dinner. At that moment, it was completely silent outside. The night was dark, and most people had already fallen asleep. Only he was breathing in the slightly cold air that was mixed with fragrances, creating a slight commotion. Everything was so peaceful and leisurely. After eating his fill, washing the cutlery, and soaking himself, Klein returned to his bedroom and locked the wooden door from the inside. He yawned, braced himself, took out the ritual dagger, and sealed the entire room with a wall of spirituality. Chapter 153. The hazy grayish-white fog lingered eternally, and the dark red illusory stars hung in the distance. Klein sat in the magnificent palace that looked like a giant's residence, quietly looking at the familiar scene in front of him. After a few seconds, he retracted his gaze and made a piece of yellowish-brown goatskin appear in front of him. Then he wrote down the summoning ritual that he had modified. Light a candle to symbolize yourself. Use a wall of spirituality to create a holy environment. Drip full moon essential oil, chamomile extract, slumber flower powder, and other ingredients into the candle flame. Note: you don't need to be too particular about this step because you are summoning yourself. Recite the following incantation. Ancient Hermes, Jotun, Dragonese, and Elvish. Must be shouted softly. I summon in my name Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black, who wields good luck. After scrutinizing it 3 times, Klein wrote a divination statement at the bottom. It's dangerous to carry out the ritual in the outside world. Phew! He exhaled, put down his fountain pen, removed the silver chain from his sleeve, and held it with his left hand. When the topaz pendant floated above the goatskin and was just a step away from touching the divination statement, he reined in his thoughts and entered cogitation. It's dangerous to carry out the ritual in the outside world. It's dangerous to carry out the ritual in the outside world. After reciting it 7 times, Klein opened his almost completely black eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning counterclockwise. This meant that there was no danger. I can give it a try. Klein hurriedly made the conjured item in front of him disappear. He extended his spirituality to envelop himself and simulated the feeling of falling rapidly. After returning to his bedroom, as he had sealed the entire room with a wall of spirituality, Klein immediately cleared his desk and placed a mint-scented candle in the middle. He pressed his right hand on the candle's wick and used his spirituality to rub against it, igniting it. Under the flickering yellow light, Klein dripped the corresponding essential oil, extract, and herbal powder into the flame. A tranquil and leisurely fragrance instantly filled the air as the room alternated between light and darkness. Taking 2 steps back, Klein looked at the candle that symbolized him and shouted in Jotun, "That's right." "I." Following that, he switched to Hermes. "I summon in my name. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the flickering dim candlelight and the tranquil fragrance around him fuse into a whirlpool, crazily absorbing his own spirituality. Slumber flower that belongs to the crimson moon, please transmit your strength to my incantation. Klein endured the discomfort of having his spirituality extracted and finished reciting the incantation. At this moment, he saw that the candle flame had stopped swaying and was standing there quietly. It was dyed with a grayish-white luster and stretched to the size of a palm. He then heaved gray, I and God, and I whitened, and of he comma God, he God. He paused for more than 10 seconds, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the gray fog again. He saw that there were rippling ripples of light at the end of the long, ancient table. This came from the strange symbol that corresponded to the back of the high-back chair, a strange symbol formed from the pupilless eye, which symbolized secrecy, and the contorted lines that symbolized change. All Klein did was reach out his hand to touch it when he immediately heard me. I summon in my name. The fool that doesn't belong to this era! The mysterious ruler above the gray fog, and other incantations. He saw the surging spirituality and rippling ripples of light fuse, forming an illusory, unformed door. The door swayed as if it wanted to open. Klein immediately had an inspiration, and he had a strong urge to push it open. Almost instantly, the boundless gray fog and the magnificent palace were suddenly pulled by something, producing invisible ripples. The ripples came one after another, surging towards the illusory, unformed door. However, no matter how hard Klein pushed, the door couldn't be opened. All the commotion eventually returned to silence. Is it because the door of summoning isn't fully formed? Klein retracted his thoughts and frowned as he analyzed the reason for his failure. He had casually named the illusory door of summoning. Yes, it's because my spirituality isn't enough. I'm unable to construct a complete door of summoning. When I advance to sequence 8 and become a clown, I'll be able to pass the initial dangerous stage. I can then try again. Perhaps there won't be any problems then. Klein nodded gently, having a general idea of what was going on. This experiment gave him great confidence and encouragement. This was because, other than the divination of the eternal blazing sun, this was the first time he had caused the mysterious space above the gray fog to have a different reaction. One day, I'll figure out all the secrets here. Klein made an excited declaration in his heart as he descended into the boundless gray fog while being enveloped by his spirituality. Returning to his bedroom, Klein quickly extinguished the candles and ended the ritual. Then he tidied up his desk and removed the wall of spirituality. Amidst the sudden gust of wind, he yawned and fell into bed. Just as he wrapped himself in the blanket, he fell asleep. In a hazy and fragmented dream, Klein suddenly woke up. He realized that he was sitting in the living room at home, holding a copy of the Tinjin City Honest paper in his hand. Captain isn't here again, right? He was stunned at first, but then he looked out the oriel window, amused and annoyed. With a creak, the door opened. Dressed in a black trench coat, Dunn walked in slowly with a cane and a pipe in hand. He was still wearing his half-top hat and had the same deep gray eyes. Dunn came to the living room and sat on the single-seater sofa. He leisurely crossed his right leg over his left. He put down his cane, took off his hat, and leaned back. He looked at Klein in silence as though he was thinking. "Captain, what do you want to do today?" Klein was at a loss. In order not to expose the fact that he knew that it was a dream, he pretended not to be affected and continued reading the newspaper. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. He looked up at Dunn and realized that the captain was still looking at him in silence, as though he was thinking. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Klein flipped through the newspaper a few times. From the corner of his eye, he saw Dunn looking at him in silence, as though he was thinking. "Captain, you're making me very uncomfortable." Klein couldn't sit still. He folded the newspaper and placed it to the side. He smiled and nodded at Dunn. Then he went to the kitchen to get a rag and pretended to wipe the dining table and coffee table. "Captain, look, my dream is so simple, ordinary, and boring. There's nothing worth observing. Hurry up and leave. Why don't you turn into a ghost? And I'll pretend to be frightened so that you can complete your nightmare achievement." He prayed silently, but when he looked up, he saw Dunn's deep, gray eyes that seemed to be thinking. Under such a silent, unchanging gaze, Klein wiped the furniture and cleaned the room. He was exhausted in his dream, and what made him most tired was Dunn Smith, who had been looking at him quietly as though he was thinking. He didn't know how long he had been busy, but he finally saw the captain put down his right leg and stand up. Then he picked up his cane, put on his hat, and walked to the door. Klein held his breath and watched Dunn leave his house. He couldn't help but raise his right hand and make a gesture of goodbye. Phew! When everything returned to normal, Klein let out a long breath. That was really a nightmare. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Bakeland, West End, Phillips department store. This was the most high-end department store in the kingdom of Rouen. It was only open to nobles and rich people with membership. There were always luxury carriages parked outside, with different emblems on them. In addition to being a shopping mecca, this place had also become a well-known social venue because of the strict restrictions on personnel. Audrey, with her maid Annie and the golden retriever Susie, got off the carriage and entered the door under the attentive attentions of the attendants. Along the way, she would occasionally see viscountesses, countesses, or young girls whose parents were of prominent status. She maintained an elegant posture and used standard but not stiff etiquette to greet them one by one. She used different entry points to briefly communicate with different nobles. For example, when facing a countess, she had to praise how well-fitting her new dress was. When exchanging greetings with a baroness, she had to say how outstanding her husband's performance in the House of Lords was. In the past, Audrey never did this well enough. She was too willful and self-centered. But now, she didn't even need to spend much effort to deal with it perfectly. In the eyes of the spectator, the emotions and thoughts of most of the noble women seemed to be written on their faces. When she arrived on the second floor, Audrey turned towards a shop that sold ready-made clothes. The attendant in the shop was a young and short girl. She wore a black and white dress and had a head of stubborn blonde hair that reached her shoulders. She was none other than arbitrator Zayo Dericha. Audrey gave Susie a look without any change in her expression. She instantly understood what she meant and happily ran to another counter. Annie had no choice but to quickly follow and attempt to pull Susie back. "Well done," Audrey praised inwardly as she walked to Zayo Dericha's side and pretended to look at the different styles of dresses. "Why did you arrange to meet me here?" Zayo asked softly as she introduced the items loudly. Her voice was very young, just like a child's. "Where's the original attendant?" Audrey asked instead of answering. Zayo observed her surroundings and said, "I convinced her. She's very happy to rest for the morning." Audrey looked at the different styles of dresses and took out a folded piece of paper from her goatskin handbag. She secretly handed it to Zayo. "Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has secretly infiltrated Bakeland. This is his portrait. I hope that you can help me find him. Yes, don't alarm him." Zayo took the piece of paper and quickly unfurled it to take a look. She discovered that it was a lifelike sketch of a man in his 30s with a unique wide chin. "I'm often praised by my teacher when it comes to drawing." Audrey glanced at Zayo and raised her head slightly. She added, "The kingdom's bounty on Zillings is 10,000 pounds. If he's really captured, even the person who provides clues will definitely be rewarded with a few £100. Chapter 154. A unique broad chin, the bun of an ancient knight, and eyes with a cold smile. Zayo Dericha was half sitting on the sofa as she carefully studied the sketch that Audrey had given her. In her eyes, it was a living, walking gold pound sterling. After etching the appearance of the great pirate Zillings into her mind, she continued reading the additional description. "Brown hair, dark green eyes, The portrait is only for reference because the target has the ability to transform into someone else. The duration is unknown. The portrait is only for reference. The target can transform into someone else. Only for reference, transforming into someone else. Then why do I have to memorize the contents of the sketch so seriously? Zio's expression froze, as though she could sense World's evil intentions. She looked up in confusion at Fur's wall, who was lazily lying on the sofa opposite her. She muttered to herself, "There's no way to find him. I don't know what he looks like. All I know is that he's a foreigner. The number of foreigners who come to Bakeland every day is uncountable." Fur's exerted strength from her waist in an attempt to sit up, but she failed miserably after 3 attempts. "I'm just an apprentice, not an arbiter," she mumbled as she pressed down on the sofa's backrest, successfully moving from lying to sitting. "Perhaps that lady thinks we're prophets." Fur's joked. Zio was about to answer when she suddenly realized that there were many additional descriptions. She read them out softly, suggested to search through the following channels. 1. Zillings has a sinister item on him. Every other day, he will devour the flesh, blood, and soul of a living person. Consider a missing tramp. 2. Gather information on Zillings in detail and summarize his unique hobbies and behavior patterns. 3. A person's facial features may change, but as long as they don't undergo special training, they will always act like themselves, such as their favorite food, walking style, habitual actions, and more details. Furs nodded slightly when she heard that. Miss Audrey isn't as simple and innocent as the rumors say. She has a meticulous heart and calm observation skills. Really? Zio asked with uncertainty. Without expecting an answer, she suggested, "I'll be in charge of gathering the information. You summarize that pile of gold pounds. No, that pirate admiral's hobbies and characteristics?" Furza's eyes widened. She shook the iron box of cigarettes in her hand and said, "How can you bear to do that? How could you have the heart to let a delicate and sensitive writer do such a thing?" Zio glanced at her friend and subconsciously revealed a convincing aura. "Your Stormwind Mountain Villa has a very interesting reasoning content." Furs shrank her shoulders, lowered her head, and looked at the coffee table. "Do you know how many hairs I lost and how many times I lost sleep because of that reasoning?" She quickly raised her head and glanced at Zio Dericha. She then lowered her head again and mumbled, "Life is very short. There are too many things that need to be done. Why should we waste our time on such boring and tedious work?" "Very reasonable." Zio nearly nodded in agreement. It wasn't easy for her to maintain her dignity as an arbiter. "Then do you have any other way to solve this problem?" She suppressed her voice, making her young voice sound deep. Furs thought seriously for more than 10 seconds before suddenly looking up. She suddenly raised her head and said, "We can get a professional to do it. After you gather the information on Rear Admiral Hurricane, we can erase his name and take it to an excellent detective. We can get him to summarize and deduce. All we need to do is to pay a consultation fee." Why didn't I think of that? Zio's mind went blank. She and Furs looked at each other without saying a word. When the atmosphere became a little awkward, she cleared her throat and said, "We'll do as you suggested." With that said, she quickly added, "We'll do as you suggested." With that said, she quickly added, "We'll do as you suggested. The consultation fee will be paid by you." Howe Street Divination Club. "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti." The beautiful lady in charge of entertaining them, Angelica, looked ahead in surprise. "You rarely come on Fridays." Klein, who was exhausted from investigating the houses with the red chimney, smiled and said, "Fate won't keep repeating itself." Fate will not always repeat itself. It will always bring us some surprises. He happened to be passing by, and it was time for the rental carriage to be hired. Hence, he came up to drink some black tea and rest. In addition, this was also his last preparation. With his new experience at the Divination Club, he could logically submit a special application to Dunsmith. "Your words are always filled with philosophy," Angelica praised sincerely. Klein thought for a moment and said, after some deliberation, "I might not come to the club much in the future. I might not come to the club often in the future, so you don't need to recommend me to others." After digesting the potion, he had to move on to a new goal. "Why?" Angelica said in surprise and confusion. "You are already very famous in the club. Most people know that your divination is very accurate and magical. We are even considering inviting you to be our Sunday lecturer. If I get £1 for every divination, I'll grit my teeth and persevere no matter how tiring it is. Also, I have to go to a few houses with red chimneys and try to find the mastermind as soon as possible." Klein smiled warmly. "Ma, and don't hold me back. This is fate's arrangement. It's not that I won't come to the club anymore. It's just that I'll reduce the frequency. My membership fee will still be paid on time. Since it can be reimbursed, I'll still come here occasionally to monitor the place." Klein silently added, "How regretful. I hope that you will come to the club when I'm lost." Angelica sighed. After the initial shock, she realized that she wasn't as surprised as she had imagined. Perhaps a club in Tingen can't have such a magical seer who respects fate for long. Angelica smiled as though she was in thought. "Side black tea?" "Yes," Klein replied with a smile. He sat in the club for more than 10 minutes, rested a little, drank the black tea, and left. He took a tracked public carriage back to Daffodil Street. When he entered, he habitually opened his mailbox and saw a letter that had just been delivered. Opening it, Klein realized that the letter was from Mr. Aztec. "I will be heading to Morristown on Sunday and will return on Wednesday. The townspeople of Morristown generally believe in the goddess. Going on a Sunday means that the Nighthawks will only receive the news on Tuesday or Wednesday according to the usual efficiency. I'll be able to make it in time. Mr. Aztec actually remembered my request. I hope he also remembers not to appear personally. He can just summon a ghost to scare them." Klein nodded indiscernibly. He spewed out his spirituality and ignited the letter by rubbing it. With a flick of his hand, the flames turned to ash and slowly fell to the ground. On Saturday morning, Klein wore a black windbreaker and a half-top hat. He held a silver-inlaid cane as he leisurely walked into the Blackthorn Security Company. After greeting Roseanne, he looked at the partition and saw that the door to the captain's office was open, so he deliberately didn't control his volume. He deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Yesterday evening at the Divination Club, I saw a girl who looked like you." "Really?" Roshan asked with interest. Klein nodded without sincerity and replied, "Really, I even thought she was your sister." "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I don't have any sisters, not even cousins." Roshan giggled. "Do you remember her name?" "No, why would I remember her name?" Klein chuckled. "Seeing you is no different from seeing her. Can I understand that you are complimenting me?" Roshan never needed someone to start a conversation. She took the initiative to ask, "Klein, you must have earned quite a lot from the Divination Club, right? As a true seer, your standard is not something other amateurs can compare to. If we don't talk about this, we can still be good colleagues." Klein coughed and said, "Seers have to fear fate. They cannot use divination to seek abnormal benefits. Are you concluding your seer maxim?" Roshan asked curiously. "Yes," Klein answered frankly. After chatting with her for a while, he waved goodbye, took his hat, and walked to the partition. Knock, knock, knock. He looked at Dunsmith, who was busy making coffee, and gently knocked on the open door. "Please come in." Dunn raised his head to look at him, and hurriedly adjusted his posture. Klein had been testing the captain for the past 2 days, and confirmed that Dunsmith hadn't mentioned it to anyone while trying the acting method. It was obvious that he was wary of the upper echelons of the church. Thus, he closed the door behind him and sat opposite her. His expression was solemn, but there was a hint of excitement in it. With a solemn expression, he said with some excitement, "Captain, I feel that I have completely mastered the seer potion." Chapter 155. Looking into Klein's eyes, Dunn took a deep breath, leaned back, and slowly exhaled. "Are you sure?" His expression didn't change much, as though he was already prepared for the special application. He just didn't expect it to come so soon. "Captain, why do you feel relieved and at ease?" Klein didn't hide his smile. "I'm sure, Captain, when you completely grasp the potion, you will have a special and magical feeling. Without a doubt, you will be sure that you have completely grasped the potion. A special and magical feeling." Dunn ruminated over this sentence softly, and his brows slowly furrowed. Captain's previous 2 advancements were done without completely digesting the potion? That's right, without knowing the acting method, it's difficult to completely digest it. I can only rely on a long period of polishing and subconsciously acting to reduce the risk of losing control. Poor Captain. Klein looked at Dunn quietly. He didn't say a word, nor did he add anything, allowing him to think carefully. After nearly a minute, Dunn's deep gray eyes reflected Klein's figure once again. He deliberated over his words and said, "Perhaps waiting another year is a better choice." "Does Captain mean that I won't be too conspicuous if I wait another year? With Madame Daly as an example, the higher-ups won't pay too much attention to me? At most, I'll be placed on the list for further observation?" Klein thought for a moment and answered frankly, "I originally wanted to wait until next year to make the special application. After all, there are still many things I need to grasp. For example, I'm only at the beginner level of combat. But, Captain, don't you think we've encountered too many coincidences in the past 2 months? We chased after the kidnappers and ended up meeting the Antigonus family's notebook in the opposite room. The delivery of sealed artifact 2-049 was delayed. In the end, Ray Bieber didn't escape Tinjin and began his attempts at digesting the power at the dock. I attended a birthday banquet and ended up attracting the attention of Hanas Vincent. I went to the library to investigate and met that member of the Aurora Order on the spot. I don't know what these coincidences mean, but I keep feeling uneasy, so I want to improve myself as much as possible." Seizing this opportunity, Klein pointed out the matter of the mastermind. This was also something he had planned on putting on his agenda, to remind the Nighthawks without exposing his uniqueness, so that they could find more clues from other sources. And from what he had just said, there was only one conclusion in the eyes of others. His intuition was sharp, and he was good at organizing things. After Klein said the word, but Dunn's body gradually leaned forward. In the end, he crossed his hands and covered his mouth. His eyes were solemn, and he did not speak for a long time, as if he was thinking about what he had just said. A few seconds later, Dunn raised his head and said in a mellow and deep voice, very sharp, "Perhaps there really is something hidden in the depths of the darkness." Without waiting for Klein to speak, he instructed, "You can go and write the special application." "Okay," Klein replied with a smile. He got up with a smile and walked to the door. As expected, he heard a familiar addition. "Wait a minute!" Dunn shouted for the person who was about to open the door and said after some deliberation, "Watch your words." "Don't worry, Captain. I'm more concerned about this problem than you are." Klein nodded with a beaming smile. He originally thought that Dunn would propose another plan, which was to not go through the Holy Cathedral and advance to Sequence 8 privately. He would then go through the normal process 3 years later. But after careful research, he realized that it was impossible. Regardless of whether it was a special application or a normal application, the person who advanced had to go through the examination of the Holy Cathedral. It was just that one was very complicated, while the other was relatively simple. When the time came, the secret of him becoming a Sequence 8 would not be kept a secret. It would implicate the entire Tinjin Nighthawks team. After leaving the captain's office, Klein, who had finished all his mysticism lessons, was in no hurry to go to the basement for his shift. Instead, He slowly walked into the office next door. At that moment, a man and a woman were sitting in the office. The man was in his early 30s and the woman was in her 20s. They were the two new members. When they saw Klein enter, they were first taken aback. Then they smiled and nodded in greeting. They were curious and in awe of Beyonders. Klein didn't chat with them. He found an empty table and scribbled on the draft of the special application. As he already had a plan in mind, he only took 10 minutes to complete the preliminary work. After reading it several times and making many changes, he sat in front of the Ackerson Model 1346 typewriter and turned the draft into an official copy. Amidst the tapping sounds of the keyboard, the two new clerks looked at each other and got up at the same time. They walked out of the office and went to the reception hall to chat with Roshan, leaving the room to Klein alone. They're very reserved and have a sense of confidentiality. Klein glanced at their backs and sighed inwardly. He retracted his gaze and continued typing on the keyboard. Just as he was about to complete the special application, Leonard Mitchell came out of the lounge. As he looked around, he buttoned his shirt. His messy hair exuded an unruly beauty. "What report are you typing?" Leonard glanced at the clerk's office, leaned against the door, tiptoed, and asked with his hands in his pockets. His green eyes examined Klein with interest. After Klein finished typing the last word and punctuation, he turned his head and said with a smile, "Special application." "Special application? Special application?" Leonard asked, puzzled. Klein picked up the piece of paper, quickly scanned it, and explained in a seemingly casual manner, "That's right." He then explained in a seemingly casual manner, "A special application to advance to sequence 8. Cough, cough. Leonard suddenly coughed violently. It took him a long time to calm down. He blurted out, "You finished digesting the potion?" "Digesting? Student, you know a lot." Klein held the special application and walked in front of Leonard. He pricked up his eyebrows and said, "Yes." Following that, he stared into Klein's eyes, lowered his voice, and added with a chuckle, "I remember someone once told me that in this world, there will always be some people who are special. They can do things that others can't. For example, me, or you." Leonard was rendered speechless. All he could do was change his standing posture, take his hands out of his pockets, and cross them in front of his chest. He opened his mouth and finally organized his words before asking in a deep voice, "Don't you think that this is too risky?" Since he knows how to digest it, he definitely knows that there's no risk involved in my advancement. Is he referring to the attention of the upper echelons of the church? Klein explained thoughtfully, "Leonard, do you remember the first mission we worked together on? It was just a simple pursuit of a kidnapper. But we actually discovered clues to the Antigonus family's notebook hidden in the opposite room. I was merely tracking the kidnappers, but I actually discovered clues to the Antigonus family's notebook in the opposite room." Leonard's expression turned solemn as he nodded indiscernibly in agreement. He muttered to himself, "Perhaps I have to speed up my progress." Just as he finished a sentence, he suddenly looked at Klein and nodded indiscernibly. He muttered to himself, "Perhaps I have to speed up my progress." Just as he said that, he suddenly looked at Klein and revealed a bright smile. "Aren't you going to share your experience with us? The experience of quickly mastering the potion and minimizing the risk of losing control. This guy sure changes his attitude quickly." Klein smiled. He was planning on using today's opportunity to give the Nighthawks a piece of advice to reduce the risk of them losing control. Of course, for the sake of his own safety, he couldn't be as explicit as he was with Dunsmith. At most, he would describe the first time he had laid the groundwork for the members of the upper echelons to know about it. "Then let's do it now." Leonard couldn't wait as he dragged Klein to the Nighthawks' recreation room. At that moment, other than Royale, who was on duty at Cheney's Gate, Fry, Kenley, and Seekatron were all there, playing cards leisurely. Everyone. Leonard knocked on the half-closed door and recited, Let me introduce the gentleman beside me, Mr. Klein Moretti, who only took a month and a half to fully master the potion. This guy is so exaggerated. Klein suddenly felt a little awkward. What? The author, Sikatron, who is neither famous nor a bestseller, tilted her head, as if testing her hearing. Leonard, stop joking. Your acting is always so exaggerated. Kenley helplessly covered the cards in his hand. Fry held his cards and looked at Klein. After a few seconds of silence, he said, Are you sure you've fully mastered the potion? Yes. Klein felt his concern and nodded with certainty. There are obvious signs. What, really? Kenley shouted after realizing what was going on and stood up. Leonard chuckled and pointed at the piece of paper in Klein's hand. This is a special application, he submitted. A special application to advance to Sequence 8. How did he do it? Sikatron thought of many things, but after taking a deep breath, she asked the question she was most concerned about. Even the calm and elegant her couldn't control the burning passion in her eyes. Klein found a chair to sit down on and replied in a low voice. I got inspiration from the maxim of a mystery prior. Do as you please, but do no harm? Leonard said dutifully. Yes. Our internal information shows that mystery priors who abide by this maxim have a lower chance of losing control than normal. Klein recounted what he learned from old Neil. After that, I had a further idea from Madame Daly's example. Spirit medium Daly? Kenley asked, seeking confirmation. Yes, Madame Daly also submitted a special application. She only took 2 years to go from a corpse collector to a spirit medium. She once told old Neil that she wanted to become a real spirit medium. Klein explained in detail. Coupled with the feedback I received from my experiences in the Divination Club, I gradually came up with the Seer's Code of Conduct. I followed it strictly and tried to become a real seer. When I did so, I realized that my progress in mastering the potion became very fast. It can't even be considered mastery. After listening to Klein's explanation, Fry, Sika, and the rest fell into deep thought. Leonard also pretended to think. I'm going to submit a special application. Klein waved the piece of paper in his hand. If you have any questions, you can ask me in private. All right. Fry nodded coldly in response. After leaving the recreation room, Klein knocked on the captain's office door again. He sat opposite Dunn, picked up a pen and ink, and signed his name before pressing his fingerprint. Captain, here's my special request. After he was done, he took the paper with both hands and handed it to Dunn. Dunn read it carefully and put down the application. I'll hand it over to the Holy Cathedral as soon as possible. Be prepared for the examination. It might be next week or the week after that. All right. Klein took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. He stood up, walked out of the captain's office, and closed the door behind him. During this process, he looked back at his application, and a thought popped up in his mind. I wonder what kind of examination I'll receive.